A blood-red sun stained the sky, casting a grim shadow over the world. Humanity had entered its final age, and this once thriving city was now a tomb of rubble and decay. Buildings were shattered skeletons, the streets were empty. In fact, not a single sign of life remained. Atop one of these ruins, a young man knelt, gasping for breath, his face a mask of blood and agony. He could only laugh bitterly. Elsewhere, monstrous creatures tore through the city with abandon. Buildings crumbled, smoke choked the air, a scene straight out of hell. A colossal monster smashed its way through the streets, and with it came a tide of death, thousands upon thousands of zombies. They swarmed every corner, their faces twisted with feral hunger, relentlessly hunting their prey. Against this apocalyptic power, humans were fragile, helpless creatures. All they could do was scatter in terror. "Help me! Run for your lives!" Below, chaos reigned. But on a nearby rooftop, a man and a woman were tormenting a lone youth. In a final act of cruelty, they began dousing him in gasoline. Holding the gas, a man laughed condescendingly, tossing something in his hand. "Sorry, Brother Yuan, this belongs to me now." The object he held was the skeletal core. He grinned with pure bliss. "And I'll be taking everything else, too." The young man's face was a ruin of gasoline and blood, his eyes filled with despair. Xia Yan. The man poured his energy into the skeletal core, unleashing its true form, a massive, ferocious bear with a skull necklace. He sneered. "Your precious little sister was dragged away by the zombies first. Ha ha ha. She should have just given me this medallion." A wicked smile spread across his face, his eyes cold as ice. But her blood proved to be very useful. Hearing this, the young man's face contorted with rage. He gritted his teeth. "You!" As the giant bear appeared, the crowd below finally recognized him. "It's Shi Jun, the strongest ability user in Mingshen City. We're saved." Standing in the giant bear's palm, the treacherous couple embraced. The woman spoke, her voice like poison. "Didn't you say you like fire? Then why don't you disappear in it?" The man roared with laughter, "Ha ha," and flicked a lighter down at the young man. In the next moment, the giant bear coiled its legs and leaped from the building, charging toward the monster below, ready for a fiery battle. The moment it landed, the bear lunged at the creature. Two colossal beasts collided, unleashing a terrifying shockwave. Everything was engulfed in a cloud of dust. Back with the young man, the lighter hit the gasoline, erupting in a massive explosion that consumed him in flames. Enduring the agony of being burned alive, he thought to himself, "If there's a next life, I absolutely will not let any of you go." His eyes suddenly shot open, burning with a deep, seething hatred. In that moment between life and death, a voice echoed from within the inferno. "Heh. Then why don't we start over?" His heart began to pound violently in his chest. One of his eyes, now infected with the fiery light, snapped wide open. He abruptly woke up in a large bed, staring in utter disbelief. What is happening? There were no injuries, and no more fire. He was lost, unable to explain what he'd just experienced. Could that voice have been real? He quickly turned on his phone and stared at the screen. May 1st, 2028. He couldn't believe his eyes. I've returned to 3 days before the apocalypse. Staring at his reflection in the mirror, he was still filled with doubt. Is this really a second chance? One of his eyes suddenly flashed a brilliant gold. He stared in shock as his right eye glowed with an amber light. Could this be the last ember from the fire that killed me? He quickly threw on a jacket and rushed outside to see for himself. On the streets, people were moving about, cars were driving, and everything was completely normal. He thought to himself, who could possibly imagine that in 3 days, all of this will be destroyed? He let his mind drift back to his memories. When the apocalypse arrived, a huge portion of humanity turned into zombies, and strange, godlike beings appeared. And although some humans awakened special abilities, it was nowhere near enough to fight back. Cities became hellscapes, and people became demons. They fought over resources just to survive. He brooded. His own girlfriend, Yalan, and his best friend, Shi Jun. They betrayed him without a second thought. Lost in thought, he was startled by his phone ringing. Ah, an incoming call. The caller was Yalan. He answered the phone. "Hello?" A sharp, nagging voice came from the other end. "Why did it take you so long to answer?" "Xia Yan, do you want to break up or something?" It was her usual threat. He thought to himself, here we go again. Whenever she's unhappy, she threatens me with a breakup. In the past, I would have panicked and immediately tried to calm her down. But now, he responded with a calm, indifferent tone. "Fine." On the other end, Yalan thought he was about to apologize and casually said, "Good, as long as you know you're wrong." Halfway through her sentence, she realized something was off. Huh? What did you just say? Xia Yan repeated his words, his voice dead serious. I said, let's break up. I'm tired. I'm done serving you. Goodbye. And with that, he hung up the phone. He slipped the phone back into his pocket. His golden eye seemed to glow. Finally, some peace and quiet. Now, to make the most of the time I have. Back in Yalan's apartment, after Xia Yan had hung up on her, she furiously threw her phone onto the bed. Damn it, her face was twisted with rage. She couldn't believe Xia Yan would treat her like this. He actually dared to hang up on me. Shi Jun, lying on the bed smoking, spoke with a hint of suspicion. You don't think he found out about us, do you? Yalan immediately shot that down. How could he? That idiot follows me around like a puppy. If I tell him to go east, he wouldn't dare go west. There's no way he could have found out about you and me. Hearing the anger in her voice, Shi Jun softened his tone to soothe her. Hey, don't be mad. My old man just messaged me. He told me to start collecting some heirlooms, antiques with spiritual energy. He said something big might be about to happen. This piqued Yalan's curiosity. Antiques? I remember Xia Yan has this ugly-looking family medallion. I think he said it's a few 100 years old. Shi Jun's eyes lit up. He moved closer, wrapping his arm around Yalan as he pried for information. And where is this thing now? Yalan replied. It's with Xia Yan's little sister, Xiao Yun. Liam is completely lost in his rage right now, but when he finally comes to his senses, he'll come groveling back to you. That's when you'll tell him to give you the token. The treacherous pair shamelessly continued their tryst, while Marcus, with a cunning smile, also set his sights on the Ha family's legendary token for the Great Prison. A beautiful, vibrant young woman handed the token to her brother, her expression filled with concern. Brother, why do you suddenly need this? You drove 30 kilometers just to get here. Did you skip work today? Staring at Liam's strange, golden eye, Luna asked worriedly. Hey, what happened to your eye? Liam clutched the token and asked his sister, Luna, do you trust your brother? Luna's reply was instant, her big, clear blue eyes shining with sincerity. Of course I do, she smiled at him warmly. Brother, it's always been just the two of us against the world. She stepped forward and hugged him tightly, continuing, I trust you completely, no matter what. I know everything you do is for my own good. Liam gently stroked his little sister's hair, a soft smile on his face. Then I need you to go into school, pack your things, and come home with me immediately. Luna nodded in agreement. Okay, I'll go right now. She turned and walked back into the school. 2 hours later, Liam was still shocked she'd agreed so readily. You're not even going to ask me why? The young girl turned back, flashing a bright smile at her brother. Brother, I trust you. Watching Luna's lively figure disappear, Liam made a solemn vow. This time, he would absolutely ensure Luna survived. He pulled out the token, gazing at it, remembering how it had once summoned a great bear, and a sense of awe washed over him. But this token, it feels different than before. Suddenly, a searing pain shot through his golden eye, forcing him to cry out. Ah! A single spark of fire erupted from his eye, striking the token. It burst into brilliant flames, enveloped by a strange, sinister aura. A spatial gate ripped open in the sky above, pulling Liam deep into its swirling vortex. He was hurled into a bizarre, gloomy world, where a colossal tower stood at the center, bound by massive, glowing red chains. Liam was stunned. This was the heart of the tower known as the Great Prison, pulsing with an eerie red and blue light. Behind every window were monstrous beings with vicious expressions. The moment they saw Liam, they erupted in a frenzy of insane roars and howls. Taking in this hellish scene, Liam thought to himself, these are all demonic beasts. He saw every monster locked within the tower. Bears, dragons, even a Keelan. And Liam knew with chilling certainty, every last one of them was terrifyingly powerful. Just then, 2 beams of blue and red light lit up the sky, as relentless bolts of lightning rained down upon the beasts in the tower. Hair-raising screams echoed from within the prison. Watching the spectacle, Liam couldn't stop himself from trembling. Is the lightning in the sky what suppresses the monsters in this tower? Abruptly, a voice echoed around him. He. Are you scared already? The voice belonged to a silver-haired girl with a single, sharp fang. She wore a bewitching smile. Seeing another person here, Liam demanded, Who are you? Stepping from the fortress, the girl, who moved with a fox's grace, her many tails swaying behind her, replied, My name is Subi. It's a pleasure to finally meet the king of the Great Prison. The gates of the Celestial Palace were shrouded in a solemn aura. Countless eons ago, the Celestial Emperor summoned the 12 Great Immortals. Together, they forged this demon-suppressing pagoda, which would later become known as the Great Prison. Amidst the roars of fallen gods, and across the endless river of time, countless sinful beasts who committed unspeakable crimes were sealed within. The tower is forever besieged by heavenly lightning, and the monsters within must suffer the daily torment of having their very souls burned by its holy fire. Subai continued. The special pardon token of the great prison that you hold in your hand is the one and only key that can open its gates. Liam examined the token in his hand, then spoke. Is that the reason you called me the master of the great prison? Subai pointed toward the tower, which was thick with a corrupt energy, and replied, So, my lord, would you like to go inside and see your prisoners? As for the more specific details, how about I report them to you as we go? Liam's eyes remained fixed on the token. Finally, he made his decision. All right. And with that, Liam and Subi stepped through the gates of the great prison. The moment he walked into the tower, Liam accidentally triggered a forbidden seal. In the next instant, a chain reaction of other seals activated all at once. Sharp blades of deathly energy began slicing through the space around them. Seeing a blade about to hit Liam, Subai shouted in alarm, Be careful! Instantly, a spark of fire shot from Liam's right eye. The flame intercepted the deathly energy just moments before it made contact. Standing beside him, Subai couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. That was amazing. She reached her hand out towards Liam's right eye, her voice filled with excitement. My lord, you really do possess the netherworld flame. So, that's how you were able to reopen the netherworld and be reborn, isn't it? Liam caught Subi's approaching arm and replied in a low voice. You were the one who was whispering in my ear in my past life, weren't you? Subi scratched her fox-like ear and said sheepishly, He, my fate is deeply intertwined with the Ha family. As the spirit guide of the great prison, I couldn't just stand by and watch you get betrayed by others. The despair and rage you felt before your death in your past life is what awakened your fire ability and activated the netherworld flame. I just gave things a little push. Liam gazed at the fire, still burning on his hand, thinking to himself, So, this is the real reason I was brought back to life. The apocalypse is here, and my powers have finally awakened. He lifted his gaze to the towering structure before him. A fiery determination still flickered in his eyes. With a deadly serious gaze, he knew, this time, things would be different. Haviem turned back to Suchi and commanded, Lead the way. She immediately complied. Yes, Warden. As Suchi guided Haviem inside, she began to explain. The Great Hung Prison is divided into 5 levels. With your current spirit power, Warden, the only doors you can enter are the ones you can illuminate. The higher you ascend, the more powerful the imprisoned demons become. Your own power must rise just to perceive them. Since Javiem's spiritual energy was still low, only this first area lit up for him. On the first floor, Javiem's eyes fell upon the great bear, and he was stunned. This was a colossal beast with a necklace of skulls. Its crimson eyes were streaked with vicious intent. Looking at it, a memory surfaced. Isn't this the demonic beast that Song Shi-jun rode in my past life? Spotting Haviem, the great bear's eyes flared. It let out a furious roar that made him flinch. But in the next second, he was utterly baffled. Because in a flash, the great bear's insane, ferocious demeanor vanished, its attitude flipping a complete 180 degrees. Like a gentle cat wagging its tail for its master, it cooed, Oh, hello there. Is this the new warden? So young and talented. We've waited for thousands of years. We're finally graced with your presence. Just say the word, and we'll do anything. Grr. The great bear even puckered its lips, trying to give Haviem a passionate kiss. Its whiny, fawning voice made his skin crawl. Suchi couldn't stand the bear's pathetic bootlicking. She kicked it hard and yelled, You shameless black bear, show some dignity in front of the warden. With that, Suchi transformed into a small fox, vying for Javiem's attention herself. You, get out of the way. It's my turn. I haven't even gotten to lick him yet. From another cell, a different great demon watched with pure contempt. All 1,000-year-old demon kings. Locked up for a while. And now they've become pathetic dogs. This great demon was a massive eagle. Its eyes glowed red with disdain as it thought, What's so special about a warden? He's just relying on that command token. If he wants me to submit, he can strike me with heavenly lightning for 1,000 years. It won't happen. Haviem took in the scene, his mind racing. First Suchi, and now this bear spirit. The beings connected to this prison are all monsters from legend. He then looked over at the great eagle's form and couldn't help but wonder. With that long, sharp beak of his, could he be that great demon? The eagle turned to face him. Its massive body filled the entire cell, its wings spreading wide in a powerful, intimidating display. Unsure, Haviem muttered. Lei Genzi? Hearing this, Suchi didn't hold back her praise. He. As expected of the warden, you recognized him with just a single glance. Haviem had no response to her fawning compliments. Suchi's voice once again echoed through the tower. The demons of this world are divided into ranks: pawn, soldier, knight, general, marshal, king, and saint. The warden is currently on the lowest floor of the demon-suppressing tower. This is where general-class criminals are imprisoned. The higher you climb the tower, the stronger the demons become. It is said that the highest level even holds a saint-class sinner god. I once heard the goddess Nuwa say that god-level beings did exist in this world. They were simply destroyed by time. I hope the warden will strive to grow stronger and soon take command of the entire prison. As Haviem listened to Suchi's explanation, it all clicked. This tower was far more powerful than he could have ever imagined. Looking at the monsters around him, he continued, "If general-class beasts on the bottom floor are already this terrifying, I can't even imagine who's locked up at the top." A defiant smile crept onto his face. "But it doesn't matter who they are. In the future, they will all become my strength. In this new age, I must become relentlessly stronger." Suchi continued to encourage him from the side. "The warden's current spirit power can only get you this far. You must absorb more prison souls to ascend to the higher levels." After returning to the real world, Haviem thought as he walked, prison power and awakened abilities are different. An ability needs to be absorbed from the undead and their crystal cores, but true spirit power can only be harvested by slaying the gods themselves. In just 3 days, the so-called gods will descend. That will be my hunting ground. But first, I need to make preparations. I remember this antique district. In my past life, someone stumbled upon an immortal binding vine here and became one of the most powerful ability users overnight. Haviem navigated the old streets, his mind racing. If my memory serves me right, that treasure should still be here. A flicker ignited in Haviem's right eye. No energy radiating from these antiques could escape the gaze of my netherworld flame. Just then, 2 new figures appeared. One was a man in a sharp suit, Song Tian, patriarch of the Song family, and father of Song Shijun. Beside him stood a man in sea-blue robes, his hair and beard snow-white. This was Elder Huang, a renowned antiques expert. Spotting a familiar figure ahead, Song Tian's eyes narrowed. "Isn't that Haviem? What is he doing here?" He recalled a conversation with his son. "Shijun, the friends you make must bring you some benefit. Do you understand?" Song Shijun had answered with absolute confidence. "Don't worry, father. Haviem is just a sentimental fool, easily manipulated." Elder Huang broke the silence. "Is something wrong, Mr. Song?" Song Tian stroked his chin. "It's nothing, just an old acquaintance." "Elder Huang, let's begin our search. We're counting on your keen eye." Hearing this, a smug smile touched the old man's lips. "Haha, rest assured, Mr. Song. This is the one talent this old man possesses. A shame most of these are merely modern crafts." Song Tian's mind drifted back. After the ancestral rites a few days ago, he'd been plagued by dreams of his ancestors, urging him to seek out ancient relics. It was better to believe it than to dismiss it as nothing. That's why he'd brought Elder Huang today. He had to find something. As they browsed, Elder Huang's eyes suddenly locked onto a peculiar gourd hanging from an old spear. "Humph." A spark of excitement lit his face. "There it is." Elder Huang rushed toward the stall, reaching out for his discovery. But just then, another hand snatched the gourd first. "Shopkeeper, how much for this?" Elder Huang's heart sank. Not good. Seeing a customer, the shop owner put on a fake smile. "This gourd is from the Ming Dynasty," he declared, thinking to himself, "Ha ha, another fool has taken the bait." He held up a single finger. "At least this much. 10,000 yuan. Haviem recoiled in shock at the price. 10,000? Haviem exclaimed. "That's outrageous. Is that all there is to it?" He lifted the gourd, peering inside intently. Then, he shouted, "Hey, shopkeeper, take a look. This thing is cracked. Did you really use this raggedy old rope to hide it?" Haviem pressed on, making the owner break into a cold sweat. "If you ask me, this is just a cheap replica. It's worth 100 yuan, tops." Furious at the lowball offer, the owner snatched the gourd back. "Get lost," he roared. "Don't waste my time with your nonsense." Elder Huang, who had been watching from the side, quickly stepped in. "Shopkeeper, please, allow me a look." He and Song Tian moved closer. The shopkeeper eagerly turned to his new customers. "Gentlemen, please, take your time." Having secured the rope he truly wanted, Haviem smirked and walked away. He glanced down at the simple cord in his hand as his right eye began to glow. Who could ever guess that this unremarkable little rope, the flames in his eye swirled with power, this actually the divine artifact, the immortal binding vine. He tucked the prize into his pocket. "Now, I'll just sit back and watch their little show. He glanced back at Song Tian, hatred from his past life burning in his heart. In his last life, the entire Song family had captured Xia Yan. Not only did they steal her token, they used her blood as a sacrifice. This time, I will show you no mercy. Meanwhile, Elder Huang held the gourd, nodding in approval. This gourd possesses a faint trace of spiritual aura, he declared. It is truly ancient, Song Tian pointed. Shopkeeper, about this gourd. Suddenly, Javiem's voice cut in from behind. Uncle Song, it really is you. I thought you looked familiar. Enjoying the antique market? Song Tian turned, forcing a smile. Well, if it isn't Javiem, I never took you for an antiques enthusiast. He then added, we must speak later. But Javiem intentionally raised his voice, shouting, Uncle Song, your family is so wealthy. Why are you so interested in this particular gourd? Could this gourd be some kind of priceless treasure? His shout immediately drew the attention of everyone nearby. A crowd quickly gathered, whispering amongst themselves. Isn't that the famous Elder Huang? If he's appraising it, it must be the real deal. That gourd must be incredibly valuable, someone shouted. Shopkeeper, your price was 10,000, right? I'll bid 12,000. The shopkeeper's grin widened with every bid. I'll offer 20,000. Song Tian's expression soured as he watched others fight for his prize. I was here first, he snarled. Stop driving up the price. But the crowd just sneered at his pathetic claim. Ha, you didn't make a bid. Highest price wins, came a retort. I bid 50,000. 50,100. After a bitter bidding war, Song Tian finally won the gourd for the sky-high price of 170,000 yuan. Damn it all, he seethed. He glared into the distance, where Javiem stood whistling, an infuriatingly innocent look on his face. He could have gotten it for a mere 10,000. But that brat Javiem's interference had cost him a fortune. Javiem approached with a naive expression. Uncle Song, did you say you were curious about my family's heirloom? Song Tian forced a pleasant smile. Yes. Shi Jun mentioned, you have a family token. Hao Yan laughed loudly. Of course you can. Seeing the command token in his hand, Elder Huang's eyes lit up with greed. What a magnificent treasure. May this old one have a closer look? Hao Yan tucked the token into his shirt, scratching his head. Absolutely not. This is a family heirloom. I can't just show it to anyone, can I? Song Tian lowered his voice, trying to sound friendly. Come on, Xiao Yan. You and Shi Jun are so close. Just let your uncle have a little peek. Hao Yan turned his head. Shi Jun, you say? Never heard of him. If that's all, I'll be on my way. Song Tian hurriedly blocked his path. Hey, hold on. What exactly do we have to do to see it? Hao Yan held up his QR code. Simple. Pay up. A minute costs 10,000. Send me 50,000, and you can look for 5 minutes. Song Tian was completely taken aback. Are you being serious right now? Hao Yan made a show of turning away. No transfer, no token. I'm leaving. Song Tian's expression darkened. Fine. I'll send it. The moment the transfer from Song Tian came through, Hao Yan broke into a wicked grin. See? That wasn't so hard, was it? Leaving the two men to fawn over the token, he gleefully checked his account balance. Seeing the number over 50,000 yuan, his mind immediately went to stockpiling. First water, then food. The great prison had plenty of empty cells. He could just pick any one of them to store his provisions. Just then, Sister Sue's voice echoed in his mind. Warden, any item you place inside will be kept in a state of perfect preservation. That includes living creatures, you know. This one craves some chicken. Hee. Hao Yan was left speechless. A fox spirit liking chicken. It kind of made sense. Hao Yan went on a clicking spree, ordering cases of mineral water, rice, noodles, vegetables, and all kinds of spices. As he shopped, he thought to himself, anyone watching would think I'm starting my own farm. Just then, his phone screen flashed. Insufficient funds. TSK. Money really does vanish in a flash. Hao Yan strolled back over to the duo. So, are you done looking? Your 5 minutes are up. Care to purchase an extension? Song Tian immediately started to negotiate. Xiao Yan. About this command token. Would you be willing to sell it to me? Hao Yan agreed without a moment's hesitation. Sure, why not? His casual answer left both Song Tian and Elder Huang completely stunned. A dangerous glint appeared in Hao Yan's eyes. The price is 10 million. Hearing that, the two men reeled back in shock. 10 million? Hao Yan smoothly plucked the token from Song Tian's grasp, feigning concern. What's the matter, Uncle Song? This token is a 1,000-year-old heirloom. It's a genuine antique. Hao Yan casually tossed the token in the air. 10 million is a bargain, really. But if you're not interested, I've got places to be. Elder Huang leaned in to whisper to Song Tian. Mr. Song, that token is the real deal. Its value is at least 500,000. He's asking for a king's ransom, but we should try to negotiate. In my opinion, we can probably get it for 100,000. Song Tian's eyes followed Hao Yan into the distance. He then turned to the appraiser. Elder Huang, thank you for your trouble today. You may head back now. Understanding the dismissal, Elder Huang didn't linger. Very well. This old one will take his leave. Song Tian immediately pulled out his phone to call his son. Shi Jun, gather some men from the clan. Find Hao Yan and his sister at once. Bring me the token, and bring them to me. His face twisted into a furious scowl. That insolent little brat dares to play games with me. The ancestors sent a vision. Besides the artifact, we must prepare the fresh blood of a maiden for a ritual. I was hesitant before, but Hao Yan, you have just sealed your own fate. As he walked away, Hao Yan glanced over his shoulder, a cunning smirk playing on his lips. Heh, I can feel their killing intent. Are they finally making their move? Excellent. I was afraid they wouldn't have the guts. It's a shame I couldn't milk them for more cash, but that's all right. A debt like this is best collected in installments. Later, Hao Yan met up with his younger sister, Hao Yun. Her face lit up when she saw him. Brother, you're here. Let's go. Hao Yan walked over, taking the huge suitcase from Xiao Yun's hand. He said, pulling it along. Let's go home. Just then, a voice called out. Wait, hold on a second. It was Xiao Yun's homeroom teacher, Bai Shiren, running to catch up. Hao Yun looked at her, puzzled. Miss Bai, what are you doing here? Bai Shiren, still catching her breath, shot back. You have the nerve to ask me that? Xiao Yun, why are you suddenly withdrawing from school? Don't you realize you have a critical exam tomorrow? An exam that could determine your entire future? Hao Yan stepped in to explain for his sister. Miss Bai, I'm the one taking Xiao Yun home. I apologize, but she needs to take a temporary leave from her studies. Bai Shiren eyed him with suspicion. And you are? Her older brother? Without waiting for an answer, she launched into a tirade. Xiao Yun is the top student in my class. I heard that her parents passed away, and that her brother has been raising her ever since. I initially assumed her brother would be a mature, responsible person. I never imagined he would be this reckless. She stepped closer to Hao Yan, lowering her voice. I am Bai Shiren, Xiao Yun's homeroom teacher, and I absolutely do not approve of her taking a leave of absence. She has such a bright future ahead of her. She shouldn't be throwing it away. Hao Yan tried to explain again. It's not that serious. We just need to take care of a family matter. Bai Shiren clenched her fists, her face flushing with anger. What could possibly be that important? Unless the world is exploding, school never stops. The moment the words left her mouth, she seemed to realize how it sounded. Xiao Yun and Hao Yan just stared, completely stunned. Miss Bai looked down, flustered. In any case, a student's duty is to... A smile spread across Hao Yan's face as he gently patted her shoulder. It's okay, Miss Bai. Thank you. You're clearly a very dedicated teacher. So, as a token of my gratitude, let me offer you a piece of advice. His gaze turned deadly serious. When you get back, stockpile everything you can. Food, water, medicine, and weapons. Most importantly, prepare plenty of purification pills. They will help you survive. Haven's words left Shiren Bai completely stunned. Her jaw dropped as she thought. What in the world is he talking about? Stockpiling supplies. He's making it sound like the end of the world is actually coming. Watching Haven and Hannah walk away, she couldn't help but worry. Phew, I hope little Hannah will be okay. Arriving at Haven's home, he tucked the property deed into a nightstand. Hannah asked from the side, Brother, what are you doing? She ventured a guess. Something big is about to happen, isn't it? Hearing this, Haven simply nodded. Yeah, but I will protect you. He placed an amulet around Hannah's neck, giving a stern warning. Wear this. I have to go out for a bit. No matter who comes to the door, don't you open it. Hannah listened to her brother's instructions obediently. Okay, I'll start making dinner then. Just remember to come back soon to eat. Haven affectionately ruffled his sister's hair. He opened the door and stepped out, a plan forming in his mind. With the amulet on, Hannah, I'll be able to sense her condition. The first thing I need to do now is get cash. As an elevator descended to the first floor, Haven stepped out. In the distance, Yalan was shouting into her phone. What? Hannah isn't at school? Then you guys go to Haven's house first. He can run, but he can't hide. Shijun's voice laughed from the other end of the line. Got it. I'll keep him busy. We'll be there right away. Following Shijun's orders, Yalan ran to intercept Haven. She put on a cheerful smile and said, Hey Haven, did you miss me? Shijun wanted to invite you out for a late-night snack. He'll be here soon. Haven shoved her away, not even bothering to give her a single glance. Yeah. Seeing herself get the cold shoulder, Yuan couldn't help but burn with anger. Hey, Haven, what's your problem? But she persisted, running to catch up and cling to him. You don't actually want to break up with me, do you? I know you're just jealous. Look, I came to find you, didn't I? Haven brushed her hand off and said coldly, sorry, but the thought of ever being your boyfriend just makes me sick. His tone grew even colder. Please, stay away from me. Yuan assumed he was just acting tough and snapped. Don't you dare push your luck. Haven couldn't care less. He walked out of the building, tossing a comment over his shoulder. Hey, someone dropped their dignity on the floor. Better pick it up before someone else steps on it. Yalan's face turned green with rage. She pointed at Haven and screamed, Where do you think you're going? Get back here. Haven dangled the red property deed from his hand. To sell the house. Yalan rushed after him, completely shocked. What? Sell the house? Isn't that the only place you have? You once said you'd use it as our marital home. Haven feigned innocence with a sigh. I'm short on cash, so I have to sell it cheap. What? You want to buy it? Yalan frowned, thinking to herself, what the hell is wrong with him? He's suddenly become so cold, and now he wants to sell his house? This house was left to him by his parents. It's in a prime location. It has to be worth at least $3 million on the market. If it weren't for this house, why would I have ever dated him? Yuan walked over with a brilliant smile, running a hand through her hair. So, how much are you selling it for? Seeing that the fish had taken the bait, Haven dropped the line. $1 million. Final price. Yuan was floored. That cheap? Is it possible he's in some kind of trouble and needs to sell the house to pay off a debt? The two walked down the street, one after the other. Haven spoke up. So, do you want to buy it or not? If not, I'm going to an agent. A deal this good. Even I'm tempted to snap it up. Yuan immediately jumped in. I do. It's just, I don't have that much money right now. Can I give you $300,000 first? Yuan tried to negotiate. And then, pay the rest off slowly? But Haven wasn't having it. Who said anything about installments, lady? You think I'm made of money? I need $1 million in cash up front. Not a single penny less. Yuan smirked to herself. Shijun will be here with his guys soon. Haven is a dead man walking anyway. Even if I give him $1 million, he'll just have to spit it back out. The most important thing now is to trick him into finishing the transfer paperwork first. With that thought, she immediately agreed. Fine, $1 million it is. Let's go to the Central Real Estate Exchange office right now. The scene shifts to the Real Estate Exchange Center. Yuan was on the phone with her mother. Mom, don't worry. I'm just buying a house. I'm getting an amazing deal. I'll get the money back. On the other end, Yuan's mother scolded her daughter for being so blind. Tell me, you fell for that poor boy Haven, and now you have to spend your own money to buy his house? That's our family's entire life savings. Yuan's eyes gleamed with a calculating look. Ugh, Mom, just transfer the money first. I'll call you back. As she spoke to her mother, she glanced at Haven up ahead. Soon, he would disappear forever. Haven sat waiting impatiently. Are you done yet? I'm not signing anything until I see the cash. Yuan immediately smiled and said, It's here. I'm transferring it to you now. Her face twisted into a cunning sneer as she thought, I'm just afraid you won't live long enough to spend it. Over on his side, Haven received a notification. Ding! 1 million received. His expression shifted instantly. Watching Yuan ecstatically clutching the deed, he celebrated inwardly. When the apocalypse comes, houses will become completely worthless, and by losing this 1 million, you people will miss your very last chance for survival. After that, with her goal achieved, a triumphant smile spread across Nalan's face. Ha, I'm just so happy right now. Come on, Haviem, let's go back to your place. We have to celebrate this. Haviem smirked, his mind on other things. Yes. We definitely need to celebrate this properly. Back at the apartment complex, the Quan marched into the community, his thugs armed with crude bats. I just asked around. Haviem brought his sister, Ha Van, home this afternoon. He announced with a predatory grin. Before he gets back, let's go upstairs and have a deep and meaningful conversation with his little sister. Inside the apartment, Ha Van was getting ready to cook dinner. She was humming a familiar tune when suddenly, the medallion around her neck began to glow. Outside Haviem's door, the thugs hid themselves while Tong the Quan stood front and center. He knocked gently, his voice soft. Havan, open up. It's your big brother, the Quan. Havan ran from the kitchen, surprised. Brother, the Quan? Peeking through the peephole, she asked, What are you doing here? My brother isn't home. Through the distorted peephole, Tong the Quan put on a fake smile. Oh, I know. His voice turned into a sweet, coaxing tone. He went to buy ingredients for hot pot and told me to come up first. Hurry and open the door. It's really hot out here. Believing him, Havan reached for the doorknob. But then, she suddenly remembered her brother's warning. Don't open the door for anyone. She backed away from the entrance, calling out to the Quan. Brother the Quan, maybe you should just wait for my brother to get back. Tong. The Quan's patience had finally snapped. He slammed his fist against the door. Are you kidding me, Havan? Are you actually suspicious of me? I care about you so much. Now open this door and let's talk this out. Xiao Van remained firm. I'm sorry. Just then, a lackey arrived with a toolbox. He pulled out a thin piece of metal, assuring his boss. Don't worry, brother, the Quan. We've been around the block. Opening a simple lock is child's play for us. The Quan turned back to the door one last time. Havan, that family medallion. Is it on you right now? Havan looked down at the medallion in her hand. Yeah, my brother gave it to me. Hearing this, a wicked smile spread across his face. Perfect. The lock gave way in an instant. The Quan let out a sinister laugh. Well then, that puts my mind at ease. The door burst open, and 4 or 5 thugs stormed in, causing Xiao Van to scream in terror. Ah! One of them grabbed her arm as the others swarmed and restrained her. One held her arms, another covered her mouth. The Quan strolled in, crossing his arms. If you had just opened the door sooner, we could have avoided all this, you stupid girl. He snatched the medallion from her neck, admiring it. So, this is the antique my father wants? Haha, now I have both Ha Van and the medallion. Later, I'll make her brother kneel and beg for my old man's forgiveness. Ha Van struggled against the thug's grip, looking at the Quan with pure disbelief. Brother the Quan. Why? Aren't you my brother's friend? He let out a booming laugh at her words. You want to know why I was so close to your brother? Because he's an idiot who believed every single word I said. I have a lot of dirty secrets I can't let get out. If I'm ever discovered, I need a convenient scapegoat to take the fall for me. Havan was frozen in shock. How? How could this be? The Quan grabbed her chin, forcing her to look up as he snarled. And another thing, if it wasn't for Ha Viem, how would I have ever met Nyalan? Ha. And let me tell you, she feels incredible. Havan thrashed wildly. Let me go. In response, the Quan slapped her hard across the face. The thugs cheered him on. Ha, nice one, brother the Quan. She's a feisty one, isn't she? The Quan cracked his knuckles. Shh, keep your voices down. Xiao Van, if you scream again, I'll have to stuff a sock in your mouth. Then he answered his men. You can check for yourselves if you want. We've got plenty of time. With their boss's permission, the 4 thugs cackled with glee. They stared at Xiao Van like a pack of starving wolves eyeing their prey. Suddenly, a purple light tore across the sky, and a voice echoed from within it. He. My dear ancestors, have you ever heard of the pools of wine and forests of meat? An image appeared, showing the Quan partying with beautiful women at a pool. A gorgeous girl began to massage him, her voice like honey. General, allow this humble servant to attend to you. His face was flushed as if he were drunk. Ha. Paradise. This is paradise. On the shore, women sliced fresh meat, while 2 others brought it right to his lips. My king, your concubines will feed you grilled meat. He pulled the beauties close, reveling in their attention. Beautiful. Am I dreaming? One of the girls whispered. My king, is the grilled meat delicious? He answered with pure satisfaction. Delicious. It's truly delicious. The girl smiled, pleased with his answer. That's good. In an instant, her face twisted into a demonic snarl. Of course, a king eating his own flesh is always the most delicious. Hearing those words, the Quan and his men snapped out of their daze. What is this? Is this blood? In the murky water, one of his subordinates finally noticed the horror. Hearts. Those are hearts. They saw skeletons hanging everywhere and stammered, This isn't a forest of meat. This is hell. The woman in red was revealed to be Suji, now in her true, blood fox form. Her crimson eyes glowed with death as she spoke. Is the king not satisfied with the menu? We have the heart of Bi Gan, and the flesh of Bo Yi, my king. As for the eyes of these loyal subjects, which one would you like to devour first? Meanwhile, back in the real world, the Quan's men were writhing on the ground, screaming in agony, as if they'd been poisoned. The shocking sight left Havan completely frozen. What the hell is happening? The henchmen scrambled in chaos. A ghost. It's a ghost. Where did a ghost come from? It's just some hocus pocus. We've all killed people before. What's there to be afraid of? The Quan reached into his pocket, gripping the strange tablet with suspicion. Damn it. Could it be this freaky tablet? He taunted the object in his hand. If you've got the guts, then come and kill me. You're just a broken-down trinket, useless inside and out. A piece of trash. Damn it. The moment the words left his mouth, a hand pulsing with ghostly power erupted from the tablet. It shot out with demonic speed, lashing across the Quan's face. Before he could even react, as a spray of blood filled, he dropped the tablet, clutching his bleeding face. Arr! The tablet clattered to the ground, rolling a few times before coming to a stop right at Javiem's feet. He casually picked it up. With one hand in his pocket, Javiem tossed the tablet in the air, a smirk playing on his lips. Oh? Quite a scene we have here. His voice made the henchman freeze. Just then, Nyalan's voice echoed from the doorway. The Quan? She rushed to his side, her voice filled with worry. What happened to you? Are you all right? The Quan screamed at his men. It's a demon! That tablet is some kind of treasure. Don't let him get away. Get him! At the same time, Havan shouted a warning to her brother. Be careful. Following the order, the henchmen grabbed their clubs and charged. All four of them rushed toward Javiem. A voice echoed inside Javiem's mind. It was Sutu. Warden, the tablet's soul power is completely drained. It's all that Thunder God's fault for showing off. Otherwise, I could have controlled them for a bit longer. The Great Bear Spirit cried out as well. I didn't even get my turn on stage. Javiem chuckled internally. With a body like yours, the moment you appeared, this entire building would probably collapse, don't you think? Finished with his thoughts, he faced the oncoming thugs. A spark ignited in his right eye. This little mess doesn't require your help. It's the perfect chance for me to test out my new powers. An inferno erupted from his eye, blasting towards the charging men. Engulfed in flames, they shrieked in a mix of pain and disbelief. What is this? What's happening? Put it out. Put out the fire. They desperately stumbled into the bathroom, trying to douse the flames. Their hands were charred completely black. My hand! My hand! The Quan stared in stunned silence at his scorched henchmen. What? What is this? He whipped around to face Javiem. Javiem. Are you using some kind of black magic? Seeing Javiem's silhouette approaching, Nyalan cried out desperately. Don't come any closer, Javiem. The Quan is your brother. Think about the good times you had. Javiem let out a scornful laugh. The good times? You break into my house, kidnap my sister, and steal my property. And you brought this venomous woman, Nyalan, along for the act. It's enough to make me sick. And now you want me to remember the good old days? How can you be so shameless? Nyalan helped the Quan to his feet. He feigned confusion. Javiem, I don't know what you're talking about. This is all just a misunderstanding. Behind his back, his hand gripped a gleaming knife. He pushed Nyalan forward. Nyalan, what are you waiting for? Go talk to him. Aren't you his girlfriend? You two are about to get married. I'm supposed to be the best man at your wedding. Nyalan forced a sweet smile and stepped closer. That's right, Javiem. Don't you want to marry me? I don't even need a dowry anymore. Aren't you happy? After all, even though you have nothing left, I'm still willing to be your wife. She moved in close, her voice a seductive whisper. Can you tell me? How did you get these powers? I'll love you forever. With Nyalan blocking the view, the Quan lunged forward with the knife. Go to hell. A glint appeared in Javiem's eyes. Instantly, a wave of crimson fire erupted, blasting both the Quan and Nyalan, and sending them flying. Standing amidst the flames, his voice was chillingly cold. I used to wonder why I awakened this flame ability. But now, I finally understand. It's because this world is filled with so much filth, just like you, and I think it all needs to be burned away. Meanwhile, at the Tong family's ancestral hall, everyone was gathered in the main chamber. Inside, Tong Thien was praying devoutly. Oh, great ancestors above. Your descendant Tong Thien asks for your blessing upon our family. Before the ancestral tablets, his prayer continued. Grant us favorable seasons and rising fortunes. As if in response, the tablets began to tremble. The spirit of an armored general materialized, his eyes blazing like embers, his hands radiating spiritual energy. His voice boomed through the hall. The aura of antiques, the blood of a maiden. Hearing this, Tong Thien bowed respectfully. Yes, great ancestor, please be patient. Your descendant will prepare the offerings immediately. The voice echoed once more. In 3 days, the apocalypse comes. Prepare quickly. As the apparition vanished, Tong Thien stood in shock. The apocalypse. In 3 days? A jolt of fear ran through him. Could the ancestor's meaning be? He immediately turned and commanded his subordinates. Go now. Purchase a massive supply of food and water. Hurry. If my guess is correct, I fear the end of the world is truly upon us. He then ordered his assistant. Get the Quan here with his men, now. We will begin the sacrifice immediately. Suddenly, The main doors of the ancestral hall were blasted open, startling everyone inside. It was Xia Yan and Shi Jun. He declared loudly, "No need to make things so complicated." He dropped the barely breathing Shi Jun to the floor and announced defiantly, "I've come here myself." Song Tian screamed when he saw his son sprawled on the ground. "Shi Jun!" The old man's face darkened with rage. "You bastard! What did you do to him? And you dare storm the Song family's ancestral hall? What do you think this place is?" He roared at his men. "Kill him for me." In the next instant, nearly a dozen men rushed toward Xia Yan. He calmly closed his eyes, then opened them as flames began to manifest around him. His right eye glowed like a targeting scope, locking onto each approaching enemy with a bead of fire. He whispered an incantation, "Core, heat, rise." Immediately, streams of fire erupted, blasting the men backward. Song Tian watched the scene unfold in utter disbelief. The fallen men writhed in agony as the flames consumed them. "Ah, it hurts!" A flickering flame still dancing in his hand, Xia Yan gave the old man a provocative look. "Uncle Song, greetings." Song Tian could only stammer. You. He pulled out a pistol and aimed it at Xia Yan. "Go to hell." But when he pulled the trigger, the heat inside the gun failed to react. The bullet wouldn't fire. With a snap of his fingers, Xia Yan made the gun in the old man's hand explode instantly. The blast left his hand a mangled mess. The old man cried out in pain. "Ah!" Watching this, Xia Yan just chuckled. "You shouldn't play so carelessly with firearms, should you, Uncle Song?" He glanced at the flame in his hand, thinking to himself, "Even though my ability has only reached its first level of awakening, the power of this netherworld flame is truly terrifying. Right now, I can control about 10 gallons of fire at once, within a 2-meter radius. The effect lasts for about 10 seconds, and it's even more potent if there are flammable materials nearby." The elder Song Tian scrambled back to the altar, screaming to his ancestors, "You damn creature, you evil thing." He began to pray desperately. "Ancestors, our bloodline cannot be broken. Please, grant me your divine presence." In that moment, the spectral general appeared again, descending in a majestic pillar of light. It spoke. "I am the ancient star god of fiery virtue, Huo Dai. Evil creature, kneel." The spirit unleashed a wave of power that slammed into Xia Yan. The immense force damaged his internal energy, causing him to spit up blood. At the same time, the pain in Song Tian's hand vanished. "My hand. It doesn't hurt anymore." The men who had been struck down outside also began to recover. His confidence restored, the old man pointed a triumphant finger at Xia Yan. "Ha ha, the star god has appeared. A righteous deity will purge all evil. Xia Yan, your death is certain." The towering general descended from the Song family altar, radiating the awesome might of a monarch. Xia Yan looked up at the spirit, his mind racing. "I knew it." The Song family never seemed to struggle in this apocalyptic world, so they did have a guardian standing behind them. "I only came here to swipe a few artifacts and get some cash. I never expected to run into a major boss." The magnificent general carried the aura of a true warrior. With every step it took, flames erupted from the ground. The general stomped its foot, and the very floor tiles shattered, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. Even Xia Yan was thrown back by the sheer force of the impact. The general's hand alone was as large as his entire body. The spirit raised one open hand and clenched the other into a fist, preparing to discipline the insolent mortal named Xia Yan. Its footsteps boomed through the ancestral hall, striking terror into the hearts of men. Seeing this, Song Tian sneered. "That brat is definitely dead now." The moment he finished speaking, the old man's expression froze. "Huh?" A smirk played on Xia Yan's lips. "Ah, it seems he summoned the great bear." Its mouth gaped wide with ravenous hunger, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth that sent a chill down the spine. The great bear charged forward from behind Xia Yan, its crimson eyes filled with savage fury. Standing atop the beast, Xia Yan looked down and spoke. "Who did you say was definitely dead?" Let's rewind to the moment Xia Yan was about to be attacked. He recalled a conversation with Su Ji, back in the fiend prison. Su Ji had explained, "Prison master, this star god Huo Dai is a primordial fire spirit. Over the last 1,000 years, it has fed on the worship of this family, accumulating a massive amount of spirit energy. It's just one step away from manifesting a true physical body. If you could capture and absorb it, your soul power and your flame abilities would increase dramatically." Hearing this, Xia Yan had asked, "Do you have a way?" Su Ji said slyly, "The Great Fiend Order lacks the soul power right now. But if you, prison master, are willing to take a gamble, there might be a chance to win." Xia Yan's eyes narrowed. Go on." Standing in the fiend prison, Su Ji laid out her solution. "You can infuse your own soul power into the Great Fiend Order, and summon one of us to help you destroy the god." Xia Yan just chuckled at her words. "Is that all it is?" "Possible. But there's a catch. Soul power comes from the soul itself. If I fail to capture the star god and can't replenish my soul in time, I'll die instantly, won't I? And at that point, wouldn't the one who was summoned be able to escape this prison for good?" Half of Suji's face was shrouded in shadow as she replied coldly. "Ha ha, so, prison master, do you want to take the bet?" Xia Yan held up the talisman and answered calmly, "Why would I need to bet?" He then channeled fire from his right eye directly into the ancient artifact. The act stunned Suji. "What are you doing?" Xia Yan raised the flame-wreathed talisman toward the sky and declared, "If I die, the netherworld flame will erupt and destroy this order along with me. Without this talisman, no one in this world will ever be able to unlock the prison again. None of you will see the light of day again." His gaze was as sharp as a blade. "So, to ensure I make it back alive, you know what needs to be done, right?" With that, Xia Yan began drawing soul power through his card. Roar! A crimson ring formed in the sky. From its center, a golden pillar of light descended. Inside the abyssal prison, the trapped spirits cried out, "That's it! A way out! Let me out! Let me out!" Growl. A soul was being summoned by Xia Yan, summoning the great demon guardian of Mount Luojia, the Black Bear Demon, to aid in this battle. The giant bear, bound within its cage, began to stir. A low growl rumbled deep in its throat. The iron bars of the cage swung open, and the great bear crawled out. Seeing the summoned creature ascend, Suji shouted a warning from below. "Black Bear, don't cause trouble. The warden absolutely cannot die." Back in the present, at the Song family's ancestral hall, the giant bear lunged like a ravenous wolf. Its jaws opened wide to devour the general. The terrified man could only cry out in horror. "Rah!" The massive bear was overcome with a wild frenzy. "I'm finally out." It roared madly in every direction. "This feels incredible. So good." Xia Yan saw the giant bear was starting to lose control. He leaped up and smacked it hard on the head, yelling, "Get to work, now. My soul power won't last forever. Are you trying to kill me?" The giant bear grinned, baring its fangs. It turned to the general. "Understood, Warden. I have always been loyal. You made the right call summoning me." Instantly, it unleashed a lightning-fast barrage of blows against the general. A mere minor deity of the 5 elements dares to block a mountain god? Hand over the fire essence now. Under the bear's relentless assault, the general was about to collapse. He desperately chanted an incantation to summon fire. Seeing his stubborn resistance, the bear grew enraged. It swung a massive fist, striking him square in the face. The old man went flying backward. "How dare you!" Cough. The battered general roared in despair. "My true form has reached its limit. I can't use my full power. I must retreat." Suddenly, a vine shot out, wrapping tightly around the general's neck. Xia Yan held the crimson vine, laughing. Trying to run? It's too late. Heaven-binding vine. The general was ensnared, completely immobilized. He collapsed to the ground, crying out in pain. The giant bear stood over him, looking down as the bound general lay pitifully at its feet. Song Tian couldn't believe his eyes. Impossible. Ancestor Fire Virtue Star Lord. He stared at the vines, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. This is. He suddenly remembered the gourd he bought in the old town a few days ago, gritting his teeth. "It's the vine from the gourd you bought." Xia Yan looked down from above, a smirk on his face. "Luckily for me, Uncle Song was generous enough to only buy the gourd, leaving me to take this heaven-binding vine." Song Tian roared, tears of rage and despair streaming down his face. "Ancestor! My ancestor!" At the same time, the heaven-binding vine tightened its grip. The Fire Virtue Star Lord shrieked in agony. "Arr!" Standing atop the giant bear, Xia Yan watched coldly. Finally, the Star Lord dissolved into a tiny fire essence. Xia Yan calmly picked up the gem. Perched majestically on the bear, he stared down at Song Tian, who was sobbing in the ruined hall. "How about we make a deal?" Glancing at the barely conscious Song Shijun nearby, he continued, "To preserve your Song family's legacy, Uncle Song." Song Tian seethed with murderous rage as he listened to Xia Yan's proposal. "How much are you willing to pay?" The once magnificent ancestral hall was now nothing but ruins. Their subordinates lay scattered and defeated. Song Shijun, cradled in his father's arms, asked, "Father, did you really give him all our family's money?" His face was twisted with anguish. "Then, what will we?" Song Tian comforted his son. "The apocalypse is coming. This money is nothing. Survival is all that matters now." He turned to the others in the courtyard. "Not a word of this gets out. Immediately auction off the properties. Liquidate all assets into cash. Then buy rice and water. Remember my villa on the outskirts of the city? It has a bunker underneath. Fortify it immediately. And one more thing. Call old Huang and have him continue buying ancient artifacts. He fumed with rage. Xia Yan is just one man, transformed by this coming apocalypse. He has awakened special abilities. If our descendants can seize this opportunity, then this apocalypse could actually be a blessing for us. His eyes were bloodshot with hatred. Xia Yan, I will make you wish you were never born. Xia Yan walked into a large pharmacy. A notification popped up on his phone. Your bank account balance is 2,896 million. He thought happily. Ha, if I wasn't so pressed for time, I could have squeezed even more out of the Song family. Oh well. Efficiency is the top priority. He told the pharmacist. Hello, I'd like to buy 1 ton of Shangqing pills. The owner smiled warmly. Yes, sir, I'll get that for you right away. Then, the reality of the request hit her. Wait, how much? 1 ton? Are you sure? Shangqing pills are just a common remedy for fever and detox. Xia Yan's expression was dead serious. Are you selling or not? If you won't sell, I'll go to another store. The owner quickly replied, Sir, of course we'll sell. It's just, that's a very large quantity. We'll have to special order that. It could take 2 days, and I'll warn you, it won't be cheap. His goal was in sight. Haviem agreed instantly. I'll pay a 20% bonus, but I need it by tomorrow night. The shopkeeper assured him it was no problem. Walking down the street, he mentally tallied his acquisitions. He'd already bought up all 10 tons of Shangqing pills in Jade City and placed massive orders for more online. This should be enough. But a flicker of worry crossed his face. Who would have ever guessed that the most critical supply for the coming apocalypse would be such an overlooked medicine? The Shangqing pills. His mind flashed back to his past life. Curled up, racked with pain from the virus infection, he had wanted to die, but his sister, Ha Van, held him, sobbing. Brother, I'm so sorry. I couldn't get any Shangqing pills for you. This medicine was the key to everything. It could accelerate the awakening of special abilities, while suppressing the horrifying transformation into a zombie. If only we'd known sooner, we could have stockpiled more. Don't give up. I'll check the pharmacies further away. Haviem tried to stop her. Don't go, Xiaovan. It's too dangerous out there. But that was the last time he would see her alive. A scream of pure agony tore from his throat. Xiaovan. Their final goodbye had been forever. Gazing at his sister, now sleeping peacefully, he thought, this time, Haviem gently brushed a strand of hair from her face. I will never let something like that happen again. A fire of absolute resolve hardened his gaze. As for the Song family, they knew the apocalypse was coming and were hoarding food. But they had no idea what the truly valuable resource would be in the beginning. It wasn't food, but ability users. To control the supply of Shangqing pills was to control an army of superhumans to command at will. Haviem pulled out the command token. Activating the power in his right eye, the netherworld flame blazed. The token instantly absorbed the fire essence. In the next moment, a lotus flower materialized in a brilliant golden glow. Its reflection flickered within his own eye. The spirit Suji appeared, clapping softly. Congratulations, Warden. Your netherworld flame has been refined and upgraded to the fire lotus seed. It can shatter formations and destroy magic. Even my illusions of a wine pool and meat forest would pose no threat to you now. The flame in his hand morphed into a sword. Suji continued. Your ability has also reached level 2. Your control over the fire's form is now far more precise. The fire sword shifted shapes in his palm. Haviem smirked, satisfied. Excellent. This fire essence is more useful than I ever imagined. The black bear spirit, seeing his sin value drop from 100 to 90, immediately started sucking up to Haviem. Warden, next time you need someone, be sure to summon old black bear. Getting to go outside is the best. Wahaha. Besides, my sin is down to 90. Now I can get an extra piece of meat with my prison meals. Not to be outdone, Daji chimed in. Tsk. So helping the warden reduces our sin value, which leads to better treatment for us. Not to mention, you secretly absorbed quite a bit of spiritual power, didn't you? Such a wonderful job, Warden. This servant wants to be summoned too. Haviem kicked the 2 bickering spirits away. Quiet down, Lei Zenzi sneered with an air of superiority. A couple of lapdogs, blinded by a few measly scraps. Shut your mouths. He then turned a murderous glare on Haviem. Listen here, boy, you'd be wise not to summon me, because I'll just stand by idly, waiting for my chance to escape. Haviem just smiled calmly. Lei Genzi. As my power grows, more prison cells will open. If a beast stronger than you emerges, why would I ever need to summon you? With that parting shot, he walked away feeling refreshed. By then, you might be the one begging me. The token in his hand glowed with fire once more. Haviem glanced up at the blood-red moon. Tomorrow is day 2 of the final countdown to the apocalypse. I have to hurry. With over 20 million left, it should be enough to buy that. The next day, Haviem arrived at a jewelry exhibition. He scanned the room before stopping at a fossil display. Found it. In the apocalypse, you can loot normal resources, but the energy cores needed to level up your abilities can only be harvested by killing zombies. And this stone is teeming with ability crystals, enough to push my power straight from level 2 to level 3. The fire in Javiem's right eye blazed. In his past life, a lucky fool stumbled upon this stone and surpassed everyone else from the very beginning. He gained countless advantages because of it. This time, it belongs to me. At the auction, the host slammed his gavel. The Spring Day Jade set sold for 1.3 million. Congratulations. The organizers then introduced the next item. Now, as you can all see, this next stone holds incredible potential. According to our scanners, we can extract at least 5 million worth of jade from it. The starting bid is 3 million. Do I hear a higher bid? 3.5 million. 3.8. 4 million. A flashy playboy in a gold suit with slicked back hair casually raised his wine glass. 5 million. The room fell silent, just as you'd expect from Brother Hao, going straight for the highest estimate. Ha ha, if Brother Hao wants it, we won't dare compete. We have to show the Yihao group some face, after all. The blonde man's ego swelled. Ha ha, my thanks everyone. The next round of drinks is on me. Model. Suddenly, a voice cut through the room. 6 million. The man known as Brother Hao was completely stunned. Who was that? The woman beside him turned around in shock. Who is he? I've never seen him before. He looks like a student. A man who looked like a secretary rushed over with a practiced smile. Sir, this is a members-only event. You need a black card to participate. This auction is not a place for games. Do you understand? Xia Yan simply flashed his card. Any more problems? Seeing the card, the man's attitude changed instantly. No, no, of course not. He bowed respectfully, inviting Xia Yan inside. His mind raced. That's a $10 million black card. Could he be the young master of some powerful family? The auctioneer on stage announced. This young man has offered 6 million. Is there anyone who will raise the bid? Brother Hao shouted. 7 million. Kid, give Brother Hao some face. It'll make things easier for you in the future. But Xia Yan was unmoved. 10 million. A gasp rippled through the crowd. That price is way more than the stone is actually worth. The woman beside Hao leaned in and whispered to him. Hao, don't get angry with him. He's just trying to show off by overpaying. Let him be the fool. Brother Hao glared at Xia Yan. Kid, what's your name? Xia Yan. Hao shot him a thumbs up. Very good, Xia Yan. I'll remember you. You've got some serious guts. Xia Yan calmly took the stone, staring at it intently in his hand. His eyes burned with intensity. Finally, it's mine. The auction continued as the host moved on. Our next item is the legendary 9 Treasures fan. The crowd below erupted in cheers. Wow, it's exquisite. Just as Xia Yan was about to leave, a scream echoed from behind. What is that? A monster! There's a monster, help! When Xia Yan turned around, he saw a small dragon on the stage, radiating demonic energy as people scrambled for their lives. The dragon had a hostile look on its face, and it was staring right at the gemstone box Xia Yan had just won. He froze, watching it charge directly toward him. In a panic, he realized it was after the stone this whole time. The fan and the stone must have been stored together before the auction. It must have sensed the supernatural power inside the stone. He clutched the box tightly as the truth dawned on him. And with the apocalypse just around the corner, the evil spirit sealed within the fan has been awakened. The world is about to descend into chaos. Strange events are happening more and more often. And this is just the beginning. Brother Hao abandoned his date and ran, completely baffled. What the hell is going on? The dragon zipped past him, knocking the club from his hand. He yelled out to Xia Yan, "Look out!" But the words had barely left his mouth when his eyes widened in absolute shock. Xia Yan was facing the spirit beast head-on, with pure fire. He moved with swift, decisive grace, a spark of flame glowing in his right eye. With a massive boom, the spirit dragon was completely engulfed in fire. It let out an agonizing, heaven-shattering scream. Its body turned into a pinkish light, which then solidified into a fossil. A command talisman began relentlessly absorbing the spirit energy from the fossilized creature. Xia Yan looked at the glowing aura around him. Just a low-level demon. All I got was this little bit of power. From behind, after witnessing that incredible display, Brother Hao dropped to his knees. His eyes were filled with pure admiration. Holy cow. Xia Yan. Xia Yan is a master. I have to make him my teacher. The scene shifts to the bustling street below Xia Yan's building, swarming with delivery workers. Excuse me, coming through. The neighbors saw the fleet of delivery trucks and couldn't help but gossip. Did Xia Yan buy all this stuff? Is he planning on opening a supermarket or something? Xia Yan is such a good person, so gentle and kind. He must be trying to start a business. An unpleasant-looking auntie in a flashy red outfit scoffed at the comment. Ha, young people these days think they know everything. Does he really think starting a business is that easy? Her round face soured, her eyes dripping with judgment. Just you wait. Let's see if his little shop even survives. A girl standing behind her couldn't take it anymore and spoke up. Auntie Zhang, didn't you want to rent this warehouse to open your own supermarket? The woman turned and snapped back. A terrible location like this? Please. I wouldn't even give it a second look. Xia Yan thought to himself. I just spent the last of my money on supplies. Am I missing anything? A delivery worker saw him and hurried over. Mr. Xia, everything has been delivered. Would you like to check the inventory? Xia Yan stepped inside and gave it a quick glance. He replied, No need, thank you. The worker added, There's another truckload coming tomorrow. Your warehouse might not have enough space. Hearing this, Xia Yan nodded. Then I'll go to your main depot to pick it up myself. With that, the two workers said their goodbyes and left. Okay, see you tomorrow. Auntie Zhang overheard this and nearly choked with anger. Another truck tomorrow? Don't tell me Xia Yan actually struck it rich? She was practically fuming. How is this fair? He's an orphan with no parents. Shouldn't he know to respect his elders, like me? And now he's about to open a supermarket? That was clearly the spot I chose. I should be the one getting rich. Her bratty grandson was just as bad. He turned to her and whined, I have to pee, Grandma, I have to pee. He then made a beeline straight for Xia Yan's warehouse, and he started urinating right there on the supplies. Auntie Zhang saw her grandson getting revenge for her and smirked with delight. Suddenly, a sickly sweet voice praised, "Aw, little Xiao Bao is so smart. He knows how to go potty by himself." The woman then turned to Haviem with a smile. Haviem, kids will be kids. You don't mind, right? Haviem's face went dark. He strode forward and snatched the little brat by his collar, making him shriek, "Mommy!" Then, aiming directly for the puddle the kid had just made, Haviem slammed him into it. The boy screamed in agony as Mrs. Zhang stared in shock. She screeched, "Haviem, what do you think you're doing?" The child, lying in his own filth, began to wail loudly. Haviem's voice was pure ice. I mind. With that, he slammed the metal security door shut, leaving the two of them outside. The woman stomped her foot in absolute fury. The grandson beside her began to whine, "I want to play with fireworks! I want to light fireworks!" Mrs. Zhang, who was already furious, suddenly had a wicked idea. She looked back at the boy, then gazed up at the sky and laughed. "Xiao Bao, Grandma will buy you all the fireworks you want. Tonight, we'll put on a real show," she cackled with glee. "And if a few sparks just happen to fly into that warehouse and start a fire, well, that would be a terrible accident. Wouldn't it, Haviem?" But inside the warehouse, Haviem was already inspecting the supplies he just moved. Not bad, he thought to himself. It's all here. Haviem began chanting the demon suppression spell. Instantly, a golden vortex ripped open in the air. From within, Sister Sue appeared, ready to receive his supplies. She couldn't help but gasp in awe. So much. It's incredible. Finally, this old gal can live a little. Haviem's voice echoed from the outside. Find an empty cell and store everything inside it. Sister Sue shot him a flurry of finger hearts. Yes, Warden, you can count on me. Her eyes sparkled, already picturing a future filled with livestock. I'm a pro at getting things organized, she added. With all these live animals, we can section off some land by the tower to create a pen. Plus, the spiritual energy in the tower will infuse the meat, making it taste incredible. We'll have more chicken than we know what to do with. Haviem stepped into the mystical space. As he walked, he spoke grimly. The apocalypse has begun, and there's no telling how long it will last. I'm sending in as many living creatures as I can to preserve a flicker of hope for humanity's future. From his cell, Zhuxiang's voice boomed. Then, you must start cultivating, Warden. In a famine, seeds and soil are everything. With them, life can endure. Haviem gazed at the empty plot of land before the demon suppression tower. He had, Plenty of seeds, but no soil. Javiem knew what he had to do. I get it. I'll be right back. Javiem teleported to the city outskirts, assessing the vast fields. Can the tower even contain all of this? He began the spell, pulling the very earth into his domain. Inside the tower, Sister Sue stared in shock as tons of soil rained down from the sky. Whoa, that's enough. We're out of room, she yelled. Warden, your spiritual power isn't strong enough yet. The space you've opened is too small. We're going to be buried alive. Javiem nodded. All right, he'd gathered at least 10,000 kilograms of soil, but he knew it still wasn't enough. He looked to the sky. After the apocalypse begins, everything, including the very soil, will become corrupted. This pure, untainted earth will be impossible to find after today. Javiem took out his command token and channeled his power. There was no time to waste. A golden aura enveloped him, as a massive pink lotus manifested at his back. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Mrs. Zhang hauled a huge crate of fireworks. A wicked smile spread across her face. Javiem, let's see just how you'll die tonight. Her grandson, Xiao Bao, held up a small mirror. Seeing it, Mrs. Zhang ruffled his hair with a smile. What's this, sweetie? Xiao Bao, where did you get this mirror? Did you sneak it from the store when we bought the fireworks? Huh, you're my grandson, all right. So clever. Already giving your grandma gifts at such a young age. The boy just pointed at the mirror. Person in here. Mrs. Zhang was confused. What person? The child lifted the mirror to her face. There's someone inside. Frowning, Mrs. Zhang peered into the glass. A monster with razor-sharp fangs stared back at her from the reflection. She shrieked, throwing the mirror and scrambling backward. A demon! There's a demon! Get rid of it! But the boy just pushed it toward her again, a grotesque smile on his face. Grandma, don't you love looking at yourself in the mirror? You always said I could do whatever I want, so why won't you look? Just look. Pure terror was etched on Mrs. Zhang's face. No, I don't want to. Suddenly, the monster from the mirror lunged out, its jaws gaping as a demonic laugh echoed through the air. A demonic aura poured from the small boy. Ha ha ha, this is so much fun. Grandma, let's play some more. Shadows consumed his innocent face. The grandmother's eyes turned blood red as her movements became twisted and unnatural. Xiao Bao, come here. Grandma loves you. In an instant, her body warped into a monstrous, octopus-like creature. Writhing tentacles shot out, swallowing her own grandson whole. The end of the world was here. On Sparrow Street, demonic creatures swarmed the skies, and a bone-chilling cold filled the air. At the pier warehouse, a security guard glanced at the darkening sky. Looks like a big storm is rolling in. Suddenly, a sailor screamed. Oh no, something's wrong. The ship's winch hauled up a net full of grotesque fish. Every single one had glowing red eyes and was covered in bloody blisters. The crew gathered around, murmuring in disgust. They're covered in sores. And look at those sharp teeth. You think these are safe to eat? Damn it. It must be that chemical plant dumping waste again. It's mutating everything in the ocean. Inside the warehouse, a young man checked his watch. Time's just about up, he said. Hey, old Wu, he called to the guard. Hand me the inventory sheet. The hand of the man named Wu was shaking uncontrollably. Wu clutched his face, racked by a deep cough. The young man grew concerned. Old Wu? Are you okay? Leaning closer, he asked. Did you catch a cold? Maybe you should take the day off? Before he could finish, the thunder of heavy footsteps echoed toward them. The young man spun around, confused. Striding into the warehouse were 4 men in sharp suits and sunglasses, looking like they were straight out of the mob. Their leader, dressed in a gray suit, spoke first. I hear that Jade City's entire stock of Shangqing pills is stored right here. Mistaking them for clients, the young man replied. Ah, yes, but this shipment has already been purchased by a customer. If you'd like to place an order, I can. The man in the suit cut him off with a single command. Take it all. As the thugs surged forward, the young man panicked. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Wait, stop right there. The leader in gray shoved the young man hard, sending him stumbling backward. He crashed painfully into old Wu. The man in the gray suit approached the cabinet, about to give his men the order, move it. But suddenly, old Wu's hand shot out, clamping down on his ankle. The moment old Wu's fingers dug in, blood sprayed from gray suit's ankle. The shocking attack sent him reeling backward. The virus ravaging old Wu had transformed him into something else. His skin turned a deathly purple, his nails grew into sharp claws, and his eyes glowed a hellish blood red. He violently tossed a table aside, shattering it with monstrous strength, still clutching the man's leg as he let out an inhuman roar. Seeing this, the henchmen readied their clubs. They eyed the transformed old Wu and warned each other, Be careful. Then, all three of them charged forward to rescue their leader. They managed to beat old Wu to the ground. He lay there, his face a bloody mess, the whites of his eyes showing as a low groan escaped his lips. One of the goons rushed to his side. "Leader, are you all right?" The leader's body trembled in agony, his face twisted in pain, his eyes blazing red. Gritting his teeth, he managed to hiss out an order. "Get the medicine first. If anyone else gets in our way, take them out." Before he could finish, a calm voice echoed through the warehouse, startling them. "Take them out? Are you planning on killing someone?" The voice belonged to Xia Yan. He strolled into the warehouse with the confidence of a god. "Everything here is mine, all paid for. Are you planning on robbing me?" His right eye held a captivating, golden glow. He smirked. "The apocalypse hasn't even arrived, and you're already in such a hurry to die?" The leader struggled to his feet, pushing through the pain to speak. "Look, my friend, I'll be straight with you. All the cargo in this port belongs to my boss. Your shipment hasn't left yet, so why not do us a favor to ensure things go smoothly? Name your price. How about it?" But of course, Xia Yan wasn't interested. "Sorry, not for sale." He scanned their faces, his voice turning cold. "I'll give you 1 minute. If you're not gone by then, you'll face the consequences." His gaze then fell on old Wu, who was convulsing on the floor. "So, the zombification has already begun?" Realizing negotiation had failed, the leader wasted no more words and gave the order. "Get him!" One of his men obeyed, lunging forward with a raised fist. But before the punch could connect, Xia Yan vanished without a trace. The baffled thugs looked around in utter confusion. After a moment of searching, they spotted him standing atop a towering stack of cargo containers. They could only stare up in disbelief. "Ah, here we are." Ignoring them, Xia Yan started opening crates filled with various kinds of seafood. "Right," he said, looking down at the leader. "You were just saying that all the cargo in this port belongs to your boss. Does that include all of this?" The leader's face looked strange, taking on a purplish tint as his eyes grew redder. "What do you think you're doing?" he demanded. Xia Yan's eyes narrowed dangerously. "Just following your example. Let's fight." In the next instant, no one knew what truly transpired inside that warehouse. All that could be seen from the outside were blinding flashes of light. And the sound of blood-curdling screams. Later, inside a luxurious high-rise mansion, a sharp voice cut through the air. "What did you just say?" A woman with long, dark hair and the commanding presence of a noble lady sat on the sofa, listening to her subordinate's report. "Not only did you fail to bring back the medicine, but all the other cargo was stolen too?" The leader, his face pale as a sheet, whispered his reply. "That person, he has superpowers. He's not normal. He's a monster." He recalled with a shudder how Xia Yan had single-handedly taken down all 4 of them. "We were terrified. And there was so much cargo. The moment he shut the warehouse doors, he just disappeared. By the time we finally struggled to get the doors open, the inside was completely bare. Absolutely nothing was left." The woman's expression hardened as she listened. "I see. So, what is this person's name?" The leader answered through clenched teeth. "I saw it on the shipping information. His name is Xia Yan." She frowned, lost in thought. "Xia Yan? So he's an ability user as well. And it seems he has a spatial ability. If we get the chance, we could take that power for ourselves." Suddenly, the leader collapsed at her feet. Startled, she asked, "What's wrong with you?" The man had begun to mutate, his face turning a deathly gray. His nails grew long, his eyes turned red, and he started muttering, "It's over." The woman stared down at her subordinate, writhing on the floor. Her voice turned cold as ice. "The toxin has already invaded his brain. At this point, even if we were to use the antidote, it's too late now." She ordered her remaining subordinates, "Take him outside and burn him. And whatever you do, don't let him scratch you. And don't make any contact with his blood." The subordinate bowed his head in obedience. Suddenly, the infected man began to move. His hand twitched. Then he lunged straight for his master. But her expression remained ice-cold, without a hint of panic or surprise. She raised a hand and snapped her fingers. Instantly, the window behind her burst open. Standing amidst the wind, she looked like a goddess controlling nature itself. A swarm of branches shot through the opening like tentacles, each one piercing straight through the man's body. Blood splattered across the floor as the bloodthirsty tendrils tore into his flesh, burrowing into his face and his neck. They ripped into the leader's shoulders, forcing out an agonized scream. His pale, purplish skin only highlighted the misery of a dying man. Deep in the forest, entire canopies began to stir, as if they'd scented delicious prey and were stretching towards it. Reaching the window, they drank their fill of the victim's blood and then retreated one by one, carrying away the last crimson drops on their tips. The tentacles vanished, reverting to lifeless branches. One subordinate, sweating bullets, stammered in absolute terror. "Boss," the woman replied calmly. "This is only the beginning." She crossed her arms and continued giving orders. "Keep searching for medicine. Stockpile weapons. We'll use the warehouse as our base, with our backs to the sea. Set up defenses out front. Gather everyone. And prepare yourselves mentally." She gazed at the dark, stormy sky and said, "The apocalypse is here." The scene shifts to Xia Yan's home, where he hands Xia Yun a box of purification pills. "Take this." He watched his sister take the pill and said gently, "The water and the air are no longer clean. From now on, anything that touches your skin directly or anything you drink can only be mineral water. Take 3 purification pills daily to prevent infection and boost your immunity. If you feel even the slightest chill, you tell me immediately." After he finished, Xia Yun simply replied, "Okay." But then she asked curiously, "Brother, isn't it time you told me? What in the world is going on?" Xia Yan decided it was time to tell her everything. "You're right. You deserve to know. Let's talk on the way. I'm taking you somewhere." As the two siblings walked down the hallway, Xia Yun looked around and spoke up. "This is the first time I've left the apartment since coming back from school. Why does everything feel so eerie?" Xia Yan glanced at a steel door not far away, listening intently for any sound as he replied to his sister. It just means the ghouls and demons are starting to crawl out." After the siblings had walked away, a strange, raspy voice echoed from behind the steel door. "Ha! Finished eating. So hungry." Inside that room was Mrs. Zhang, now fully zombified. Her body was abnormally bloated as she chewed on something, blood spilling from her mouth. In her hand, she clutched a severed arm. She let out a chilling, raspy moan that would make anyone's skin crawl. "All of this should be mine. All mine. It's all mine." She threw her head back, howling. Her mouth was still smeared with rancid blood. She shrieked, "How many times have I told you people? Stay home and stop wandering around. You're disturbing this old lady. Don't you know I'm a light sleeper?" Then, like a beast possessed, she smashed through the door and charged out. She ran, screaming at the top of her lungs, "You're all against me. All of you. Go die. Just die." Her screams echoed through the quiet apartment complex. Meanwhile, Xia Yan was hailing a taxi to take his sister to a special place. Elsewhere, Yalan and her mother arrived at the new apartment complex they had just bought from Xia Yan. Her mother looked at the building doubtfully and asked Yalan, "The security here seems kind of average, doesn't it?" Hearing this, Yalan just laughed out loud. "Ha ha." She pulled down her mask, her face beaming with a brilliant smile. "With a powerful man like Xia Yan here, who cares about security? Soon enough, this will be our permanent home, his and mine." The mother looked around the room, completely satisfied. "It was worth borrowing over 100,000 for you to get that top-tier cosmetic surgery in Korea, and you're even dressing in that androgynous style. As beautiful as you are, you'll definitely capture Xia Yan's heart." Yalan skipped around the apartment, her face flushed with joy. "Of course I will. Xia Yan loves this look on me. If he didn't, he wouldn't have been so obsessed, always chasing after me back then. I don't know why he was so rough this time, but he's become so incredibly strong and capable now." Lost in her own rosy delusion, Yalan said with utter confidence, "As long as I can make Xia Yan kneel at my feet one more time, with his power, won't we be able to do anything we want? He even took down the powerful Jun family. Ha ha ha. That's my boyfriend for you." After checking out the room, Yalan and her mother headed downstairs. Yalan was still chattering away to her mother. "All I have to do is show up in front of him and act a little clingy, and he'll come running right back, won't he?" Just then, her mother spotted Xia Yan preparing to get into a car. The taxi driver seemed curious. Was Xia Yan trying to go somewhere specific? Yalan noticed and immediately hailed another cab. She and her mother jumped in, telling the driver, "Follow that car, quickly. Xia Yan is our golden ticket." The two cars maintained a safe distance. Yalan continued, "I won't let some other vixen snatch him away." Yalan's red car pulled to a stop outside a zoo. Xia Yan and his sister also got out. Nearby, a father and his son were in a heated argument with a staff member. The father pointed at his child, yelling at the employee, "My son's hat was ripped to shreds. He was almost killed. And you're telling me it was just an accident?" The guide was desperately trying to de-escalate the situation. "I'm so sorry, sir. Our animals are usually very docile. I have no idea why they're acting like this today." Meanwhile, Xia Yan and his sister passed through the ticket gate. Xia Yun couldn't help but ask her brother, "Are the animals turning savage because of the apocalypse too?" "After everything you've explained, I think I'm starting to understand a little. She spoke with the confidence of a top student, saying, the apocalypse is coming. People will either turn into flesh-eating monsters or survive, mutate, and awaken incredible powers. And you, because of a coincidence, awakened early. Xia Yan nodded. That's right. He thought about the suffering of his past life. It was better if little Yuan never knew the details, or the sorrow would crush her. Little Yuan asked again. Then why aren't we finding a place to hide? Why come to a zoo? Xia Yan explained. Hiding is only a temporary solution. To truly survive the apocalypse, you need power. He gently patted her head, his voice softening. Even with my strength, I can't be with you every second. In the apocalypse, anything can happen. So, little Yuan, Xia Yan's eyes filled with warmth and affection as he looked at her. You have to become strong too. Hearing this, Xia Yun's face lit up with excitement. I can? Brother, I want to be strong. I don't want to be a burden to you. A fond smile crossed Xia Yan's face at her childlike determination. The two of them then headed deeper into the zoo. Yalan and her mother followed Xia Yan inside, completely baffled. Why on earth would Xia Yan and little Yuan come to a zoo? Yalan's mother urged her daughter on. Honey, go. Hurry up and create a chance encounter to charm him. Yalan quickly pulled out a compact mirror and lipstick. Let me just touch up my lips first. Up ahead, Yalan reapplied her lipstick, completely oblivious to the horror unfolding behind her. The sheep had been infected by the apocalyptic toxin. Their eyes glowed a blood red, razor-sharp fangs jutted from their mouths. Over at the turtle exhibit, a group of turtles was lazily sunbathing in the middle of a pond. Suddenly, Suji's voice appeared. Hee, my lord, there's someone extraordinary here. I can already smell them. Hearing the sudden voice, Xia Yun whipped her head around, curious. Zhu Xiong chimed in with disdain. Old hay, I hate fighting things like this. They stink, they're hard, and they're tougher than I am. Xia Yan led his sister to a densely wooded garden, his face lighting up. He thought to himself, I've found it. Before them sat a colossal turtle. Its shell was a strange shade of green, unlike the others in the pond, and it had several rocks embedded in its back. Upon seeing the turtle, both Suji and Zhu Xiong exclaimed with joy, The 8,000-year-old Turtle King. Xia Yan observed it with a serious expression, thinking, Right. This turtle has lived here since the zoo was built, over 100 years ago. The zoo had even given it a name. Xia Yan glanced at the information plaque. Green turtle, age unknown, name, Little One. Xia Yan was left speechless. Little One? Seriously? He recalled a memory from his past life. This very turtle had become a legend, all because a descending god had tried to cross its territory. The old turtle refused to yield, and even managed to take a bite out of the deity. The god battled the turtle for days on end but couldn't even scratch its shell. As he approached the turtle, Xia Yan thought, when I heard that story, I knew. If I could get it to protect little Yuan, she would be completely safe. Xia Yan walked up to the great turtle, clasped his hands respectfully, and said, Senior Gui. But the massive turtle was arrogant, not even sparing Xia Yan a single glance. Seeing that politeness wasn't working, Xia Yan decided to try a new approach. A spark ignited in his right eye as he whispered, Oh? Xia Yan summoned a lotus of pure flame, his voice laced with a threat. I'm getting a little hungry after that walk. Maybe I'll make a nice turtle soup. Seems you only respond to the hard way. Hearing this, the great turtle's eyes shot open in shock. Then, they narrowed into a sly grin. Heh, why are you humans always in such a hurry? It spoke calmly. In ancient times, one would visit 3 times to make a request. Little brother, not only did you skip the formalities, but you dare to threaten me? Seeing that the turtle was finally talking, Xia Yan pulled Xia Yun forward. The apocalypse has already begun. We really don't have time for such ceremonies. Senior Gui, my name is Xia Yan, and this is my sister, Xia Yun. Hearing the giant turtle speak, Xia Yun covered her mouth in astonishment. Whoa, little one can actually talk. The great turtle blushed at the compliment. Ahem. Well, if it weren't for my gluttony back in the day, I got a stomachache and was found by the kind zoo director who took care of me. Otherwise, I never would have followed her to this place. That little one was an accident, nothing more. It stretched its long neck to the heavens and spoke again. Has it truly been several hundred years? But to a being with a lifespan over 3,000 years, it was merely the blink of an eye. Behind them, Subai and Giant Bear could only stare in absolute awe of the great turtle elder, a 3,000-year-old turtle king, on the verge of evolving into a legendary black tortoise. If they consumed its spirit, their own lives could be extended by 100 years. Ha Wiem finally revealed his true purpose. Senior Turtle, I humbly request your protection for Xiao Yun. Please, state your conditions. The great turtle gazed upwards, where the moon was stained a demonic, bloody red. It spoke. Tonight, all of creation is restless. The blood moon is rising. It then lowered its gaze to the turtles in the pond. When the apocalypse comes, our turtle clan will undoubtedly suffer. Hearing this, Haviem understood. He declared, as for the small turtles in this pond, this junior can bring them into the demon suppression tower, dig a new pond, and raise them without limit. The ancient turtle was stunned. The demon suppression tower. Its gaze fell upon Haviem as it pictured the great, infernal prison standing behind him. Could this man truly be the warden of the demon suppression tower? That great prison, where an ancient celestial being was sealed away? The turtle's mind drifted to the past. The opportunity for a black tortoise to ascend lies in a place of great thunder and calamity. Oh, with that memory, the turtle's attitude changed 180 degrees. So that's how it is. I finally understand. The destiny that brought me here a century ago was to fall into this very place. Suddenly, its voice boomed with thunderous rage. Do you think a mere boy like you can manage that infernal prison? It roared. The apocalypse is terrifying, but if you walk the wrong path, you will become a threat 10 times worse than the doomsday gods. Its body swelled to a colossal size as it stared down at Haviem. If your body cannot withstand the weight of my 3,000 years, why should I bother helping you? And with that, the turtle's massive body began to topple over. Haviem was already in position. Planting his feet firmly, he raised both hands, using every ounce of his strength to catch the falling giant. From above, it looked as if the colossal turtle would instantly crush Haviem into the ground below. Brother! Hayun screamed in terror. Meanwhile, Nyalan and her mother were still searching for Haviem, scanning their surroundings. Let's go. We're heading in now. What was that commotion? Suddenly, her wig was ripped from her head. Nyalan yelped in shock. Ah! An infected sheep had clamped its jaws around her fake hair. She ground her teeth. Damn it all! Nyalan swung her purse at the creature, shouting, You filthy animal, give me back my hair. Before she could finish, her mouth still wide open. Splat! The sheep hacked up a glob of toxic phlegm right in her face. A horde of sheep swarmed them, beginning a disgusting onslaught of spit. Attacked by the sheep's saliva, the mother and daughter duo covered their faces and screamed. What is this? This is as disgusting as camel spit. Yellow slime dripped down their faces and clothes. Nyalan stomped her foot in a rage. Arg, I want to slaughter them all. Her mother grabbed the wig and pushed Nyalan back. Forget these animals for now. Finding Haviem is more important. She quickly slapped the wig back on her daughter's head, still glancing nervously at the sheep. Nyalan shrieked, Hey, hey! It's on backward, it's backward. The disheveled pair scrambled out of the sheep pen and towards the turtle garden. The mother shouted, There's a noise coming from the turtle area. Hurry, Haviem is definitely there. Passing the turtle pond, Nyalan couldn't stand the smell, pinching her nose in disgust. God, it absolutely reeks in here. Her mother suddenly stepped on a turtle egg, and after lifting her foot to see the mess on her shoe, she couldn't help but curse. How revolting. She then scraped her shoe on the shell of a nearby turtle, sneering, This worthless turtle is finally good for something. It can even clean my shoes for me. The two then continued into the woods, oblivious to the fact that the turtle she just defiled was already infected with the poison. Nyalan pointed to the bushes ahead and whispered to her mother, We just need to push past those big leaves, and we'll see Haviem. She fixed her hair and prepared to make her move. She planned to emerge from the brush with a sweet, adorable look, a charming vision that would make Haviem's heart pound. She reached out to part the leaves, but the moment she did, she froze, utterly terrified. Staring back at her was a massive turtle, its eyes glowing with a sinister red light. It didn't make a single sound. It lunged forward, sinking its sharp beak into Nalan's wrist as blood sprayed everywhere. For those who don't know, a turtle's bite is incredibly sharp. Their jaw strength is immense. Once they latch on, the pain is unbearable, and it's nearly impossible to break free. The surprise attack left Nyalan stunned. Her mouth hung open as she stumbled backward, the great turtle biting down even harder. Even through the searing pain, her vanity took over. Don't scream, she thought. Haviem can't see me like this. Seeing her daughter being mauled, the mother's face turned pale with fear, and in the next second, 2 more turtles shot out from nowhere and attacked her. One bit her arm, the other latched onto her leg. She let out an agonizing scream right next to the struggling Yalan. Model was no better, watching with eyes wide in horror. Yalan and her mother screamed in agony from the turtle bites, unable to break free no matter how they struggled. It hurts, let me go. With a splash, Yalan was dragged toward the turtle pond, her pleas echoing desperately. Xia Yan, save me. With one final gulp of air, the turtles pulled her under, her screams silenced by the murky water. What is that stench? This water is foul. The scene shifts back to Xia Yan, who was using every ounce of his strength to hold up the giant turtle. The 3,000-year-old turtle's weight was immense, trying to crush him into the earth, a stalemate where neither would yield an inch. Zhu Xiong's voice echoed in Xia Yan's mind. Prison master, let me out. I'll smash this turtle, and we can feast on its meat. Xia Yan shot back. Quiet. He refocused his spiritual energy, but his arms trembled, his strength nearly spent. His legs began to buckle under the immense pressure as a groan escaped his lips. The great turtle above him laughed with delight. Ha ha, just give up if you can't handle it. All things live and die by fate. In the face of the apocalypse, what can one man possibly do? Suddenly, glowing Sanskrit characters filled the air. The great turtle continued. Surrender the demon-suppressing tower to me, and I will guarantee safety for you and your loved ones for the rest of your lives. Even if the world falls to ruin, it will have nothing to do with you. But Xia Yan ignored the turtle's venomous words, his resolve unwavering. He thought of the great prison of evil, of all the monsters and vengeful spirits locked away inside. Xia Yan grunted. The demon-suppressing tower is a force of immense evil, a burden you could never bear. The Sanskrit characters formed a spell around Su Ti and Zhu Xiong, making their minds hazy. The pain was unbearable. They suddenly wanted to give up on everything. They didn't want to do anything at all. Hearing their despair, though sweat poured down his forehead, Xia Yan asked, "Is that so?" In that moment, an immense power surged through Xia Yan's entire body. He spoke. Old turtle, in your long life, have you ever heard this truth? His arms, once bent under the strain, began to straighten. His power felt like it was surging without limit. He continued, to not advance is to fall back. He forced himself to his feet, standing tall. With a final burst of power, he roared, heaving the massive turtle into the air as his voice boomed. To not live is to die. A violet spiritual aura exploded around him as he let out a triumphant cry. The old turtle was sent flying into the distance. Its ancient face was a mask of pure disbelief. The old turtle couldn't fathom how Xia Yan had managed to lift it. What is this? How did you escape the sacred chant? Xia Yan unleashed the heaven-trapping vines, which shot out and wrapped around the old turtle. Your little tricks are over. The old turtle's eyes widened in shock when it saw the heaven-trapping vines. Seeing Xia Yan subdue the ancient beast, Su Ti and Zhu Xiong were fired up. As expected of a creature just one step from becoming a divine black tortoise, you almost fooled us. Good thing the prison master's will is stronger than any normal human's, Zhu Xiong added. Damn it, prison master, it tried to invade your consciousness and had designs on the tower. Kill it now. Xia Yan stood atop the turtle's shell, pulling the vines tight with one hand while holding a massive flaming sword in the other. He declared, submit or die. The old turtle immediately changed its tune. Ah, wait, don't attack. Hearing it beg, Xia Yan smirked. Can't cut through your shell? Then I'll just keep trying. The heaven-trapping vines tightened around the old turtle's neck, choking it. It coughed violently, struggling to speak. Stop, please, stop. With the vines constricting its throat, the old turtle saw Xia Yan raise his sword and began to cry with big, fat tears. Seriously, I used the ancient Mount Tai technique to help regenerate your bones, and this is how you treat an old man? You're merciless, it cried out to Xia Yun, who was standing nearby. Young lady, please, stop your brother. Tears streamed from the old turtle's eyes. He's bullying an innocent animal, but the flames of power still swirled around Xia Yan. He clenched his fist, feeling the new power. Bone regeneration, huh? My abilities have been greatly enhanced, and my strength has grown immensely. Xia Yun stepped forward and called out, Brother, please, let Grandpa Turtle go. I truly don't think he has any malicious intent. She touched her brother's arm, and the intense heat slowly receded. Seeing this, the old turtle couldn't help but feel impressed. Haha, to remain so level-headed even in a rage. Not bad at all. The old turtle then shrank its massive body down into a cute, palm-sized turtle. It told Xia Yun, Young lady, don't call me Grandpa Turtle. That sounds too distant. And don't call me Little One either. The tiny turtle rested comfortably in Xia Yun's hand. It looked up at her and said, You can sense the presence of malice. Your potential is quite good. From now on, I will protect you. You can rest easy. Hearing this, Xia Yun happily pressed the turtle's belly to her cheek, smiling brightly. Thank you, cutie, the turtle replied. And I'll call you Little Yun. Watching this bizarre interaction, Xia Yan was completely bewildered. One moment, it's a ferocious beast. The next, it's acting adorable. Well then. Zhuxiong watched the scene, tears of regret streaming down his face. Does this mean my turtle soup is gone for good? Xia Yan looked toward the turtle and issued a warning. Regardless of what happens, I still need a guarantee. I can't let little Yuan stay with a monster I don't completely control. His gaze turned cold and serious. You know what you need to do, right? The ancient turtle put on a sickeningly sweet act, a look that didn't fit its age at all. Of course, Warden, it said. I was merely joking just now. Its demeanor turned serious as it continued. The demon-suppressing pagoda is a powerful artifact from the ancient era. It requires a master with immense destiny and power to wield it. The old turtle's soul flew into Hao Yan's command token. How could this old one dare to covet such a thing? I will return to the tower. With that, the turtle's spirit was locked inside its iron cage. It declared, from this day forward, this turtle's soul is imprisoned by you. I am at your command, Warden. Hao Yan leaned in close, his voice a low warning. You will stay by Xiao Yun's side and protect her. If anything unusual happens, you'll face the soul-devouring thunder's backlash. The little turtle obediently replied, yes, Warden. After giving his warning, Hao Yan thought to himself, at last, Xiao Yun will finally be safe. Suddenly, a deafening roar shattered the silence, startling every living creature. The thunderous sound of stampeding beasts echoed through the air, kicking up a blinding cloud of dust. Hao Yan leaped onto a nearby tree branch and looked down. Below him, rhinos, tigers, horses, and foxes were all in a mindless frenzy, stampeding straight toward them. A normal, lucky squirrel was startled and quickly darted from a nearby bush. Surveying the scene, Hao Yan mused, it's rare to see so many animals that haven't been mutated. I'll watch for a moment, then gather them into the tower. He jumped down to the lake shore. Using the power of the command token, Hao Yan pulled all the turtles from the pond into the demon-suppressing pagoda. Seeing his kin brought to safety, the old turtle spirit was grateful. Thank you, my warden. Hao Yan pulled Ha Yun close. Xiao Yun, I'm taking you somewhere safe. Then, using his special ability, he carried her away. As they flew over the lake, he suddenly heard someone calling his name. Hao Yan, Hao Yan. Below, covered in mud, Yalan and her mother were waving frantically from the water. Hao Yan, it's me. Seeing the two of them, Hao Yan was shocked. Yalan's face was smeared with dirt, her dress torn to shreds. She tried to look cute, saying, it's me, Yalan, the girlfriend you love more than anyone. What are you doing here? Hao Yan asked flatly. Yalan started posing dramatically. Hao Yan, don't be angry anymore. I know you're still in love with me. You were just too proud to make up first. After all, I'm this beautiful, right? See, I even came all this way for you. Ever since you left me, you must not have been able to eat or sleep. I am, after all, the perfect woman. Yalan's mother chimed in with flattery. That's right, Hao Yan. Our Yalan has always liked you. Weren't you just saying you wanted to come to our house and propose? It was just me being a loudmouth and saying no at the time. I really, really like you. It's like they say, the more a mother-in-law looks at her son-in-law, the more she likes what she sees. Yalan continued her mother's point. I can forgive your past rudeness. You must be overjoyed, right? Hao Yan had no interest in watching their pathetic act. He held his sister tight and flew away, tossing a single comment over his shoulder. A couple of lunatics. Seeing Hao Yan turn his back on her, Yalan grew frantic. Don't go! Hao Yan, you come back here. Don't you like me anymore? Yalan continued to shriek from the lake. I'm so beautiful. How could you treat me like this? Why? She had no idea that lurking in the bushes all around the lake were monstrous beasts, their bodies twisted by the infection. Suddenly, the guttural snarl of a wolf erupted from the trees. Only then did Yalan sense the danger, her head whipping around in shock. Instantly, a pack of mutated wolves and bears leaped from the shadows, charging straight for Yalan and her mother. The two women were frozen in sheer terror, able to do nothing but scream. What are you doing? Get away! I'm the most beautiful woman alive. I'm supposed to be the main character. All men should kneel before me. Her words were answered by a deafening, earth-shaking roar, and the sound of their own blood-curdling screams. Meanwhile, Hao Yan and his sister made it out of the forest. As he flew, he used his ability to save any lucky animals that had yet to be corrupted by the infection. Approaching a large building, Hao Yan spoke to his sister. We've gathered the other animals. It's time to find a place to rest. They landed at the zoo's management office. Hao Yan peered inside the empty building and sighed. The zoo management office. Looks like everyone already fled. He scanned the surroundings, making a quick assessment. The zoo is in a remote area, with mountains on one side. Besides the wild animals, there shouldn't be anyone else around. This will be a safe place for Xiao Yun for now. The two of them entered the building, and Hao Yan shut the door. He continued his train of thought. The security cameras are a good sign, and there's a dormitory area with living supplies. Ha Yun spoke up. Brother, this place is pretty good. I can stay here for a while. You probably still have things you need to do, right? You should go. I know how to take care of myself. Hao Yan ruffled his sister's hair, his voice full of concern. Will you be scared here all alone? Ha Yan reassured him with a smile. I'm not alone. I have Nini with me, and I have you, always protecting me. I have to become stronger from now on. She pointed to the small creature on her shoulder. I already talked to Nini. It's going to teach me how to cultivate my powers. She looked at her brother with determination. I'll be able to help you soon. Hao Yan gazed at his sister, his heart swelling with pride. That's my sister, all right. Xia Yan called out to the turtle. Hearing his name, the little guy eagerly piped up. Hey, no need to be so formal, master. I know exactly what to do. Then, its eyes flashed, casting a spell that formed a massive barrier around the entire building. Outside, the savage roars of beasts echoed. But within the tower, the turtle shell shield was a fortress of safety. The horde of monsters tried to swarm the office building, but the shimmering barrier held them back, completely impenetrable. Seeing this, Xia Yan felt a sense of relief. For now, they were safe. He watched his brother fly out of the window. Xia Yun called out with worry in his voice. You have to be careful. I'll be waiting for you. Xia Yan turned back with a smile and said, I will. He raced across the hillsides, his eyes filled with grim determination and resilience. The roads below were littered with cars. Humanity was drowning in fire and blood from a chain of traffic accidents, as the entire city was slowly crushed by the apocalypse. The scene was heart-wrenching. A husband desperately tried to pull his wife from a wrecked car, tears streaming down his face. Witnessing these tragedies, Xia Yan couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. He forced himself to keep running under a bleak, gray sky. Lightning flashed, and a blood-red moon cast an ominous glow that terrified all who saw it. He used all his strength to fly back toward the residential area. There's not much time left, he thought. I have to move faster. The city was nothing but a desolate ruin. Cars were burned out husks, apartment buildings were still smoldering and abandoned. A deathly silence hung over everything. In another neighborhood, people screamed and scattered in terror from the inhuman zombies. Help us, monsters, help. Those who weren't fast enough were bitten. Pain, fear, and despair washed over them, but they couldn't even scream, only letting out choked gurgles, and then they lost consciousness. Inside one home, a large family could do nothing but hold each other tightly. They watched in horror as the things outside, which were once people, devolved into beasts. Soon, they would suffer the same tragic fate. On television, news channels ran continuous coverage of the apocalypse. Breaking news. A major traffic incident in the city center has resulted in widespread chaos. Hospitals are seeing a surge of patients with suspected food poisoning. Symptoms include blue-purple skin, blood-red eyes, and a relentless fever. The National Health Committee is actively organizing emergency medical responses. Experts urge everyone to stay indoors due to climate shifts and incoming storms. Citizens are advised to stockpile necessary food and medicine, and to trust in the nation's ability to overcome this crisis together. A girl sitting at home watching the news was starting to feel incredibly drowsy. She listened to the newscaster's words and wondered aloud, what on earth is happening? She opened her phone to browse the web. Why does this feel like the end of the world? Suddenly, she scrolled to something that made her eyes go wide. A video popped up on her screen. The person in it was panicking, shouting, "Zombies! Zombies! I saw a zombie eating someone with my own eyes." She scrolled down to read the comments. "Nice cosplay," one read. The next one said, "It's real. My coworker felt sick today and went to the hospital. He saw someone transform and bite a nurse." A terrifying image appeared on her screen. A massive, dark silhouette obscuring half of the blood moon. The person who posted the photo wrote, "I know people will say this is photoshopped. I swear on my entire family's life. This is the original photo. I'm an astronomy lover and always photograph the moon. I just happened to take this tonight, and I managed to capture this monstrous anomaly. What's even more terrifying is that with each passing hour, I took another picture, and the monster is closer. At this rate, that thing is heading straight for us." The comments below the post exploded. "The apocalypse is here. A monster appeared. What a cliché. Ha ha ha." Someone else wrote, "Actually, I've been feeling sick all day. I think I have a fever. I'm so thirsty, and it's getting high." Could this be a symptom before turning into a zombie? Ha ha ha. Then go take some medicine. Make sure it's the right kind. Xia Yan touched her forehead. Strange. Why do I feel like I'm burning up too? Her fingertips were red and blistering hot. Her whole body suddenly went weak, and she collapsed onto the sofa, her phone still clutched in her hand. She passed out. What? Do I have a cold? She struggled to sit up, reaching for the table to get some medicine. As her hand slowly reached for a box of cold pills, Xia Yan's words flashed in her mind. Remember to use the Supreme Clarity pill. Right. I bought a lot of them back then. Xia Yan gripped the small box tightly, but before she could take any, her body was racked with a painful spasm. She couldn't help but let out a pained gasp. Her vision began to blur, and she could no longer make out the news anchor on the TV. Her body trembled violently as she forced herself to swallow the pills one by one. The moment she did, Xia Yan's strength gave out completely. She collapsed. Meanwhile, Xia Yan stood on the rooftop of a skyscraper, surrounded by the swirling ash of the apocalypse. He checked the time on his phone. 5 o'clock. There was still an hour left. In his past life, at 12 o'clock midnight, a great god descended directly upon Jade City. But before that, starting from 6 in the evening, lesser gods began to appear one after another. He slowly recalled an article he had read in his previous life. If I remember correctly, the first god appeared right here, on top of the Emperor building. The moment that God descended, it unleashed absolute devastation, directly attacking the surrounding buildings. It was then that true panic finally consumed the city. Yuan sat down, his mind racing with possibilities. If I can hunt it and absorb its soul, my power will reach a whole new level. He began to focus, channeling his energy. He summoned his lotus blossom as a brilliant golden light swirled around him. Yuan started to cultivate his lotus ability, fusing the golden light and green aura into a vortex of power. After accumulating enough strength, his eyes snapped open. Yuan's voice was filled with excitement. My ability has reached the peak of level 3, and my red lotus flame has a new mutation. I need to test this out. A system notification appeared. Yuan. Ability and soul power have both reached level 3. Ability: Crimson Lotus Flame, capable of breaking barriers, annihilation, and controlling soul-burning fire. Skill: Diamond Bones, enhances defense against extreme temperatures and pressure, hardening with every battle. He immediately tested the new power in his palm, refined from the energy ore and the ancient turtle's bones. His ability had shot directly to the peak of level 3. He never imagined the turtle's soul could grant such a massive boost to his spiritual power. A second later, he clenched his fist, ready to unleash his full firepower. Just then, the moon swelled to an impossible size, painting the sky in a blood-red hue. A continuous rumble shook the air as a door creaked open behind him. Click, clack! A group of men stormed in. Their leader, Jiangxi, yelled at Yuan. Hey, you! Who gave you permission to come up here? This is a private area of the Emperor building. It's not a place for stray dogs like you to wander into. Seize him immediately. His underlings quickly obeyed. Yes, sir. Luo Qi suddenly spoke up. The elevators are all shut down. How in the world did he get up here? The boss landed a vicious uppercut on his subordinate's jaw, snarling with rage. Damn it, stop making excuses. Everyone's getting lazy. I'm docking your entire salary for this month. Luo Qi clutched his face in pain, submitting completely. I'm sorry. Jiangxi swore under his breath. Pathetic. A coward like you is only good for being a punching bag. Yuan paid them no attention, his gaze fixed on the sky above. It's here. The thugs looked at him, completely bewildered. What is? The sky itself seemed to tear open as a deafening thunderclap echoed through space. Boom! They were still frozen in a state of shock. Crash! What is that? The man rubbed his eyes in disbelief, just as a set of razor-sharp claws ripped through the opening. The ox fiend had officially arrived, letting out a roar that shook the heavens. Its form was a grotesque nightmare. The lower body of a bull, the upper body of a man. The mere sight of it was enough to send chills down your spine. The moment the ox fiend appeared, it began its rampage. Every step it took left a trail of utter destruction, leaving nothing intact. It was a soldier-class ox fiend, with burning red eyes and sharp fangs that could tear through anything. Staring at the monster's massive frame, Jiangxi's courage vanished. He collapsed to the ground, screaming in terror. Ah, monster! Jiangxi fell flat on his back, stammering orders at his men. What are you all standing there for? Protect me, now. Do you want to be fired? Hurry up. I'll give you all a raise. But his words were cut short as his eyes widened in absolute horror. The ox fiend swiped its massive claws. In an instant, Jiangxi's body was torn in two, his life snuffed out without a final word. His underlings watched as their faces turned ghost white, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. After dealing with the loudmouth, it turned to its next meal. The scene descended into total chaos. Run. Run for your lives. Ah, but how could they possibly outrun the ox fiend? It let out a furious roar, its crimson eyes locking onto its targets as it charged forward. The world crumbled around them. The entire tower cracked and swayed with each of the monster's steps, thickening the air with the stench of death. In just a few short moments, it had wiped them all out. The henchman died, screaming in agony. After finishing its massacre, the ox fiend turned to Xia Yan. One man, one beast, facing off. Seeing only one opponent left, it began to play with its food. Moo-ha-ha, so many flies. Let me squash you all into paste. Xia Yan stood there, silent and unmoving. Taking this as weakness, the ox fiend gloated, raising its massive foot to crush the foolishly brave human. It slammed its foot down with its full might, sending stone and debris flying in all directions. But suddenly, the ox fiend's leg trembled. It couldn't feel the sensation of a crushed body beneath its foot. It was baffled. Xia Yan hadn't just dodged the fatal blow. He had brazenly stopped the massive attack with just a single hand. Is this pathetic amount of strength all you have? You thought you could crush me? Xia Yan summoned his blade, his eyes brimming with arrogant confidence. His right eye blazed with a crimson fire as he declared with a smirk, "You'll make for a good warm-up." The ox fiend had never encountered such an audacious human. It was stunned and enraged, grinding its teeth. What? Moo. You can understand me? Xia Yan wasted no more time on words. He brandished his weapon and launched himself forward. He shot upward, soaring until he floated above the mighty ox demon, not a trace of fear on his face. The ox demon stared, stunned by this sight. Then its feet landed firmly back on the ground, as if it had just returned from a casual stroll. A colossal demon versus a single tiny human. The few surviving minions watched in utter disbelief. My God. What is he doing? Is this for real? He's so strong. He might actually kill that thing. Xia arrogant display finally provoked the ox demon. It ground its four massive fangs together in rage. Its horns grew monstrous, stretching to a terrifying 2 meters. It let out an excited roar. I thought this first fight would be a boring warm-up. But this is a pleasant surprise. With that, it unleashed a gale force wind. I will savor the feeling of crushing this human. Pouring power into its arms, it lunged toward Xia. Those massive horns were clearly its ultimate weapon. Be grateful for this honor, you insignificant gnat. In a flash, he effortlessly dodged the demon's first strike. The ox demon's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. Xia smirked mockingly. I took one of your legs, and you're getting excited? You have too many limbs, don't you? Leaping from the ground, he declared, how about I take an arm next? As Xia closed the distance, the ox demon opened its massive jaws, trying to tear him apart with its razor-sharp teeth. But once again, he dodged with ease. Xia simply held up 2 fingers, a clear taunt. The ox demon's eyes blazed with fury. Its rage finally exploded as it let out a deafening roar. Xia gripped his sword with both hands, channeling all his power into it. The spectators held their breath, waiting for the final clash. With a single, blinding slash, he severed the ox demon's arm. Green blood sprayed everywhere as it shrieked in agony. What? What did you do? You bastard? Xia calmly began to sheathe his sword. I suggest you calm down a little. He spun his blade expertly in the air. Or what? You still have 5 legs and 1 arm left, don't you? A fiery aura began to radiate from Xavi's body as he made a chilling declaration. You don't have my permission to die. Until I'm satisfied. The ox demon stared, completely bewildered by his words. Xia plunged his sword straight into the monster's torso. Flames erupted from the blade, threatening to incinerate everything. Green ichor gushed from the wound. The ox demon howled in unbearable pain. Roar! Xia unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, slashing from one side to the other, giving the beast no time to even breathe. The ox demon became nothing more than a training dummy for his blade, its roars turning to cries of despair. You ruined my long-awaited feast. I hadn't even finished off the insects yet. Its cries faded to a whisper as Xia carved its body into pieces. How? How could this happen to me? The battle over, he landed gracefully on the ground. A truly majestic sight. Pieces of the demon were scattered everywhere. A little weaker than I expected. But this is only the first. He then crouched down beside the ox demon's severed head, catching his breath to recover his strength. Whew, the divine monsters that follow will only get stronger. Xia patted its head and began to negotiate. You can either hand over your soul power now and end this quickly, or we can continue this torture. Though weakened, the ox demon refused to surrender. A warrior can be killed, but never humiliated. I will fight you to the very end. Hearing this, Haviem's tone hardened. He instantly summoned a demon-sealing pagoda bound in red chains. From within, the tormented wails of countless trapped souls echoed out, chilling and grotesque. The moment the ox demon saw it, it recoiled in terror. It began to thrash so violently that Haviem, who was leaning on it, was thrown to the ground. Its soul, a stream of green energy, was violently sucked into the demon-sealing pagoda. He couldn't help but let out a curse. Damn it. I fought that thing for ages and it wouldn't break. But one look at the pagoda, and it was scared witless. Haviem's soul power increased by 3%. He looked at the notification with a satisfied smirk. A 5% boost. Not bad. My control over fire is getting better and better. He stood up, scanning his surroundings. It's past 7 o'clock. A few more targets to go. I only know the general direction. I'll have to improvise. The surviving minions stared at Haviem with pure adoration. One of them spoke up. Sir, you're incredible. You actually killed that monster. Sir, we were wrong to disrespect you before, but can we ask you something? What in the world is going on? Before stepping onto the rooftop ledge, he gave them one simple answer. The apocalypse is here. You're on your own now. Stunned by his words, they saw him preparing to leave and cried out, What? Sir, take us with you, please. But he paid them no mind, leaping from the building without a second thought. Utter chaos erupted. They stared at each other, unable to process what they were seeing. What are we supposed to do now? One of them was already infected with the apocalyptic toxin, and he was starting to transform. The others snapped their heads around in shock, but one man just scoffed. This thing could probably be sold for good money. Damn it, this is actually a treasure from that monster. Ha ha ha. He then hoisted his weapon and began swinging it wildly. Ha ha, he screamed like a complete madman. The people around him had no idea what was happening to their friend. What's wrong? Has he lost his mind? It was because the monster's corpse had melted into a pale gray liquid. Everyone frantically warned each other to be careful, but just as they spoke, someone's heel stepped right in it. Seeing his friend covered in grime, another guy suggested they go wash up. But then, a different man began to mutate, his limbs stretching grotesquely. The zombie virus was invading his system. His eyes turned a milky white, filled with a feral madness. The man standing nearest finally realized something was terribly wrong. Before he could even back away, the zombie lunged. The scene instantly descended into pure pandemonium. He's gone crazy. The entire building echoed with their terrified screams. Help us. He's insane. He's a murderer. Soon, the entire city would be engulfed in flames and ruin. A symphony of countless tragic screams rising from the streets. Roar. The scene shifts. At the Song family's villa, inside their underground shelter, Xiao Luo rushes in with an urgent report. Family head. Someone else has a high fever. Song Tian was calmly inspecting an antique with a magnifying glass. Move them to an isolation room. Do I need to teach you that? But the young man replied nervously, but the one with the fever this time is. The next two words shattered his composure. Shijun. In an instant, Song Tian bolted out the door with Xiao Luo. He ignored the deafening chaos around them. Help me! Inside the quarantine room, Song Shijun was writhing in agony. He shouted, Shijun, son, are you all right? Underneath the crude bandages, his son's body was turning purple. His mouth quivered as he muttered, Dad, save me. Song Tian couldn't stand it and immediately yelled at the person next to him. Where's the medicine? The medicine that can cure this disease. You still haven't found it? Xiao Luo answered hesitantly. One of the disciples took 2 Shangqing pills he had on him. His fever has slightly decreased, but he hasn't fully recovered. Before he could finish, Song Tian barked his order. Then what are you waiting for? Bring them to me now. The subordinate could only obey. Yes, family head. After getting the antidote, he quickly tossed it into the room for Shijun. His heart burned with desperation. Son, take the medicine. Sprawled on the floor, his son saw the lifeline and desperately reached for it. With a trembling hand, he put the Shangqing pills into his mouth. Outside, Song Tian watched his son suffering, his own heart aching. After taking the pills, Shijun managed to lean against the wall, panting heavily. I feel much better. Hearing that, his father was overjoyed. It's actually that effective? Go and find more Shangqing pills immediately. But Xiao Luo delivered grim news. We can't find any. The entire Song family supply consists of just this one box. Song Tian refused to believe it, retorting, Why is that all we have? Didn't I tell you all to prepare medicine well in advance? The young man hastily explained. This medicine is only for treating common fevers and colds. There are plenty of other drugs on the market that work as substitutes. On top of that, its price is much higher than the others. Because of that, no one ever paid it any attention before, but Song Tian didn't care. He knew he had to get this medicine at any cost. Then go out and loot some. We have guns, we have ammo. But Xiao Luo dropped an even bigger bombshell. But all the Shangqing pills on the market have already been bought up by one man. A man named Xia Yan. Song Tian muttered the name. Xia Yan. You mean that Xia Yan? Damn it. He's already taken so much money from us. And before that, he bought all the Shangqing pills? Xiao Luo immediately confirmed. Yes, family head, it was him. It's complete chaos outside now. Even our secret underground routes are unusable. Family head, what should we do? He clutched his chest, panting with rage. Humiliating. This is absolutely humiliating. Song Tian felt utterly defeated. That man has special abilities to protect him. How can we possibly fight against him? Is the Song family destined to suffer like this? A moment later, the door to Shijun's room burst open with a loud bang, startling both men outside. Song Tian struggled to get the word out. Shijun? But the figure that emerged was someone else entirely. A powerful, demonic aura radiated from his entire body. Shijun smirked, clenching his fists tightly. Ha ha. This feels incredible. It feels like all the sickness in my body has been purged. He then slammed a punch into the wall beside him. The impact sent stone and dust flying everywhere. I'm so strong now. Staring at the massive hole, Song Tian stammered. Shijun, could it be that you? Shijun let out a wicked laugh, 2 crimson scratch marks stark against his face. Father, I am very, very strong now. Incredible. I even have an ability now? Is this what it feels like to be filled with power? His body suddenly buckled from the surge. Who knew the Shangqing pill was so miraculous? Getting sick and taking this medicine can actually awaken an ability. He quickly regained his composure and turned to his subordinate with renewed excitement. Good. This is perfect. Give it to those showing symptoms first. Then, observe them until their powers manifest. These 3 boxes of medicine should be enough to create 3 new ability users. A wicked smile spread across Duan Songtian's face. He then gathered his men to raid Xia Yan's pharmaceutical warehouse. His hand clenched into a fist, filled with resolve. Once my Song family holds the life and death of these ability users in our hands, how can we fail to become kings? The scene shifts to a residential complex. Shi Ren, after falling asleep for a while, slowly begins to wake up. Ugh, my head hurts. She sat up and grabbed the bag of pills. I can't believe these things actually work. All my symptoms of sickness have completely vanished. Suddenly, her arm seemed to glow. It was as if she could see the pills right through the fabric. Shi Ren rubbed her eyes. Huh? What was that? She looked at the bag again, but everything seemed normal. Was I just seeing things? Suddenly, a frantic pounding echoed from her front door. Shi Ren turned to look as a desperate voice cried out, Sister Bai, it's me. Open the door, quick. Help me. Please help me. Tucking the bag of medicine into her pants, she called out. Honor. What's wrong? The moment she cracked the door open, Honor rushed to explain everything. It's an emergency, Sister Bai. Don't you know? Zombies. There are zombies. Several families on our floor have already turned. They're killing everyone they can find. She pleaded desperately. Anyone attacked by them turns into one too. My floor is all ready. Please, I'm begging you. Save me. Shi Ren was completely stunned by her words. What? Zombies? Just then, the clanking of chains echoed nearby. She thought to herself as the chain rattled. She tried to undo the security latch but couldn't. Why won't this thing open? Next came the grotesque gurgling of a zombie searching for its prey. Ugh. The sound sent a chill down Hannah's spine. Ah. Hearing the clanking sound getting closer, the girl grew even more frantic. Hurry and open the door. Save me, Sister Bai. Behind her, a horde of zombies had already reached the top of the stairwell. The sheer number of them was overwhelming, each one's face a mess of gore. It was a horrifying sight. While Shi Ren tried to calm her, Hunter, don't be scared. Hurry. The girl could only let out a terrified whimper. The horde was now just a few steps away from her. At that exact moment, Shi Ren finally got the door unlocked. It's open. Get in. Quick. Honor didn't hesitate for a second and scrambled inside. Ah, but that's when Shi Ren noticed something was terribly wrong. There, on the girl's back, were the clear, red scratch marks from the undead. A huge patch of her back was stained crimson. Spotting the bloody wound, Shi Ren immediately asked for confirmation. Han'er, you're injured. The terrified girl suddenly broke into a sinister grin. So, you noticed. This sudden twist made Shi Ren stumble back in shock. You just said, Anyone injured by a zombie will turn. But before she could finish, the girl lunged at her. Aha, I won't. Not if I take the Shangqing pill. I can still be saved. Everyone online says so. Haner's face, now horribly contorted and rotting, was right in front of hers. Sister Bai, you have the Shangqing pill, don't you? Trapped with no way out, Xia Yan was paralyzed with fear, unable to even speak. Just then, from behind the door, a grotesque arm reached in, blindly groping for a victim. Even more terrifying, its companions swarmed in right behind it, forcing her to shrink back against the wall. She'd escaped one monster, only to be trapped by another. Beside her, Xiao Han began to tremble. Aha, there's no time left. She decisively slammed the security latch, pushed Xia Yan out, and whispered, "So please, my beautiful, kind sister, do me a favor and buy me some time." With that, Honor slammed the door shut. A zombie snarled, ready to pounce, as Xia Yan desperately pounded on the door. "Honor, what are you doing? Open the door, let me in." But the girl on the other side just casually mumbled, "What am I doing?" Then her voice exploded in a maniacal scream. "Bai Xia Yan, do you have any idea how much I hate you? What right do you have to have a better family than me? What right do you have to be born without a worry in the world, with money to spare to help me? Someone like me from the countryside? Oh, thank you. Thank you for supporting me all these years, for paying for my education, for feeding me, for finding me a job, for treating me like a little sister. But do you have any idea how much I despise you? I just wanted to buy a brand name bag like everyone else, and you scolded me. As if I owe you everything, right? My entire life, I've lived in your shadow. Do you understand?" The zombies, smelling fresh meat, were about to tear her apart. Xia Yan frantically pounded on the door, trying to reason with her. Why? Why would you think that? I was always helping you. Was I wrong to do that? Hearing this, Honor's laughter grew even more unhinged. "Ha ha, of course you helped me. Didn't it make you feel good about yourself? Now die, you bitch." Ha ha ha. After laughing her fill, her face went cold as she savored the screams from outside. Then, she turned and walked away smugly. "Ha ha ha. Being slowly eaten by zombies is getting off way too easy for you. I hope when the zombies are done, they leave a few scraps of you on the ground, so I can have the pleasure of stomping on them. Ha ha ha." But in that moment of wicked delight, the scratch on her back began to burn as the infection took hold. Her whole body trembled. She stared in horror at her own reflection. "This can't be happening. I have to find the Shangqing Dan, now. If I don't, I'll become one of those hideous things." Without a second to lose, Xia tore the room apart, muttering frantically, "The medicine box! Where's the medicine box?" Suddenly, her eyes locked onto a strange, blue case. Huh? This is the Shangqing Dan. Joy hit her like a tidal wave as she cheered. "This is it. I'm saved." Ha ha. But the black veins were already spreading across her hand and face. Xia was desperate. "It's empty. Where's the medicine that was inside? Could it be that witch drank it all?" But she couldn't give up yet. Scrambling to her feet, the receipt said she bought plenty. "That's right. I just have to find it. I am definitely going to survive. I have to." Heh. From the sofa to the shelves and the TV stand, she searched everywhere. However, the infection wasn't waiting. Xia could clearly feel her body beginning to change. She threw things around in a furious rage. Why? Why can't I find any? The mark of death was already creeping into her fingertips. The agony of the mutation forced a scream from her lungs. Ugh. Suddenly, the sound of a phone ringing cut through her panic. She froze in terror, wondering, "That's the special ringtone I set for Bai Xia Yan. How is that possible?" But the shock didn't end there. The screen clearly showed the name. "Bai Xia Yan is calling." Absolute fear was etched onto her whitening eyes. And yet, Xia actually answered. A perfectly clean, unharmed Xia Yan appeared on the screen. Xia was stunned. You're not dead? How can that be?" Then, Xia Yan slowly angled the camera down to the Shangqing Dan in her hand. "Are you looking for this?" Seeing her only hope, Xia wanted to crawl through the phone right then and there. "The Shangqing Dan. Is all the Shangqing Dan with you?" The woman on screen just smiled softly. "Do you want it?" The poison was already spreading too far. She was gasping for breath. Ha. My face doesn't even matter anymore." Xia broke down completely, pleading, "Sister, where are you? Can I come find you? You'll give me the Shangqing Dan, won't you, Sister Bai? I was just foolish for a moment. A zombie bit me, and I was so scared my mind went blank. I didn't know what I was doing. If you're still angry, I'll get on my knees and beg. I really will." Then, she actually prostrated herself on the floor. "If you're still not satisfied, I'll kowtow. I swear I will. You're a good person. Please forgive me." Please. She appeared completely submissive, but inside, she was sneering. Bai Shiren has a soft heart. As long as I beg like this, she'll definitely give in. The moment I take the Shangqing Dan, I'll finish you for good. Shiren's face turned to ice as she spoke. Stop acting. It's nauseating. Little sister. Did you really think I'd fall into your trap a second time? Hearing that, Shiner clenched her fists in rage, spitting out, You! But the other woman just closed her eyes in disappointment. Liu Xiner, I'm so disappointed. I always thought you were just childish and immature, like someone who wasn't raised properly. A bit reckless and impulsive. That's why I always tried to help you. I treated you like my own sister. I never imagined you would give me such a grand gift in return. It turns out, she had somehow escaped the horde and was now sitting in a stairwell, the sound of screams echoing around her. Shiren hid herself in the darkness. She looked into her phone and said, Now that the apocalypse is here, how many more people will be just like you? Beneath a false skin of kindness lies a true nature more terrifying than any flesh-eating monster. Shiner was now collapsed on the ground, whimpering, Sister Bai, save me. Sister, I was wrong. But her pathetic pleas only saddened her more. I am no saint. Go to hell and repent for your sins. With that, she hung up the call. At the same moment, the transformation inside the room was almost complete. Her milky white eyes bulged from their sockets as her skin turned a sickly gray. Drool dripped from her mouth as she whispered her last plea for life. I don't want to. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. A few seconds later, a horrifying roar ripped through the night. A new zombie had been born. Elsewhere, Shiren stood up, holding the Shangqing Dan in one hand and her phone in the other. She lowered her head, lost in thought. Suddenly, a zombie shoved its grotesque face right up to hers. It was only then that Shiren finally noticed its presence. She let out a sharp gasp, and her entire body turned transparent, vanishing from the creature's sight. In the next instant, she shot down the stairs. She completely lost the zombie that was chasing her. As she ran, she thought, when Liu Xiner pushed me out that door, I was sure I was going to die. I never expected this. She remembered that moment vividly. She had screamed out of pure instinct. But after a long moment, when nothing happened, she cautiously peeked open her eyes. In that instant, Shiren gasped in utter shock. What? My body. It turned completely transparent, but she knew this wasn't the time for questions. She had to run. Using every ounce of her strength and courage, she bolted past the horde of zombies. But even she would eventually run out of steam. Shiren gasped for air. Ha. She took a precious second to calm down and process everything. I don't know why my body can turn transparent, making me invisible to the undead, but I can feel the energy inside me draining away rapidly. She pushed herself to keep moving. I can't maintain this state for much longer. Fortunately, the building's front door wasn't locked. This was her chance. I have to get out of here, now. But her body couldn't maintain its invisible state any longer. She sprinted to a sports field near the apartments, finally stopping to gasp for air against a tree. That's when she realized with a jolt, her invisibility had completely faded. The horrifying shrieks of the undead still echoed all around her. She remained on high alert, her eyes darting nervously in every direction. The sounds from her own apartment building were growing louder by the second. Shiren hugged herself, a cold sweat breaking out. What do I do now? Suddenly, a voice called out from the distance. Teacher Bai. The ones calling her were Mr. Chen and Miss Zhang. Overjoyed, she called back and ran towards them. But after being so horribly deceived before, she couldn't help but be wary. Are you okay? Miss Zhang understood her fear and quickly reassured her. Don't worry, none of us are infected. We were just taking a walk in the complex. We saw the messages in the resident group chat and hid here. Hearing this, Shiren was confused, repeating the words, the complex? She immediately pulled out her phone to check the messages. Help, there are zombies in building 20. Somebody save me. Her eyes widened in shock. Mr. Chen seized the chance to explain the grim situation. So many people are trapped in the buildings, and most of them are already dead. We tried calling the police, he continued, his voice strained. But no one is picking up. It's a total disaster. A young man beside them couldn't hold back his anguish, his whole body trembling. I can't reach my parents. They only just arrived a few days ago. Who could have known something like this would happen? Seeing his distress, Ms. Zhang grew even more frantic. What are we going to do? If this keeps up, we're all going to be goners sooner or later. But only Shiren was scanning their surroundings. Has every place been overrun? Without warning, a jolt of fear shot through her. Shiren screamed a desperate warning. Look out, zombies behind you. Sure enough, two ghouls were lunging towards them, eager to sink their teeth into fresh prey. Mr. Chen and Miss Zhang scrambled out of the way just in time, but then they started screaming in human voices. "Let me in. I want to go home. Open the door. Open it now. Security, are you blind? I'm going to file a complaint against you." Mr. Chen reacted instantly, grabbing Miss Zhang's hand and shouting at Mr. Li, "Run!" The zombie was bloodthirsty, but its nasty personality remained, still demanding the door be opened. "I'm the director." It began shaking the gate with monstrous strength. He was so terrified he stumbled backward, his limbs turning to jelly. Xia Yan snapped at him. "Get up, go to the security room, and grab the electric baton." The moment he snapped out of it, the gate crashed down. Luckily, he managed to scramble into the security office just in the nick of time. With no time to spare, he lunged for the baton. But just as Mr. Li grabbed it, the creature was already on top of him. Fueled by the adrenaline of facing death itself, he swung with all his might. He managed to land a direct hit on the zombie's vital spot. Even as it collapsed, its last moments were filled with that same desperate desire. Xia Yan, who witnessed the whole thing, let out a breath of relief. That was way too close. Mr. Li had survived. He immediately gave a thumbs up to the one who helped save him, but the sound of running footsteps was growing louder and closer. The commotion had attracted the attention of every zombie nearby. They began swarming in, led by a massive, muscular brute. Faced with this terrifying spectacle, Xia Yan was instantly paralyzed by fear. Mr. Li's triumphant smile vanished, replaced by a stutter of pure horror. Hiding behind a wall, Mr. Chen and Miss Zhang were overcome with dread. The zombies' hunt had officially begun. Xia Yan and the others scattered, running for their lives. She kept screaming for everyone to keep running, but before they could escape, another horde of zombies flooded out from a different direction. Xia Yan screeched to a halt. All four of them froze, breaking out in a cold sweat. They were completely surrounded. "It's over." Suddenly, the sky itself seemed to crack open, revealing a blood-red rift. What was appearing there? A monstrous spider demon tore through and plunged downward. The moment it landed, the stones of the courtyard shattered under its weight. The very ground shook with every step it took. Its razor-sharp claws swept aside any obstacle in its path. Xia Yan was too stunned to even think about how to react. Like a devil from the depths of hell, it snarled at Xia Yan, ready to devour her. The spider demon began to spin its web. Its webs quickly blanketed the entire apartment complex with a sinister ambition. Screech. "All this prey is mine." Xia Yan found herself ensnared, pinned tightly against a nearby tree. Miss Zhang was no exception. She screamed in terror, "Help me! Let me go!" Seeing their terror only fueled its sadistic glee as it let out a triumphant shriek. Screech. The web it spun grew thicker and more dense by the second. Every corner of the neighborhood fell under its complete control. Xia Yan's mind raced in panic. Is it claiming this as its territory? What in the world is this monster? Why did it fall from the sky? Anxiously, she looked up at the gloomy, fractured heavens. Could it be that there are more of them up there? In this moment of utter desperation, Bai Shiren suddenly remembered Xia Yan and the words he had spoken. She was horrified to realize that the end of the world was truly the end of the world. Could it be that he knew something? Watching the spider demon frantically spinning its web to ensnare its prey, her panic intensified. What am I supposed to do now? Elsewhere, Xia Yan stood atop a utility pole, surveying the entire scene, and at his feet lay thousands upon thousands of zombies, their eyes turned black in death. Unbelievably, even in a situation like this, someone was stubbornly trying to film it all. But Xia Yan paid them no mind, lost in thought as he studied the stone in his hand. "I never expected to run into this. While searching for the second descending deity, it's a variant core. Only high-level zombies have these, and absorbing one can slightly boost my abilities." Without a moment of hesitation, he began to channel the core's energy into his body. After landing, Xia Yan let out a heavy sigh. The zombies. They're evolving too. The fearless young man who was filming ran out shouting, "Boss, you came. Thank you for saving us. What kind of magic was that? It was amazing. I was live streaming the whole thing, from when the zombies showed up to your heroic entrance. The stream already has over 10,000 viewers." But before he could finish bragging, his moneymaker was vaporized with a single flick of Xia Yan's finger. Eru stared in horror at the charred phone in his hand. "What did you do that for?" He wanted to keep yelling but was left speechless. As Xia Yan walked past, the empty shelves told him everything he needed to know. Seems like a lot of people reacted fast. He kicked open the warehouse door, only to find it had been completely picked clean. But then, he spotted an untouched section. The warehouse held a few boxes of canned goods, sodas, instant noodles, and some daily supplies. It wasn't much, but it was a decent haul. Xia Yan immediately used his ability to transport everything in the warehouse back to his tower town. Meanwhile, a ruse group was still waiting for him. When Xia Yan emerged, they rushed after him. "Sir, please, can you help us?" A cold smirk formed in his mind, but his face remained an unreadable mask. Finally, he tossed them some food. "Take care of yourselves." Everyone except Ru was ecstatic. "Thank you, thank you." The four of them immediately tore into the instant noodles to fight off their hunger, letting out sighs of relief. "Phew, I feel alive again. Who in the world was that guy? He was incredible. We were so lucky to run into a good person, otherwise, we'd all be dead." But Ru just had to sneer. "A good person? You've got to be kidding me." The ungrateful brat felt that Xia Yan had personally wronged him. "He took everything for himself, didn't you see? And he just tossed us a few packs of noodles like we're some dogs." One of his friends tried to object, saying, "But he did save us," only to be cut off instantly. "Did we ask him to save us? Besides, if he hadn't destroyed my phone, my live stream would have broken 100,000 viewers." His jealous face twisted into a demonic sneer. "I could have gone completely viral. We were all in that supermarket together. Shouldn't the supplies be divided equally? How long are these few things gonna last us? He basically left us here to die. And then he acts all high and mighty? So what if he's a little stronger than me? What's so special about having powers anyway? I've seen tons of people awaken their abilities online. Why can't I have them too?" The more he spoke, the more worked up he got, standing up to preach. "Ugh, if I had powers, I would be a true hero. I'd share supplies and save everyone. Ha, a guy like him is just way too selfish." His companions were completely swayed by his twisted logic and began to turn on their savior. "You're right, he saved us. But then what? Why help us halfway? Why not give us all the supplies? For all we know, this whole disaster was caused by people with abilities like him. They only care about getting stronger themselves and leave no path for normal people like us to survive. It's completely tyrannical. The least he could do is tell us how to get powers so we can protect ourselves." Only one person in the group still had his senses. "What in the world are you guys talking about? He just saved our lives." But that just made him the next target of a ruse judgment. "Humph, look at you sucking up to him. Defending the guy for a single pack of noodles. You could offer to be his dog, and he probably wouldn't even take you. Are we wrong though? With great power comes great responsibility. He should save us, share the resources with us, teach us his abilities, and protect us. We're the weak ones here, after all. Now that would be true fairness." Suddenly, a voice cut in from behind. "Fairness, that's quite a thought, kid. You're the one who was just live streaming, aren't you?" The person you were filming. Which way did he go?" Aru's face went pale as he slowly turned around. Shijun smiled, his face terrifying, as he emphasized every single word. "Why don't you tell us a little something about him?" A moment later, his subordinates, led by Ying Yan, rushed forward to teach the group a brutal lesson. Aru screamed in pain from the beating. "Stop, don't hit me. I already told you everything. He went to the right. Go after him. Why are you still hitting me?" Shijun held up a noodle packet and chuckled. "Why do you think?" Aru stammered. Because of the noodles? I'll give them to you. You can have them all." But Shijun just sneered, grinding his boot on top of him. "Too bad. You guessed wrong." He offered no explanation, just a vicious grin as he gestured to his men. At this, a real panic set in for Ru. "What are you doing? What are you going to do?" His terror mounted, as Shijun held up a severed zombie head, with a truly sinister smile. "Heh, time for a little experiment." The men instantly grabbed Shu, causing him to stammer in pure terror. A sickening crunch, as the zombie's teeth met his flesh. A cold smile spread across Song Shijun's face as he watched. "Don't be nervous. You're sacrificing yourself for the glorious victory of mankind." Shu's agonizing screams echoed through the area. Zhu watched with glee. "Damn, that thing is strong. It's already eaten his insides." The gruesome, bloody scene was enough to turn anyone's stomach. Both the man and the zombie were drenched in gore. In the next moment, Shijun sliced off the zombie's head. It worked. The blade pierced through and successfully snagged the item. He laughed, satisfied. "Ha ha, just as I thought. A zombie only needs to devour enough humans to condense one of these crystal cores." He clenched his fist, crushing it instantly. A wave of energy washed over him as he absorbed its power. Pure bliss. "Just like the last one I absorbed, my ability has increased. I can feel it. If I can just absorb a few more, I can break through my limits and become even stronger." Xiaoren let out a triumphant laugh. "Haha, young master, We have 4 ability users now. If you get any stronger, won't you be able to string up that Xia Yan and beat him senseless? Zhu Ti chimed in. Plus, we now hold the secret to creating these energy cores. Shi Jun flashed a wicked grin. Heh. Right now, the most important thing is killing Xia Yan and taking his Shangqing pill. There are plenty of level 2 zombies in the city. We'll kill any we run into on our way and take their crystals. As for the others, just kill them all. Without a moment's hesitation, Shou Ren unleashed his power. Yes, sir. The survivors trembled, begging for their lives. No, stay back, help us. But it was as if he couldn't hear them. With a single slash, another body part fell. The remaining few stared, mouths agape. You people are ability users too. He just offered them a demonic smile, as the horrifying realization dawned on the normal humans. In the eyes of an ability user, we're worth less than pigs. The man who had spoken up for Xia Yan froze in place. An ability user. Saved us before. He's gone now. Another survivor began to lash out, shifting the blame. Damn it, if he hadn't left, we wouldn't be dying here. His companion couldn't believe what he was hearing. The man just kept repeating in terror, it's all his fault. It's all his fault. Before he could finish his sentence, Shou Ren's blade sliced him in two. Shi Jun turned away in disgust. So noisy. Let's go. Suddenly, a flash of red light shot past. It slammed directly into a building across from them, causing an explosion. The tower collapsed. Shi Jun and his crew quickly scrambled into their car. Xia Yan was also heading toward the light. Moments later, their blue car peeled out. Go. It was true. Xia Yan was also chasing the red glow. He looked up, startled, and after pinpointing its direction, he quickly descended into a residential area. It's over this way. Xia Yan assessed the situation as he ran for his life. The distance is still about 2,000 meters. At my current speed, I'll be there in no time. As he rounded the corner to an apartment complex, he skidded to a halt. It's in here. Xia Yan's pupils contracted at the horrifying sight before him. A colossal mutant spider loomed in front of him. Its webs blanketed the entire courtyard. With its long proboscis, it had snatched up Uncle Chen. Sister Zhang, trapped in webs on the ground, screamed in terror. Uncle Chen! But all they could do was scream, forced to watch the monster prepare to eat him alive. From the side, Bai Shiren was panicking just as much. Ugh, I can't break free from these webs. What do I do? What am I supposed to do? She suddenly remembered her ability, invisibility. That's right. She immediately tried to summon her power, but tragically, no miracle occurred. It's no use. My energy was completely drained before. I can't do anything now. What now? The spider's stinger was already nearing Sister Zhang. Help me, somebody, help. Shiren desperately racked her brain. Come on, remember. How did you get this power? That's it. The Shangqing pill. She suddenly remembered she had a full box in her pocket. Seeing the spider's sharp legs hoist Sister Zhang into the air, Bai Shiren used every last bit of her strength to reach for the pill. There was no other choice. It was a desperate gamble. Her finger pressed against the pouch, flicking a pill into her mouth. As Sister Zhang was about to fall into the spider's maw, Shiren clenched her teeth. Disappear! Disappear now! And then, something around her began to shift. A blue aura started to glow, growing stronger and stronger. The mutant spider seemed to notice something and flinched. At that moment, Shiren's body seemed to liquefy, melting away into transparency. The monster looked back at the tree where its victim was tied, only to find she had vanished into thin air, leaving it utterly confused. While its attention was diverted, a burst of flame erupted. It was Xia Yan, seizing the opportunity to rescue Sister Zhang from the jaws of death. After setting her down safely, Xia Yan drew his sword. He leaped in front of the Spider Queen, shielding Miss Zhang. Facing the enraged beast before him, Harvey's mind raced, analyzing the situation. The fire seemed to have some effect on it. But seeing its prey snatched away, the creature shrieked in fury, its massive legs clacking together menacingly. Fresh meat is mine, it roared. Then, a razor-sharp leg shot forward with a deafening screech. The deadly point slammed down, piercing straight through the concrete floor. But Harvey's reflexes were faster. He vaulted backward, narrowly dodging the fatal blow. His blade morphed into a massive battle axe, stunning the Spider Queen for a split second. With a deafening crash, he brought the weapon down without a shred of hesitation. But this beast was no easy foe. It instantly shot out a thick web to intercept. The webbing caught his axe mid-swing. Then, Harvey's right eye ignited, glowing with a fiery light. A surge of raw flame power pulsed through him, incinerating the dense web in an instant. Realizing it was in danger, the Spider Queen prepared its final gambit. Scree! "Come to me, my children." Immediately, a chilling, chittering sound echoed from all sides, startling Harvey. It was a true horror scene. As hundreds of smaller spiders began to crawl out from the shadows, they swarmed the street, each one a crimson nightmare with bloodthirsty eyes. Harvey was completely surrounded, with no escape in sight. Meanwhile, not far from the spider-infested streets, Song Shi-jun's armored vehicle plowed recklessly onward. Zombies in the way, they just ran them over. The bloody spectacle was nothing more than a game to them. Like slicing fruit, one of his men cheered as he discovered another energy core. "My luck's not bad today," Song Shi-jun smirked, holding the crystal core. "Just 7 or 8 more of these," he mused, "and I'll reach the next level." The level 2 zombies were already evolving. Suddenly, his scout, Hawkeye, pointed ahead in utter shock. "Young master, look over there." Ahead of them, the road was completely blocked by a thick, white wall of webbing that obscured everything. "This must be the spider's lair," he reported, having noticed something crucial. "There's a hole burned through here. Someone's already inside." "That's definitely Harvey's flame signature," another subordinate asked hesitantly. "Should we go in?" Before anyone could answer, a lackey screamed, "Look out! Above us! Spiders!" He tried to slash the descending creature away, but failed. Just then, his comrade unleashed his signature skill, Hawkeye. The smaller spiders were struck down, their energy absorbed by the attack. Screech! Finally, Song Shi-jun finished the last one with a single, devastating blow. Song Shi-jun grimaced at the disgusting slime covering his hands. How repulsive. He ripped the creature apart, sensing the faint aura of a core within the fluid. But he only found green blood, much to his surprise. Nothing? Then, on instinct, Song Shi-jun licked the green fluid from his hand. The energy is faint, but it's definitely there. If we kill enough of these, absorbing them might be just as good as a zombie core. The monstrous roar of the Spider Queen echoed from above, met by the sounds of Harvey's clashing sword and blazing fire. This made Song Shi-jun's group snap their heads up in shock. They could clearly see 2 figures locked in an earth-shattering battle. Hawkeye was the first to recognize him. "That's Harvey." The subordinate beside him was stunned. Then, "What is that giant spider? It's terrifying." Only Song Shi-jun remained calm, analyzing the fight. It seems the rewards for killing that giant spider will far surpass anything we'd get from zombies. Harvey must have come here for this monster," he mused. Hearing this, his man asked with uncertainty, "Young master, what is our plan?" Song Shi-jun's voice was low and cold. "Let him wear the monster down." A cruel, calculating smile spread across his face. "We'll use this chance to kill the smaller spiders and absorb their power. By the time he and the spider have exhausted each other, our strength will have surged. Then, we'll be the ones to reap the rewards." To the Spider Queen, Harvey was nothing more than an ant. It suddenly spewed a wave of its spawn, trying to overwhelm him completely. But Harvey remained calm, his face set with grim determination as he raised his flame axe. With a mighty swing, fire and steel crashed down. He shattered the monster's defense and charged forward. Crash! The shockwave sent the smaller spiders flying in every direction. Harvey used the momentum to leap high into the air for another strike. He landed firmly back on the ground, then roared his ultimate technique, Flame Scythe. Slash. Even after a direct hit, the Spider Queen still shrieked in agony. "Screech! It hurts! You wretch!" Harvey's face was cold as ice. "You think you can wear me down with your spawn? Let's see if you can birth them faster than I can burn them." He leaped again, soaring several stories into the air, only to come face to face with the very scavengers plotting to steal his prize, Song Shi-jun's crew. He and his lackeys were viciously slaughtering the smaller spiders to absorb their energy. Harvey saw one of the subordinates dice a creature to pieces. Even more horrifying, Song Shi-jun was tearing one apart with his bare hands and devouring it raw. "Haha, this feels incredible. I can feel myself getting stronger." Green ichor flowed from the corners of his mouth, staining his chin. Harvey could only watch the gruesome spectacle. Model. Hey, no wonder. So he became an ability user too? In his past life, Shan Tong's only gift was cooking. He stole my grand prison order to become the prison lord, praised by everyone. It seems he's powered up in this life too. Blade Hand was just as bloodthirsty as his master. "Young master, with one punch, you could now crush a small spider. That's equivalent to 100 pounds of force. With us helping, Xia is as good as dead." Hearing this, Shan Tong laughed wildly. "Haha, let's go. We'll continue the hunt. When Xia is on the brink of death, I'll grind my heel into his face." He stared at the spiderlings, his expression a twisted mix of fascination and worship. "Honestly, the energy from this monster is small, but it's enough to drive a man insane. Is this the feeling of becoming powerful?" Suddenly, Xia descended from above. His voice dripped with contempt. Truly disgusting. I can't believe you people would eat spiders. Your tastes are even worse than the zombies. Hearing this, he looked up, stunned. Xia, how are you? Bladehand, startled, turned to Shan Tong. He made it over here. Then what about that monster? Before he could finish, the Spider Queen arrived at their doorstep. Xia casually pointed. Are you looking for her? He left the Spider Queen with her swarm of children, a brilliant smile on his face as he flew off. If you love eating spiders so much, then have some more. It's just that. It looks like Mommy Spider isn't too happy about it. You all should try your best to apologize. Shan Tong's group stood frozen as the spider's massive leg closed in. The Spider Queen was furious, having lost so many of her children and so much power. She growled, staring down at the 3 tiny humans beneath her. In her eyes, they were even more repulsive than Xia. The Spider Queen's rage exploded. She wanted to tear them to pieces. Shan Tong, snapping out of his shock, cursed, "Damn it!" The spiderlings attacked like moths to a flame, driving him mad. "Get lost!" From his perch high above, Xia smirked at the chaos below. "You're excellent at attracting hatred. Truly worthy of someone with such a naturally punchable face." Fending off spiderlings, Shan Tong roared with conviction. "Xia, just you wait. I'm an ability user now. I'm going to kill you." Xia smiled, completely unfazed by the threat. Very good. Very good. Oh, that's right. There was something I wanted to tell you." But before he could finish, the Spider Queen scented him and let out a piercing shriek as she lunged. Seeing this, Xia leaped forward and drew his staff, beginning round 2 with the beast. "I'll take care of her first. You guys just try to hang on. We'll talk later, okay?" Shan Tong watched Xia fly off, trembling with absolute fury. He gritted his teeth. How dare he look down on me? Just then, Eagle Eye gave a grim report. "Young master, I'm almost out of ammo. Why don't we retreat for now?" But hearing this just made Shan Tong's face darken. His voice turned ice cold. "We can't retreat. We have to kill Xia." "Kill Xia?" Bladehand was stunned, turning his head in confusion. "Young master." Seeing the madness in his eyes, Bladehand's voice trailed off. What's wrong with you?" Shan Tong's entire body suddenly swelled, growing uncontrollably larger, until his shirt began to tear from the unnatural expansion. His hand snatched a nearby spider. And then, Shan Tong brought it to his mouth, taking a large, savory, and nourishing bite. After eating, he let out a gleeful laugh, his face still smeared with disgusting, pungent green blood. "Ha ha ha, I'm stronger again. I've gotten even stronger." Even Eagle Eye was bewildered, calling out to him, "Young master." Shan Tong cut him off without a second thought. "Enough nonsense. Keep killing these spiderlings. So many of them. They are all my food. I can become more powerful. I want to crush Xia under my foot." And when another spider flew at him, he reveled in his ability to destroy the target precisely without even looking. "See that? This is my power. It's growing without end, and you dare talk about retreating? Getting in the way of me becoming stronger. You know what the consequences are, don't you?" With that, he turned away, cackling. Behind him, Eagle Eye could only obey. "We will hunt more spiders for you, my lord. We will definitely kill Xia." Elsewhere, the battle between Xia and the Spider Queen was reaching a fever pitch. He shook his aching fist and spoke. "I didn't expect its shell to be this hard." Its milky white eyes stared intently at Xia. Screech. He let out a cold laugh. "Oh?" The Spider Queen began to spray her webs, blankets of white silk covering the entire area where she stood. Using the web as a trampoline, she launched herself higher than Xia's position. The cunning beast spat out a mass of silk, trying to engulf him completely. However, he remained calm, analyzing the situation and looking for an escape. But before he could devise a plan, a web suddenly dropped down on him. The Spider Queen didn't stop there, continuing to spray silk and spin her cocoon. In the end, Xia was bound tightly like a silkworm. After successfully capturing him, the beast became disturbingly human-like in its excitement. Now, let me enjoy this delicious meal." Trapped inside the silk prison, Xia showed not a single trace of fear. Instead, he arrogantly taunted the spider spirit. "You really have a death wish, don't you? Daring to get this close to me." The creature shrieked, grinding its fangs in fury. Xia Yan summoned his inferno with a single command. "Burn!" The flames erupted, instantly catching its nearby companion in the blaze. Screech, no. But the fiery explosion blossomed into a mesmerizing flower of destruction. Perched on a high pillar, Xia Yan looked down as the spider spirit burned in agony, its screams echoing as it was consumed. Unable to escape, he materialized from the curtains of fire like a deity, declaring, "Heaven has no place for you, and I won't grant you a path to hell either." The spider spirit burned to black ash and scattered in the wind, leaving behind only a small card that piqued Xia Yan's curiosity. Strange. Is this soul power? Suddenly, the shadow of a smaller spider appeared behind him, chirping with excitement. Screech, the trap is sprung. At that moment, a voice rang out with a warning. Watch your back. Xia Yan didn't even turn around. He simply shot one hand back and grabbed the spider's head, causing it to let out a terrified, high-pitched shriek. Impossible! How can you be this strong? Screech. I must report this. Before it could finish, Xia Yan increased the pressure in his grip. In the end, it was crushed so completely, it burst into nothing but a grotesque splash of liquid. With an air of absolute dominance, Xia Yan crushed the creature without even a glance. And in that moment, he felt his flames evolve to the next level. Soul Power, Tier 4, 5%. Special Ability, Tier 4, 5%. He was pleased. Very good. My ability has finally broken through to the 4th tier. Suddenly, the entire demonic prison began to twist and shake, surrounded by a dense, demonic aura that put him on edge. Wait, a Bagua circle suddenly appeared, glowing with large characters. Insight to observe the flames. The demonic energy escaping it grew even more potent. Xia Yan started to feel a strange discomfort. Ugh, it's getting hot. Abruptly, his vision expanded, granting him a god's eye view of the entire scene. His pupils dilated with sudden realization. This is the center of the flame. And that point of heat is me. Through his ability-enhanced eye, he saw more than his own fire. He could also see 3 faint, flickering blue flames in the distance. He closed his eyes, focusing. Are those the fallen beasts over there? It seemed his new power was the ability to directly observe the heat signatures of powerful abilities within his vicinity. Using this, he could pinpoint the location of powerful beasts and experts. His right eye then returned to its familiar golden color. So this is the meaning of insight to observe the flames, a truly practical skill. Suddenly, a young woman materialized from an invisible state with a cry of alarm. Xia Yan glanced over. Her face was a bit familiar, and he vaguely recalled that she was Xiao Yun's teacher. He was about to greet her, wondering if her ability was invisibility, when a violent explosion of energy erupted from the top of the building. It immediately captured his attention. A cascade of blood rained down like a polluted waterfall at the feet of Shijun. He had descended into complete madness, utterly consumed with feasting on the smaller spiders. Ha ha ha. After absorbing enough of them, Song Shijun's body began to mutate, growing even larger. Die. All of you. Just die. Come on. Come on. If this were a cultivation story, he would be a classic case of demonic corruption. I've become stronger. So this is the taste of a Tier 2 ability? This power. It's overflowing with energy. At this moment, Song Shijun was lost in the pure ecstasy of becoming more powerful. So that's how it is. This type of ability has 9 tiers. This is truly a heaven-sent power. He was already becoming lost in his own arrogance. After I reach the 9th tier, I will become a god. Just you wait and see. This is only the beginning of my path to godhood. The now clear view gave him a direct line of sight to Xia Yan. In an instant, he tore through the air, rushing straight for him. Xia Yan, he roared like a madman. You've never been my equal in anything, and this time is no different. I'm Tier 2 now. What do you have to fight me with? Song Shijun took a massive stride forward, swinging his fist at Xia Yan. A twisted, ecstatic grin spread across his face. Get on your knees and lick my boots. But his laughter was cut short by a fist smashing directly into his face. Song Shijun's entire body was launched back 3 meters as he coughed up a huge amount of fresh blood. A single punch was enough to send him tumbling, leaving him dizzy and staggering. His face was a mangled, pathetic sight. Ahem. Cough. Cough. Xia Yan calmly walked closer, but Song Shijun stubbornly refused to believe what had just happened. Impossible! I'm Tier 2! How could you possibly hit me? Xia Yan just gave him a smug, infuriating smirk. Then why don't you guess what tier I'm at? And I don't mind telling you. I never money. If it wasn't for all the money your family gave me, I never would have advanced so quickly. You really are a good brother to me. Lying on the ground, Shijun screamed in outrage. Impossible. It can't be. That's right. I can still get stronger. Song Shijun began frantically devouring the spider creatures again, chanting to himself, I can still get stronger. I have to kill you. Chomp. Chomp. Watching this scene only brought Xia Yan a deep sense of satisfaction. After letting him eat for a while, Xia Yan finally spoke slowly. Jun, you've always been a cautious person. But this time, you've been far too reckless. Jun snapped his head around and growled. What did you say? Xia Yan spoke calmly. The old you, even if you knew a zombie monster's crystal could enhance your abilities, would have found a test subject first to see if there were any side effects. I never thought you'd be so careless. To think you'd shove that disgusting thing into your own mouth. All for a chance to kill me. I'm almost impressed. Even on the brink of collapse, his arrogant mouth kept running. Side effects? What kind of nonsense are you spouting now? You're just trying to stop me from getting stronger. I won't be silenced. As if his words had no power lying down, he staggered to his feet to prove his point. I am on the path to godhood. I'm one of the awakened, the chosen one. I am destined to become all-powerful. Hao Yan simply smiled. The path to godhood, you say? Perhaps you should take a closer look at your surroundings. At those words, Jun suddenly realized he was standing in a bizarre, otherworldly space. What is this? He stared in awe at the massive tree from his visions, completely stunned. So beautiful. This is the true path of a god. The path to ultimate power. That's right, Hao Yan. You're just afraid of me getting stronger, so you're spewing nonsense to mess with my mind. After witnessing that magnificent illusion, Jun's belief in his own delusions became unshakable. Hao Yan, it's over for you. I've become even stronger now. With a manic laugh, Jun threw a wild punch forward. Ha ha ha. But just as he got within a meter of Hao Yan, strange tendrils suddenly wrapped around his ankle, stopping him dead in his tracks. He looked down in absolute terror, only to see hundreds of red-eyed ghouls staring back, their mouths gaping wide, filled with nightmarish fangs. They were piled on top of each other, forming a mountain of pure resentment, their shrill voices chanting hypnotically. Heh heh, come down to us, join us, let us all become one. Dark energy snaked up his leg, crawling over his body as he let out a terrified scream. Ah, somebody help me. But before the words could even fully escape his lips, Jun's body began to mutate. His muscles swelled grotesquely, and his eyes filled with agony, turning completely bloodshot. What is this? Ah. Looking down from above, Hao Yan rubbed his chin and smirked. It's zombie demonification. You've killed so many of them. Don't you recognize the signs? He couldn't believe it, muttering desperately. But why? I'm one of the awakened. How could this happen to me? As Jun writhed on the ground in agony, Hao Yan calmly stepped to the side to get a better view. You absorbed far too much corrupt energy from zombies and other creatures. Your body simply couldn't process it. Makes perfect sense, doesn't it? In my past life, plenty of awakened who got too greedy ended up turning into zombies. But that doesn't mean there isn't a cure. Those words were like a ray of light in the darkness. He threw away all his pride and begged, "Save me, please. What is the cure?" Hao Yan leaned in close, whispering directly into his ear, slowly enunciating each word. The cure is the Shangqing pill. Those 3 words completely shattered his fleeting hope. Hao Yan then straightened up, crossing his arms and speaking again. If you had absorbed power and leveled up gradually, you could have suppressed the core's evil nature, but you got too greedy, and your body couldn't digest it all. The Shangqing pill purges corruption and clears the mind. Looking at your symptoms, taking 1 or 2 pills might be enough to suppress the transformation. Afterwards, you could have slowly refined your power, solved this crisis, and continued leveling up. That path to godhood you mentioned wouldn't have been just a dream. The more Jun heard, the stronger his will to survive became. Tears streamed down his cheeks as he pleaded. Please, he kowtowed again and again, clinging to this last straw of salvation. Hao Yan, I was wrong. It was all my fault. Please, save me. I'll be your slave. I'll do anything for you. I swear it. I swear. But his enemy simply crossed his arms, a warm, almost affectionate smile on his face. Oh, Jun, the things you say. What is our relationship? After all, we're best friends, aren't we? Hearing this confirmation sent a wave of relief through Jun, like he was floating on cloud 9, and in the very next second, a brutal kick straight to his face sent him crashing back down into the depths of hell. The sudden attack sent blood flying from Jun's mouth. His ears were ringing, but he could still hear what came next. An expression of pure exhilaration spread across Hao Yan's face. You know, you really should have just died sooner. Right now, you're less than a buzzing fly. I could have forgiven you for offending me, but you dared to try and lay a hand on my sister. I already forgave you once before, but instead of being grateful, you just kept digging your own grave. Hao Yan ignored the man, sprawled on the ground, and turned his back with a cold expression. At this point, not even the gods could save you. Whether it was an incredible will to live or just sheer stupidity, Shijun lunged forward and grabbed Hao Yan's leg. The Shangqing pill. A small blue box suddenly appeared in Hao Yan's hand. You mean this? Like an addict reaching for a fix, Shijun desperately clawed at the air. Ah! Ah! Hao Yan smirked. One box? How could that possibly be enough? Shijun's eyes widened in utter disbelief. Hao Yan's playful demeanor vanished, his voice turning deadly serious. You'd need at least a ton of these pills. If your family could get their hands on this many Shangqing pills, all of your awakened could level up without any pain or risk. Just imagine how powerful your family would become. The very thought is intoxicating, isn't it? Shijun could only groan like a beast in pain. Ah! Hao Yan continued to twist the knife. If you were still my best friend, knowing my personality, I would have given you all of this without a second thought. What a shame. Isn't it, Shijun? With that, Hao Yan turned and walked away. This is the end you chose. His zombie transformation was nearly complete. He let out a deranged, inhuman scream. The last threads of his sanity snapped, leaving only one primal urge, to drag his enemy down with him. But before he could even get close, a sharpened iron spike burst through his throat from behind. Xia Yan himself was stunned by this sudden turn of events. The attacker was Shi Ren, who pushed the weapon deeper to make sure the job was done. A moment later, as if all her courage had vanished, she staggered on her feet. Xia Yan looked at her with a hint of admiration. This girl's got guts. Shi Ren finally spoke. I'm sorry. I heard everything you two said. You used to be friends. The situation reminded her of her own past with Xiaoxin, and a shadow of sadness crossed her eyes. I figured you wouldn't want to be the one to kill him. So I took matters into my own hands. Shi Ren's entire body trembled, completely drained of strength. You told me to buy that purifying pill earlier. Thank you so much for that. She gripped the iron rod, then ripped it mercilessly from Shijun's body. With all her might, Shi Ren slammed the rod against Shijun's head. I read online that killing stronger zombies can drop a crystal core. She brought the weapon down again and asked, It's inside the brain, right? Just as she finished her sentence, something shot out. Shi Ren bent down and saw a shimmering purple crystal on the ground. She gasped with joy. I found it. She then picked it up and offered it to Xia Yan, who was momentarily startled. Huh. Song Shijun was a level 2 ability user, so turning into a zombie really does create a crystal core. He casually refused her offer. It belongs to you. Hearing this, Shi Ren didn't hesitate. Thank you. She held the crystal core tightly in her hand and tried to channel its power. So, you absorb it like this? A shimmering life force enveloped her body, and she could feel a distinct change happening within her. Her depleted energy was fully restored, and even grew significantly stronger. The scene that had just unfolded served as a powerful reminder. I need to be careful of my own limits. Otherwise, I could end up just like him. A monster. After observing the entire process, Xia Yan remarked with interest, Your ability is quite unique. At first glance, it looks like invisibility. But it's actually complete disappearance. Use it well, and your chances of survival in this apocalypse are very high. Keep fighting. Shi Ren thought for a moment before speaking. You're Xiao Yun's older brother. Your name is Xia Yan, right? I want to make a deal with you. The proposal caught him off guard. A deal? She laid out her reasoning with a serious expression. That giant spider. You're here to kill it, aren't you? They both glanced towards the sky, where the sinister creature's presence loomed. If I'm not mistaken, as time goes on, more and more monsters like that are going to appear, and you need to hunt them down to increase your own power. Xia Yan was surprised she could deduce so much from such a small detail. She's incredibly observant. Shi Ren got to her main point. But at the end of the day, you're only one person. You can't possibly kill every single one of those monsters. She pointed to herself with conviction. But I can help you. Her words left him stunned. You? Help me kill monsters? She seemed to mistake his shock for disbelief. Shi Ren quickly tried to persuade him. I can gather information, find resources, even act as a decoy, and most importantly, hunt monsters. Just give me a chance, and I'll prove my worth to you. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Xia Yan asked cautiously, What do you want out of this? Shi Ren answered immediately, I want to get stronger, and I want to survive. She was so nervous she began twisting the hem of her shirt. If you think I'll be a bother, I can. Xia Yan couldn't bring himself to refuse, especially since she clearly had potential. In that case, go to Changhua Hospital and eliminate the monsters that have taken over. And bring the spoils back to me. Can you handle that test? An opportunity had presented itself, and she had to seize it. She turned decisively. Deal. I'm heading out now. Xia Yan didn't stop her, but offered a friendly piece of advice. I should warn you, those monsters are just as strong as this spider. Determination flashed in her eyes as she tightened her grip on her weapon. If I can't even kill them, how long can I really expect to survive in this apocalypse? I'll find a way. With that, she left, leaving Xia Yan to watch the fiercely determined girl walk away. He thought to himself, she's actually got some real spirit. At the same time, he summoned a stream of blue light. Go. The light shot towards Xia Yan, merging with her without causing any harm. Its only purpose was to help him keep an eye on his potential new teammate. Now, everything is within my control. If she really pulls this off, I wouldn't mind having another companion. Xia Yan then broke into a mischievous smile. No time to waste. First, I need to put out these two fires. Elsewhere, the sound of things being smashed and broken echoed through a room. Song Tian was in agony after hearing of his son's death, his breathing and tears spiraling out of control. Shi Jun, my son. He collapsed to his knees, trembling. His subordinates rushed to speak. That Xia Yan is just too powerful. The young master was unstable from consuming too many monsters. That's how Xia Yan tricked him and found him. An opening, my lord. We've heard that Haviem has a sister, and my men have found her. At these words, a vicious glint ignited in Tong Tian's tear-filled eyes. His voice, raspy with grief, turned sharp. What did you just say? Then he roared. Then what are you waiting for? Haviem murdered my son. I'll kill his sister. And I'm sure she's carrying a good supply of those clarity pills. He stormed outside, his men scrambling behind him. Everyone, move out. We capture the girl, and we take the pills. A unified roar of, yes, sir, echoed from the men. A convoy of vehicles tore onto the main street, no matter how powerful Haviem might be. His sister is just an ordinary girl. He's all the way across the city. It's not like he can be in two places at once. The howl of engines mixed with Tong Tian's furious screams. Meanwhile, Havan sat alone, quietly watching the emergency broadcast. Terrorist attacks are being reported in multiple sectors. The announcer's monotone voice felt heavy, suffocating the air in the room. The infection is spreading rapidly. All citizens are urged to shelter in place and await rescue. The color drained from her face as the grim reality set in. According to experts, this infectious agent is linked to the recent discharge of nuclear wastewater. While the situation grows increasingly dire, the government is attempting to maintain order. Citizens may use clarity pills to alleviate symptoms. The city's police force has been completely overwhelmed. National Command has deployed an emergency protocol, dispatching special operatives. The reporter was mid-sentence when a zombie lunged for her on screen. Ah! What are you doing? The screen cut to static, leaving only a bone-chilling hiss. Havan looked out the window. The sky was stained, a tragic, bloody red. A thick fog of despair clouded her mind. Lightning spiderwebbed across the heavens. Black and red clouds churned together, deepening the sense of dread. The downpour intensified, as if the sky itself was trying to wash the stench of blood from the streets below. Havan curled up in a corner by the window, watching the relentless storm. She worried in silence. Brother, please be okay. A voice spoke from beside her. Don't worry. With the warden's power now, very few can actually harm him. I'm more worried about you, little Van. Have you decided which power you want to learn? As the spirit spoke, 3 glowing talismans materialized in the air. This old ghost possesses 3 ancient charms, each one containing a legendary divine art. Hearing this, Havan's resolve hardened. All right, let's talk about these powers. She hugged a pillow, lost in thought. After a long moment of contemplation, she finally looked up. I've made my decision. Her hand reached out towards the talisman on the far right, a determined choice for the best path forward for them both. This one will be the most help to my brother. Brilliant, golden characters erupted from the charm. The spirit, Nan, assessed her choice with a smile. The heart of a true healer. Little Van, you really are a kind soul. All right then, let us begin. Instantly, Havan felt a powerful energy surge through her body. The spirit began to channel the ability into her. Ancient scriptures and forgotten knowledge flooded her mind, granting her a sudden sense of clarity. Nan continued to instruct her. Protect your core, calm your mind, and focus your spirit. But accepting such power for the first time was overwhelming her body. Ahem, the spirit floated beside her, offering guidance. This knowledge will unlock as you grow stronger. Remember, don't be greedy. Absorb it slowly and steadily. She nodded in understanding. I get it, Nan. The process seemed to stir forgotten memories within the spirit. It spoke, lost in reminiscence. This Mei Chi Huang talisman came from a legendary being. Before he departed, He told me to leave it for someone with a destined connection. Havan sat within a glowing Bagua circle, absorbing the technique, while Nan floated beside her, channeling its energy. Because of that, I've never learned this art myself. I wonder how much little Van can absorb in her first attempt. But as she trained, Nan suddenly sensed a disturbance. There were people outside the building. Tong Tian's men had arrived. Tong Tian began barking orders. Shou Ren, Ying Yan, Kuang Lei. You three provide cover. The rest of his men, clad in armor and armed with guns, stood ready. Tong, family disciples, you will lead the frontal assault. His subordinates roared their assent. But Ying Yan scoffed. My lord, with our numbers and 3 awakened ones, capturing one little girl should be child's play. Tong Tian's face darkened, pure hatred burning in his eyes. Ha Wiem, I will tear you to 1,000 pieces and offer them to my son's ghost. The moment he screamed, his men charged forward, weapons raised. One of them, full of arrogance, rushed ahead to smash down the door. A door like this is nothing. But he was instantly thrown back several meters, screaming in agony. Ah, my shoulder. His comrades watched with disdain. 2 more men stepped forward. Move it. What are you worthless grunts waiting for? Hearing the order, the others snapped to attention. Yes, sir. Right away. We'll open it immediately. One of them stepped up to take command. The door won't budge, then smash the windows. With that, they started hammering the glass with the butts of their rifles. But no matter how hard they struck, the glass refused to break. They couldn't understand what was happening. What the hell? Could this be reinforced glass? The others couldn't help but let out a stream of curses. Reinforced glass? Are you kidding me? Damn it, this is just some small building in a zoo, not the presidential palace. But another one shot back. It's no use. Let's just use explosives. The master is losing his patience. Wasting no time, they started pulling out the hardware to blow the door sky high. Check this out. This is special grade explosives, the kind that can blast open a bank vault. This is some serious overkill. They packed the explosives around the base of the building. One of them hesitated. Won't this just collapse the entire structure? What about the girl inside? Won't she be killed? Another replied with a cold sneer. Ha! She had the nerve to cross the Song family. This is what she gets. With the charges set, they pulled back to a safe distance. Then, one of them held up the detonator. 3, 2, 1. Fire. But, incredibly, the building remained completely unscathed, leaving the soldiers staring in disbelief. What the? Seeing their target still standing tall before them, it was as if their entire understanding of the world was shattering. Not even a scratch? Looking closer, they could see a faint, green barrier shimmering around it. They cried out in alarm. What in the world is that? Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder. A man's voice answered calmly. That's an ability. Behind him, 3 figures sneered as they unleashed their own powers. Raging Thunder stepped forward, his voice dripping with arrogance. I knew it. What took you grunts so long to figure this out? In the end, you have to leave it to the professionals. His command was sharp and clear. Now. The 3 ability users began to focus their power together. At last, a razor-sharp shuriken shattered the barrier. It then sliced through the door that was as strong as steel just moments before. With the barrier down, they swaggered into the building. Heh. Trying to scare us with cheap tricks, Raging Thunder kicked the door open with a defiant boot. Let's see what kind of master is hiding in here. Crackling lightning began to form in his hand. He roared a challenge. Before my lightning bolts, every monster will be forced to reveal its true form. The 2 ability users outside exchanged smirks. Well, this should be fun. Raging Thunder's pissed off now. That kid's always had a short fuse, but ever since his ability awakened, he's been the strongest one on our team. Whatever Xia Yan set up to protect his little sister, I doubt there'll even be a corpse left to find. A moment later, a blinding storm of lightning erupted from within. Seeing this, Shuriken Hand let out a cold grunt. Looks like Raging Thunder got the job done. They stared at the doorway before them, which was now shrouded in silent darkness, but it didn't look like a place that had just been cleansed. Something felt wrong. The 2 ability users outside also realized something was off. This isn't right. Growing anxious, they decided to head inside and check. Before entering, they gave one last order. Guard the master with your lives. The men immediately complied. Yes, sir. Shuriken Hand then activated his ability, glancing at his partner who was already prepared. Let's go take a look. Raging Thunder's attack must have shorted out the power. They scanned the dark interior. It's pitch black in here. Eagle Eye immediately activated his infrared thermal vision to scan the area. He looked up towards a heat source and smirked. I see you. Up on the 2nd floor. The moment he locked onto the target, he drew his bow and took aim. At this range, there's no escape. Huh? Suddenly, a tiny creature appeared out of nowhere and landed right on his nose, interrupting him mid-sentence. Eagle Eye's face twisted in annoyance. Where the hell did this little pest come from? He furiously swatted it away. Humph. What a joke. Ruining my kill shot. After flicking the tiny turtle away, he looked back up to the second floor. But his target was gone. Humph. Where did she go? The turtle, now on the floor, spoke up indignantly. I am a turtle, not a pest. Hearing it speak, both men jumped in surprise. A talking turtle? Who could possibly remain calm after being so misidentified? I'll have you young men know, this old master is not to be confused with some common pond turtle. A moment later, it began to channel its power and levitate. The air suddenly filled with the thick, salty scent of the ocean. A torrent of water surged like a tidal wave, violently flushing the unwelcome intruders out of the building. The men outside were caught in the chaos, screaming in panic. What's going on? Ah! Suddenly, the two ability users froze, staring in utter shock at the scene before them. The turtle was arrogantly using Raging Thunder's body as a surfboard. It spoke again, its tone placid. This old master is a peaceful and refined soul, who wishes no harm upon others. But it seemed the fools weren't listening. All they could do was roar one command. Kill that damn turtle. Now. At the command, the soldiers unleashed a hail of bullets on the tiny creature. And yet, the turtle remained perfectly calm, watching the storm of lead fly toward it. A green aura flared to life, freezing everything in its vicinity. As if protected by an impenetrable shield, every bullet stopped in midair as it slowly finished its sentence. Very well, Nam's voice boomed. Except for the one who insulted this master. Your own bullets will now turn against you. Chaos erupted as ricocheting rounds struck the soldiers. Blade deflected the shots, cursing under his breath. Damn it! He surged toward Nam. He roared, open a path for me. But as he drew near, a shimmering shield materialized, blocking his charge. Hawk saw the signal. Answering his partner's call, he loosed an arrow. And incredibly, this time the attack found its mark. Blade moved in a flash. He leaped aside, clearing the way for the arrow to shatter the shield. Nam recoiled, its face twisting in a grimace of pain. Seeing this, the two men broke into triumphant grins. It's working, let's press the attack. But the blow only served to awaken its true fury. It grew still, a cold aura emanating, like a deadly wave from its body. A colossal shadow fell over them, and the soldiers' faces began to drain of color. They turned deathly pale. Nam's body swelled to an immense size, its voice booming like thunder. Why must you insects insist on this? The countless shell fragments shielding the building suddenly broke apart. Then, with an eerie sense of order, they began to move. They converged on Nam. Hawk and Blade could only stare, dumbfounded by the overwhelming spectacle before them. They gasped in awe. So many. The shells formed a massive plate above its head, shining with a golden light that lit up the entire sky. In the next moment, they fused into a single, perfect shell upon its back. Its true power had finally been unleashed. It announced its arrival with a deafening roar. With the cry, its body grew even larger, and tidal waves began to pour from it, surging higher and higher, sending the soldiers into a panic. It extended a stern invitation. Please, do stay, and be my guests. Everyone snapped out of their stupor, screaming warnings to each other. Run! Run for your lives! But Nam had no intention of letting these creatures escape. It raised one of its colossal legs, poised to crush them all. A violent torrent of water erupted from the ground. The soldiers were submerged instantly, drowning, their screams for help swallowed by the flood. Great One, have mercy, spare our lives! But their pleas fell on deaf ears. There would be no miracles today. The water rose above their heads as they struggled for one last gasp of air. Soon, blood began to stain the churning abyss. Countless lives were extinguished in an instant. The creature stood tall, its voice echoing with authority. This one does not hold a grudge. Its leg, as thick as a temple pillar, slammed down beside Hawk. Its voice was slow and deliberate. Therefore, the matter of you two, calling this one a country bumpkin. The memory alone made Hawk tremble in fear. It closed its eyes, feigning generosity. This one doesn't. Trouble itself with such petty insults. It took another step closer, each word a dagger twisting in Hawk's soul. However, threatening someone under the warden's protection, aft, is an unforgivable sin. Hawk opened his mouth to speak, but pure instinct stole the words from his throat. Not that Nam intended to listen. It raised its foot and brought it down. He was reduced to paste. Blood splattered everywhere, and only a sickening crunch and a pathetic scream remained. Ah! With one pest dealt with, it raised its head, it looked off into the distance and sighed. Humph. Their leader is still inside. Its gaze fell upon the military vehicles, but they were empty. A scan of the area revealed no one. Nam turned its head back toward the building, wondering. Did he go inside? Indeed he did. Inside, Xia Yan watched the chaos from a hallway. Thunder crashed as the storm raged on. The rain came down in sheets, but she was so focused on the battle below, she failed to notice Song Tian approaching from behind. His face was a mask of pure hatred and twisted excitement. He had finally cornered his prey. His pupils constricted, until only the whites of his eyes showed. Tears of rage streamed down his face as he growled each word. I only had one son. My son, Xia Yan. And you dared to kill him. His grip on the pistol in his hand tightened. He suddenly raised the gun, aimed it squarely at Xia Yan, and pulled the trigger. Pay with your life. She spun around at his voice, but it was too late. Bang! A loud shot rang out, but strangely, no blood flew. Instead, a bullet simply clinked to the floor. Xia Yan was protected by an invisible barrier from Nam. Song Tian's eyes widened in utter shock. He couldn't comprehend what just happened. Outside, Nam confirmed Xia Yan was safe and let out a soft chuckle. Heh. The warden entrusted her to me. How could this one ever allow little Yun to be harmed? It spoke from the field of corpses. But with the apocalypse upon us, little Yun must also learn to grow. It gazed up at the window, making a decision. She will handle this herself. Let this man become the whetstone that sharpens her blade. There isn't much time left. Inside the house, Song Tian, unable to kill her, erupted in a fit of rage. You witch! He began firing wildly, his mouth spewing curses. Die. Just die. Why won't you die? The bullets couldn't harm her, but Xia Yan still cowered, holding her head in fear. Song Tian, refusing to accept defeat, kept firing. You're nothing but a worthless commoner. Spent casings littered the floor. He didn't care, pressing his psychological assault. You people deserve to be trampled by the wealthy like us, to be used by us, to make money for us. The gunshots echoed relentlessly through the hall, a mad symphony of his rage. Blood and descendants for us. You are slaves for eternity, so how dare you resist? Why aren't you dead yet? And then, a single gunshot finally cracked her protective barrier. Song Tian's finger squeezed the trigger again and again, unleashing a relentless barrage of gunfire. Sheer terror consumed Xia Yan. She clamped her hands over her ears, her eyes wide with horror as she stared at Song Tian. He slowly advanced, pressing his head right against Xia Yan's defensive shield. That twisted, evil face was a living nightmare. She screamed at him, "Ah, don't come any closer!" Song Tian tossed the gun aside, pulling out a dagger and raising it high, ready to shatter her defense. The dagger struck, and a large crack spiderwebbed across the protective barrier. Seeing this, Song Tian's excitement grew into a grotesque grin. Let's see what this little trick really is. She tried to back away, her back pressing hard against the cold wall. His mouth gaped open as he raised the dagger again, lost in pure, manic glee. How many more of my strikes can you possibly block? This time, the blade pierced through the shield, stabbing straight through the barrier. It stopped just inches from Xia Yan's face. The cracks in her shield grew larger, and his sanity began to crumble with it. Haha, it's about to break. It's breaking. Just you wait, you bitch. All she could do was try to dodge his frenzied attacks. Song Tian's eyes were stark white as he screamed the delusion swirling in his mind. After I stab you to death, one slice at a time, I'll send the photos to Xia Yan. Ha ha ha. He pulled the dagger back and lunged once more. I want to see him suffer even more than I have. I want him to know the price for crossing me. The dagger slammed down again, sending shards of the barrier flying. Song Tian continued to rant. And after you, Xia Yan is next. Ha ha ha. At that moment, Xia Yan lowered her head, her expression hidden, but the fear she felt just moments ago was completely gone. Perhaps his disgusting words had triggered something within her. Soon enough, he'll be joining you in hell. Ha ha ha. With a loud crash, the shield shattered, but it wasn't Song Tian who broke it. Xia Yan had destroyed it herself. He was surprised for a moment, but then burst into laughter. What's wrong? Did I scare you senseless? Haha. Perfect. Just stand there obediently. Before he could finish his sentence, she stood up straight and declared, I cannot die. Song Tian heard this and scoffed, completely dismissing her words. Huh, you think you can stop me? Let me get in a better position to kill you, little niece. She was lost in her own thoughts, becoming stronger than she'd ever been. If I die, my brother will be devastated. And so. Xia Yun lifted her head. The terror on her small face was gone, replaced by unshakable resolve. And so, I have no choice but to kill you. Hearing the word kill, Song Tian roared with laughter, his face twisting with an indescribable excitement. Kill me? Ha ha ha. A little brat like you, who's probably never even killed a chicken, dares to talk about killing a person? Come on, I'm standing right here. Come and kill me. And to his surprise, Xia Yun slowly walked forward. Seeing this, Song Tian immediately swung his dagger. Good, now die obediently. The blade sliced through the air. The distance between the knife and Xia Yun was now terrifyingly small. The blade smashed through the window pane, jutting outside. Down below, Nan remained calm, looking up at the blood-red sky. Then, his eyes flickered up toward the second-floor window, where the tense confrontation was still unfolding. Through the shattered glass, Song Tian's face was frozen. He was completely stunned, his mouth hanging open, his hand still gripping the dagger embedded in the window frame. Xia Yun spoke with a chilling coldness. The Qi Huang art was never meant to save lives. It turned out his chest was now riddled with countless needles. Xia Yun continued to advance slowly, whispering, "You wanted to harm my brother." She summoned her power again, smiling as she offered a hollow apology. "I'm sorry." Holding two fingers in front of her, a stream of green energy gathered at her fingertips, forming another needle. Xia Yun's voice was firm. "I cannot forgive you." With those words, she shot the energy needle towards Song Tian. The moment it hit, he felt a terrifying shift inside his own body. His life force began to drain away from him. Am I going to die? But I haven't gotten my revenge. My son's bones are not yet cold. My entire Song family has been wiped out. How can I possibly die now? Deep in his soul, he refused to give up. I am the family head. Yet I let the Song family fall into this state. I have shamed my ancestors. I have shamed them all. Overcome by humiliation and rage, Song Tian pressed the dagger to his own neck, slicing a line as he let out a scream of pure agony. I hate you. I hate Xia Yan. I hate bitches like you. I hate everyone. Why aren't they the ones who are dead? Why? Seeing this, Xia Yun was startled. What? The energy needle she fired was still embedded in his forehead, blood pouring down his face. He began to chant, "With my blood, and with the power of the entire Song clan, I curse you. You and Xia Yan. You will both die." He made one final, decisive slash. Blood sprayed from his neck in long arcs. He screamed his final word, "Die." Xia Yun stood frozen, too horrified to even speak. The scene grew even more horrific. Outside the window, the sky was a ghastly, deathly red, and the moonlight seemed to carry a horrifying, demonic aura. Song Tian's dead eyes were wide, staring as if something terrifying was approaching. Materializing before him was a massive serpent demon, with countless heads writhing in the darkness. Song Tian scrambled to his knees as the ground around him bled into a grotesque, deep crimson, transforming into a horrifying pool of blood. He stammered, his voice a strange mix of terror and reverence. "My God." Then, he began bowing his head repeatedly, prostrating himself before the monstrous snake creature. The half-human, half-snake beast gazed down at the tiny mortal worshipping it. Its two razor-sharp fangs jutted from its lips. Its pupils glowed a demonic red. A bone-chilling smile spread across its face, its voice echoing as if from the depths of hell itself. "Offer me everything you have, along with that deliciously dark soul of yours. Perhaps then I'll find it amusing enough to grace this world with my presence a little ahead of schedule." Song Tian's hand, still clutching the knife, trembled as it dripped with fresh blood. He glanced from the monstrous entity down to the blade in his hand, his mind racing. In a few moments, it seemed Song Tian had made his choice. He looked up, tears carving paths through the blood smeared on his face. His eyes were a storm of agony and devotion. Without a moment's hesitation, he pressed the blade to his neck once more. With one decisive motion, he sliced, and hot blood gushed from the new wound. Seeing this, the snake demon cackled, looking down at the human with pure scorn. "You foolish insect. I suppose you'll make for a decent appetizer." The whites of Song Tian's eyes rolled back. His mouth hung open, but he no longer had the strength to scream. The only sound was the snake demon's triumphant laughter. Ha ha ha. His entire body was submerged in his own blood, becoming nothing more than a meal for the monster. Nearby, Xia Yun stood frozen, her hand clamped over her mouth, too terrified to even think. Blood began to spray everywhere. Xia Yun instinctively threw up her arms, trying to shield herself from the filthy, warm torrent. After finishing its feast, the snake demon transformed into a streak of red energy, shattering the glass window as it shot outside. It flew toward the heart of the city. Its demonic aura washed over the old turtle, making him flinch and look back. But he saw nothing. The third monster had finally appeared. Its massive hand seemed to tear open the sky itself as it reached down. The hunt had begun. The entire world was now bathed in the crimson hue of death and hatred. Against this bloody backdrop, a monster radiating immense killing intent emerged, drawn to the delicious streams of resentment. It scooped up the negative energy and devoured it greedily. It chewed with disgusting satisfaction. Heh. This delightful taste of screaming hatred and power. The old turtle looked up at the monster's face appearing through the tear in the sky. It grinned, letting out a dry, chilling cackle. As he saw its form, the old turtle's eyes widened in disbelief. A demigod. Sensing the immense danger, he immediately began to form a protective energy shield. He kept his eyes fixed on the sky, tracking his new enemy, while trying to complete the barrier as fast as possible. The monster's enormous snake tail slithered down from the sky, making contact with the old turtle's shield. Moments later, the tail whipped down with incredible force, a display of power and the excitement of finding new prey. A thick, murderous aura poured from its colossal tail. The monster flicked its forked tongue past its fangs, a wicked smile on its face. Well, what do we have here? Its high-pitched voice was enough to make one's skin crawl. A highly nutritious turtle. The old turtle slowly raised his head. From the second floor, Xia Yan also looked down, her brow furrowed with worry. The demigod continued its taunts. A tasty little snack. It stood in the courtyard and tilted its head to the sky, trembling with ecstasy as it let out a satisfied groan. I've been starving for over 1,000 years. Now, its full form was visible. A cross-shaped scar was carved into its chest. It had purple hair, a human torso, and the lower body of a gigantic serpent. It declared its name to the heavens. I, Yamata no Orochi, can finally eat my fill. In another part of the city, a figure blurred past at incredible speed. It was impossible to see who it was, only a faint trail of smoke. It was Xia Yan. He landed softly, the embers of his flame technique still swirling around his boots. He had just successfully slain a low-level monster. Xia Yan looked at the monster's corpse, resting his weapon on his shoulder. With my enhanced strength, he mused, taking out these low-level demons has become much easier. Suddenly, from the monster's eyes, nose, and mouth, a strange purple liquid began to seep out. The ooze poured out faster and faster, gradually flowing towards a nearby stream. Xia Yan watched in surprise. This purple liquid seemed to have a life of its own. It flowed relentlessly, corrupting everything it touched. From the dark riverbed to the trees, the ooze turned the water black and caused dead fish to float to the surface. Xia Yan frowned at the sight. These monsters, whether dead or alive, they just drain the life from everything around them. If this continues, soon there won't be a single patch of fertile land left in the world. The purple liquid continued to spread across the ground, its corrupting influence expanding with every second. Xia Yan raised his hand and shot a jet of fire from his fingertips, intending to incinerate the vile substance. The flames roared to life, engulfing the purple ooze in a blazing inferno. He glanced at his map interface. Next monster, he said aloud. Locking onto the coordinates, he took off in that direction. His quest to save the world continued. Xia Yan moved swiftly across the buildings, his eyes scanning his surroundings constantly. Swoosh! He gracefully leaped from one rooftop to the next, moving with the agility of Spider-Man. Finding the perfect vantage point, he dropped down, dismissing his artifact. Xia Yan sat quietly on the rooftop, observing the city below, trying to make sense of the situation. In the distance stood a colossal, ancient tree. A wizened, sleeping face was carved into its massive trunk. A group of people was gathered beneath its sprawling branches. He squinted, trying to get a better look. Were those monsters? The scene below was incredibly tense. On one side were ordinary people, and on the other, a horde of ravenous zombies, their howls echoing through the streets. My God. The last few survivors were completely cornered. Their only weapons were crude clubs they held in their trembling hands. They stared down the approaching undead, their faces a mask of terror, yet their eyes burned with the desperate will to live. The moment the zombies caught the scent of the living, they surged forward like moths to a flame. Damn it. The young men among the survivors immediately rushed to the front, forming a desperate line to hold back the undead wave. You bastards, I'll take you with me. Don't panic. Get over here. All this was mixed with the terrified cries of women and children. How did things suddenly turn into this? Where's your husband? Help! Someone save us. Mommy, mommy. The entire area descended into chaos as zombie blood splattered everywhere. At that very moment, Xia Yan landed. At the same time, a squad of able-bodied men charged in, helping to fight back the zombie horde. After clearing out the first wave, the fighters shouted to the people further away. "It's safe in here. Get over here, now." Cries and screams echoed from every corner of the city, as if the residents had discovered something truly bizarre. They realized that as soon as they got close to the giant tree, the zombies would no longer advance. They quickly began to warn each other. "Quick! The zombies are afraid of this tree. Let's hold them off and get inside now." Okay. And just as they said, the zombies refused to get any closer. The moment one touched the shadow of the tree's canopy, it froze in its tracks. The entire horde gathered in a massive, ever-growing circle, but not a single one dared to step into the tree's shadow. Seeing this, Xia Yan frowned in confusion. They really won't cross that line? The entire scene was almost surreal. It was as if the living and the dead were separated into two different worlds. The living stood beneath the tree, while the zombies remained just outside. Xia Yan felt a strange sense of unease. The group of young men who had just charged in to help now stood under the tree with bizarre expressions on their faces. Even though they had just fought a life-or-death battle, there was no fear or exhaustion on their faces. Instead, they wore faint, knowing smiles. Xia Yan found this incredibly strange. There were so many people under this tree. Why did they all look so weird? He overheard some of them whispering, "This is great. These zombies really are afraid of this tree. What are they doing?" Clap, clap. The sound of hands clapping together suddenly drew everyone's attention. Standing above them was a man in a sharp, elegant suit. He spoke to the crowd below. "Not bad, everyone. Take a moment to rest." Only then did everyone let out a collective sigh of relief. "Phew, I'm exhausted. We finally managed to save these people." The ordinary civilians around Xia Yan were just as confused. "Who are these people?" The man in the suit spoke again. "If you all want to live, then listen closely to what I have to say." Xia Yan froze when he heard that voice. That person is? He suddenly remembered exactly who that man was. "Isn't that the supervisor from my old company, Manager Chen?" Up above, Manager Chen continued his speech, his voice booming. "This is the apocalypse. You've all seen the situation outside for yourselves. The world as we know it has fallen into chaos. Zombies, demons, monsters, and death. Everything has changed." Hearing this, the survivors only grew more panicked. "My husband. He was eaten." Sob. "What are we supposed to do now?" Manager Chen continued his sermon. "Do not worry. For now, at least, we are all safe beneath this tree." The people felt a sense of relief, nodding as their tension eased. "He's right. Under this tree, the zombies can't get near us. We've survived." Manager Chen's voice echoed powerfully. Every word he spoke sounded like a pitch from a pyramid scheme. "But to continue living, you must pay a great price." A young high school girl voiced everyone's thoughts. "What does that mean? What price?" Manager Chen flashed a smile and began to introduce the special tree to the survivors. "The tree that is protecting us is called the human-faced tree. It is a demigod from beyond the heavens, worshipped with incense and offerings. It is kind-hearted by nature, which is why it is willing to save us common folk." As he spoke, the face on the tree's trunk seemed to form a gentle smile. Manager Chen's voice was firm. "If we want to continue receiving its protection, we must present it with incense and offerings." The survivors found this reasonable, since it was similar to their normal customs. They sighed with relief. A demigod, no wonder. So that's why the zombies won't come near. It's a real deity. This is great. We're saved. Xia Yan, standing to the side, was not so optimistic. He cut straight to the point. "What kind of offering?" The people around him began to murmur in agreement. "That's right. We don't have any incense, candles, or paper money. And we certainly don't have any offerings. What do we need to offer this tree god?" Hearing that voice, Manager Chen instantly recognized it. Xia Yan, he thought to himself. "So, that kid is here too. Still alive. Are we? You're tougher than you look. But your timing is perfect." Then, a faint, chilling smile spread across his face. "Heh. The price is simple." Before the stunned survivors could react, he announced the horrifying condition. "Every 2 hours, we offer up one person. An offering to the great human-faced tree god. Compared to all of us dying, isn't this the better deal?" Immediately, outrage and disbelief erupted from the crowd. "What? A human sacrifice? This tree? It eats people?" Manager Chen's gaze turned ice cold. "Ha ha ha. Whether our god eats people is the least of your worries." He gestured to the horde of zombies just beyond their camp, telling the survivors, "Because they are certainly waiting for their next meal." Manager Chen adjusted his glasses, a sly smirk twisting his lips. "Now, hear me out. The human-faced tree god is merciful. How could it possibly eat a person? This great being is here to grant us its blessing. The nearby survivors exchanged worried glances. A woman clutching her child repeated his word. A blessing? He continued his sermon. Have any of you truly considered what this world is turning into? He painted a grim picture of their future. A world overrun by zombies, stalked by monsters, where civilization has crumbled and resources are gone. This is just the dawn of the apocalypse. The true chaos has only just begun. None of you have felt real hunger yet. Have you? An image of ravenous hordes flashed through their minds. But in a few days, with no food, no water, facing an endless sea of the dead outside, what will we do then? Manager Chen's face contorted with feigned despair, scratching at his arms, acting out the horror to sell his terrifying proposal to the survivors. Starvation and thirst. That's the only end waiting for us. Then, he spread his arms wide with a manic grin, like a twisted preacher delivering a sermon. But now, the great human-faced tree god has offered us salvation. We just need to provide an offering, and it will grant us sustenance in return. In his hand was a strange fruit, shaped like a tiny, sleeping face. He boomed, "This is it, the ginseng fruit." A few of the younger survivors started to look convinced. The despair on their faces began to fade, replaced by a flicker of hope. Even the group of women looked less grim. It seemed they were starting to believe in the salvation this fruit offered. Manager Chen pressed on with his brainwashing. For every person we sacrifice, the tree will bear 3 of these fruits. Each one can sustain a person for an entire week. The more he spoke, the more mesmerized they became. His voice echoed with conviction. And there's more! Eating the ginseng fruit brings about miracles. It's because I ate one of these fruits that I can now communicate with the great god tree and have become its humble messenger. He placed a hand reverently on the trunk. Holding the ginseng fruit aloft, his voice boomed with excitement. Just think about it. Sacrifice 1 life to save 3, and those 3 may even gain miraculous powers of their own. In this cruel apocalypse, is there any god more merciful than the great human-faced tree god? Is this not a blessing? The people in his inner circle immediately echoed his cry. It's a blessing, a true blessing. An old man suddenly fell to his knees, raising his hands in desperate, devout prayer. Please, give one to me. I'll do whatever you ask. Then, a woman quickly dropped to her knees beside him, scrambling for a chance. Give it to me. To me. Soon, a chorus of begging voices rose up, hands reaching desperately for the fruit. Me. Give it to me. We're saved. The mother holding her child suddenly realized the grim truth. But, who should we sacrifice? From his perch, Manager Chen just smiled softly. Heh, obviously, it can't be one of the brave brothers who fought the zombies. The old man and his cronies turned, wicked grins on their faces. We'll start with the newcomers, of course. The newly arrived young man in black shot back instantly. On what grounds? I say we start with the oldest and weakest among you. And just like that, the camp erupted into a furious argument, with neither side backing down. What did you say, you punk? Don't you understand seniority here? Seeing the situation escalating, Manager Chen stepped in to play peacemaker. Everyone, please calm down and listen. This is a blessing from the god tree. A cruel smirk played on his lips. So, let's begin by sacrificing the guilty. That's the only fair way. The residents frowned in confusion, and Liam's expression darkened. The original group looked smug. He spoke slowly. As for who is guilty, the newcomers broke out in a cold sweat, waiting. I will need to take my time. His gaze drifted towards the female students. Manager Chen licked his lips, his voice dripping with malice, interrogating them. The newcomers began to sweat bullets. But the old man chimed in again. Yes, the Great One is right. The guilty must be sacrificed. An older woman added with a serene smile. That's right. We'll follow the Great One's lead. Whoever he says is guilty, is guilty. He. Liam raised a hand, cutting through the noise. Manager Chen. His sharp tone instantly drew everyone's attention. All heads turned in his direction. Liam asked the critical question. After the sacrifice, how exactly will those 3 ginseng fruits be distributed? The moment he asked, a ripple of realization went through the crowd. He's right, there are only 3 fruits. The murmurs grew into a clamor. There are 30 or 40 of us here. How do we know we'll get one? What's the system? Seeing the tables turn, Manager Chen's face soured. He mumbled, avoiding their eyes. Naturally, priority goes to those who contribute. This was the opening Liam was waiting for. Oh, really? And what exactly is a contribution? Should we set up a KPI chart, where massaging Manager Chen's shoulders gets you 1 point, and blindly following orders gets you 2, while talking back gets you fired? Hearing this, the manager seethed. What did you just say? The eyes of the tree god suddenly began to glow. Manager Chen boomed. Every word I speak conveys the will of the tree god. He roared, spittle flying from his mouth. How dare you defy me? The other young men chimed in, warning Hao Yan. Show some respect, kid. You dare provoke the messenger of the tree god? One man brandished a club and advanced on him, but Hao Yan wasn't afraid in the slightest. Instead, he just laughed mockingly. Who would ever dare to defy the great manager Chen? The man who worked us like cattle every single day, docking our performance for any little thing, and blaming us for all his mistakes. He took all the credit for himself, and now that the world has ended, he's using people as monster bait, turning human lives into his personal KPI. Hao Yan stared straight ahead. Manager Chen, I just want to ask one thing. Have you no shame? Manager Chen ground his teeth, his eyes bloodshot with fury. You still have the nerve to talk back? A few days ago, you took off from the company without permission. Do you know how much trouble that caused everyone? I only asked you to work 18 hours of overtime, and you dared to complain to me. He jabbed a finger in Hao Yan's face by habit and roared, I've wanted to fire you for a long time. Everyone, get him. This time, we'll use him as a sacrifice for the human-faced tree god. The surrounding residents looked worried, but the man at the center of it all was completely fearless, even breaking into a bold smile. The crowd that followed Manager Chen immediately echoed his words. Yes, sacrifice him. He offended the tree god. Is he trying to drag us all down with him? Without the ginseng fruit, we all die. Don't you understand? Hao Yan sneered with contempt. His sharp eyes scornfully scanned the misshapen ginseng fruit in the manager's hand, noting the red stains that looked just like blood. Hao Yan's voice was like steel. Open your damn eyes and look. This is clearly a demon fruit, forged from the flesh, blood, and souls of living human sacrifices. If you eat this, not only will you not be saved, you'll become just another one of its puppets. From then on, you'll be half human, half demon. No different than a walking corpse. Hearing this, the young men erupted in angry denials as the crowd descended into chaos. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? This is clearly a divine fruit. Sir, tell him. Hao Yan ignored their pressure, his gaze fixed on Manager Chen as he spoke slowly. Manager Chen, what's wrong with your right hand? Why don't you show it to everyone? His right hand, the one holding the ginseng fruit, was covered in cracks. Looking closer, it seemed like a tree branch was growing out of it. The residents noticed it too. Hey, his hand. Could he have been telling the truth? Does eating the ginseng fruit really turn you into a monster? Manager Chen knew he couldn't hide it any longer, so he dropped the act entirely. Haha, so what if I become a demon? At least I'm still alive. His inhuman hand became more obvious, twisting like gnarled wood in this apocalyptic world. In the next instant, it completely transformed into a branch, each finger a sharp twig. A vicious glint flashed in his eyes. Survival is the only thing that matters. I now have the tree god's protection. What about all of you? What are you waiting for? Kill him. As Manager Chen spoke, the crowd below began to hesitate, but his eyes glowed red behind his glasses. He opened his mouth and let out a huge roar. The zombies are swarming us. No one can escape. If you don't listen to me, you will all die. Whoever kills him, I'll give that person a ginseng fruit. Everyone was stunned by his words, and then the look in their eyes changed. The will to survive was overwhelming. Completely brainwashed by Manager Chen, they turned to attack Hao Yan. Get him, kill him. If we sacrifice this man, we'll have a chance to live. The ginseng fruit is mine. He added more fuel to the fire, looking at Hao Yan with pure hatred. Hao Yan, I was doing you a favor by letting you slave away for the company. Scum like you deserve to be exploited by capitalists like us. Now, I'll let you be my dog. Bark twice for me. Ha ha ha. Hao Yan's face darkened as he smirked, a flicker of flame escaping his lips. Your road ends here, Manager Chen. The flame shot out, striking the base of the tree where he stood and blasting him backward in a panic. The entire space was engulfed in flames, leaving only the sight of Hao Yan and a struggling Manager Chen being scorched by the fire. Hao Yan stood tall and delivered a single, crushing punch. Manager Chen screamed, his face burned bright red, revealing a pattern of tree-like veins. He gaped in disbelief. Impossible. But before he could say more, fire erupted from his eye sockets, mouth, and nose. Hao Yan let out a cold snort. He pulled his fist back, watching dispassionately as Manager Chen was sent flying into the blaze. With a thunderous boom, his entire body exploded at the base of the human-faced tree. The face on its trunk suddenly opened its pitch-black eyes and cracked a bizarre smile. Hao Yan looked up at the grotesque expression on the tree as flames continued to swirl around him. Hao Yan watched it grimly. The human-faced tree just kept smiling, and beside its trunk, the phantom of Manager Chen floated into view. Somehow, he wasn't dead. Standing on the great tree's roots, he spoke. Hao Yan. It slowly grew larger, speaking with his voice. You can't kill me. A flicker of amusement shone in its right eye. Oh, Manager Tran was no longer human. He had become a true demon, just as I thought. He bared his teeth and tongue, roaring at Hao Yan. I am the messenger of the human-faced tree god. I exist as one with the great tree god. Manager Tran's entire body was now a terrifying sight, his limbs stretching out like branches. He flicked a disgusting, long tongue, his voice dripping with glee. I will be reborn for eternity, my boy. His body swelled in size as he swiped sharp claws toward Hao Yan. You're only fit to be fertilizer. But Hao Yan didn't even bother to dodge. With a simple flick of his fingers, a spark shot forward. Hao Yan sidestepped Manager Tran's vicious swipe, his expression ice cold. He commanded the flames once more, and they instantly erupted, surging forward in a violent wave. Manager Tran's massive form was engulfed in the inferno. Since his body was now made of wood, the fire caught and spread with terrifying speed. An agonizing scream echoed from within the sea of fire. Ah! Hao Yan turned his back to the blaze, his hand on his sword, his face grim. Dry weather is a bad time for flammable things, Manager Tran. He swung his sword, pointing it directly at the monster hiding behind the mask of a god. His voice turned to steel. You fraud, playing god. You're even more disgusting than the real monsters. The eyes of the human-faced tree glowed with a deep, deathly purple. It gave a wicked smile, its voice rumbling from the depths of hell itself. You look delicious. At that moment, its branches sprang to life, whipping around like bloodthirsty tentacles, relentlessly slaughtering and draining the people below. It was a scene of unimaginable chaos and bloodshed. Why? Why did you have to anger the great human-faced tree? We could have survived. That's right. We only had to sacrifice one person, and I could have eaten the ginseng fruit. This is all your fault. You're the one killing us. Hao Yan glanced at the people screaming curses at him as they were dragged to their deaths. He said nothing. A man was impaled by a branch, blood spraying everywhere. His eyes were filled with pure hatred. With his dying breath, he kept cursing Hao Yan. Go to hell. Just die. The human-faced tree gently coiled its prize and lifted it to its mouth, devouring it whole. It looked down at the limp body, its gaze filled with greedy satisfaction. Ha ha. So very tasty. The scene beneath the great tree could only be described with one word. Hellscape. 3 high school girls huddled together, their bodies trembling as one of them spoke. But that tree is obviously a monster. Why is everyone blaming our big bro? The woman who was pierced by a tendril, tears streaming down her face, ground her teeth in agony and snarled. Even if it's a monster, there's no escape for us. Don't you understand? Hordes of bloodthirsty zombies charged forward, filling everyone with terror and despair. We're not getting out of this. The tree just kept eating. Its branches and roots writhed and danced with excitement. Haha, so delicious. The vines slowly slithered toward the 3 high school girls. They had no idea how to escape, and could only tremble together, waiting for death's embrace. But Hao Yan was there in a flash. With a swift motion, he severed the writhing tendril. Flames ignited along the cut. He looked at the 3 girls with a cold expression and said, Go. They immediately grabbed hands and carefully moved out of the danger zone. Ah, yes. There were other survivors over here. 2 young men and a mother with her child. The tendrils quickly sniffed them out. A young man held up a pipe as a makeshift weapon, screaming in fear, Help us! With a flash, Hao Yan's blade sliced right through it. A few more swift strikes, and all the attacking vines were cut down. Fire still danced on Hao Yan's blade, and the residents on this side were finally safe. The group cheered with relief. We're saved! Run! Quickly! Hao Yan stood firm, facing the swarm of the human-faced tree's tendrils head-on. The venomous woman from before saw Hao Yan saving others and shrieked with resentment. You bastard! Save me! Save me too! Cut the roots off of me! If you're so strong, why didn't you save me? The zombies began their attack, trapping them between 2 fronts. Everyone watched their surroundings, on high alert. The woman's life force was slowly being drained away. The whites of her eyes showed as she began to laugh like a maniac. Ha, I told you. There's no escape. Only by sacrificing to the tree god can we live. Only the great human-faced tree can save us. The old man who worshipped the tree chimed in. None of you can escape. We'll all die together. Ha. Just then, the bloody hands of a zombie were about to reach the 3 high school girls. Hao Yan flew in just in time. With a serious expression, he brought his sword down in one powerful slash, severing the zombie's head completely. Seeing Hao Yan take down a zombie with a single strike, the survivors looked on with admiration. In contrast, The old man and woman stared wide-eyed, unable to believe he possessed such power. He moved like a whirlwind, his swordsmanship fluid, decisive, and precise. He cut down one monster after another with a cold, untamed fury. Flames erupted from his blade with every swing, instantly engulfing a horde of zombies in a roaring inferno. When it was over, he rested the sword on his shoulder. The image he cut from behind was breathtakingly cool. Xia Yan's eyes were devoid of emotion. He stood upon a pile of zombie corpses, raised his fiery axe, and said one word, "Go." The survivors behind them could only gasp in amazement. They were completely in awe of Javier for saving them from the jaws of death. Even with the human-faced tree's grotesque smile looming, all eyes were on him. Thank you so much. But for those still dangling from its impaling tentacles, a deep and bitter regret began to sink in. No way. He actually managed to kill that many of the undead? If I had only known sooner, But before they could finish their thought, they were crushed and devoured. Blood splattered everywhere, leaving only faint whispers of resentment hanging in the air. He's so powerful. So why didn't he save me? On what grounds? Why? The human-faced tree bared its fangs, stuffing another person into its mouth. It chewed and laughed simultaneously. To think I let so much of my precious food get away. In an instant, its roots shot out, aiming directly for Javier. But he showed no sign of panic, casually resting his blade on his shoulder. A golden light flared in his right eye, as flames danced around him, ready to sever these tentacles in a single, blazing strike. Javier flashed a wild, confident grin and declared, "First, I'm going to kill you." He glared up at the human-faced tree. Gripping his treasured sword, he readied his attack. Hearing this, the monster grew even more excited, opening its foul, black maw in a hideous laugh. Its eyes were filled with killing intent. "Come on then. Haha." Deep beneath the earth, its roots were nourished by the blood and bones of countless people. The very same people who blindly believed in some so-called savior god. A bloody arm suddenly shot up from the grotesque pile. The sight, framed by the falling rain, was horrifying enough to make anyone's skin crawl. The roots of the human-faced tree began to writhe as if alive, weaving into a giant cocoon and swallowing Javier whole. It formed thick, impenetrable layers, leaving no room for escape. Trapped and alone, he immediately began to assault the cocoon's walls. He unleashed a flurry of techniques, spinning and swinging his sword. The flames followed his blade, coiling into a razor-sharp ring of fire. But strangely, just as the flames burned a hole through the wall, it began to heal itself in a mere instant, returning to its original state. Javier lightly stomped on the roots below him and cursed, "Damn it, this thing is ridiculously tough." The human-faced tree watched the tiny figure trying to break its defense and sneered. "Humph, I may not be able to defeat you, but I can certainly wear you down." The purple light in its eyes grew deeper as it spoke, certain of its victory. "You have no food, no water. Sooner or later, you will." Before it could finish, Javier snapped his fingers, and a bottle of mineral water appeared. He calmly opened the cap and chugged it down, giving the tree a provocative look. "What was that you were saying?" The human-faced tree's eyes went wide, rendered completely speechless. And then, a whole table of sumptuous food appeared as well. From hot pot, chicken, shrimp, and fish to an array of desserts, the sight alone was mouth-watering. Javier seemed to have forgotten he was trapped in a desperate situation. He tore off a chicken leg and ate with relish, his eyes squinting in satisfaction. The monster was so angry it began to grind its teeth. The area was dark and filled with a demonic aura, yet right in the center, Javier was enjoying a feast. He even turned to provoke the beast again. "What are you yelling about?" The tree was so furious it began to curse out loud. Javier just popped a massive piece of lobster into his mouth. He didn't forget to take a jab at the ugly monster. "What, you damned old hag? You still want to exhaust me? Don't you know my personal storage space is bigger than your entire body?" The human-faced tree was too stunned to even curse anymore. At some point, Haezong and Danji had appeared beside the dining table. The latter offered her counsel to Javier. "But prison master, this tree demon has a massive health bar, and it regenerates too quickly. Even though it's just a soldier-class demon, it's harder to deal with than a sergeant class. If we can't inflict one massive, devastating wound all at once, it will be almost impossible to kill it completely." While discussing strategy, her eyes landed on a fragrant plate of roasted chicken. She asked with excitement, "Could I perhaps sample that chicken leg? If that's not possible, the tailpiece would also be fine." Across from her, Haezong had been eyeing a bottle of Coca-Cola. He raised his hand to his mouth curiously. "Prison master, what does this black Coca-Cola taste like?" Javier replied while eating. "Whoever can figure out a way to win this battle, This entire feast belongs to them. The moment he finished speaking, both their eyes lit up like headlights, staring at the banquet table with uncontrollable desire. Danji began to use her fox-like charm, moving closer and pulling on Javiem's arm. How about this? She explained her idea. The prison master knows that a lightning strike can topple any tree, right? If our Thunderlord, Lei Genzi, is willing to act, even a small tree like this would be turned to ash in an instant. Hearing this from his cell, Lei Genzi scoffed in contempt. You want my help? Get that thought out of your head. As the three continued to discuss, a beam of jade-green light appeared at the prison gate. Nam appeared in a hurry, his face grave. Prison master, something's happened to Xiao Yun. Those words, something's happened to Xiao Yun, struck Haviem like a thunderclap. His face darkened, and the light in his right eye began to blaze. Xiao Yun. He immediately looked up toward the sky, peering through a small hole in the cocoon's wall, a tiny gap where the tendrils hadn't woven together completely. Outside, the blood moon, which was already red, grew an even deeper crimson. It swelled in size, and 3 clusters of white light appeared at its center. Javiem's gaze locked onto a snake's tail. It was a demigod. A demigod was descending from the moon itself. Thick, viscous blood gushed forth. Its long tongue lashed out towards a residential area where a few people were desperately trying to flee. Xiao Yun's voice crackled with urgency. Orochi, the great serpent summoned by pure malice, has manifested here. I fear I am no match for it. Xiao Yun is in grave danger. Warden, you must hurry. Before he could finish, a deafening roar from behind shook him to his core. Adan Chi witnessed the chaos and called out, Warden, here. But when she turned, Haviem had already vanished. He stood before the cage of Lei Genzi. The beast inside glanced over, instantly understanding his purpose. Brat, I don't care what you say. I refuse. Before it could finish, Haviem waved his hand. The cage door swung open, leaving Lei Genzi stunned. His face was an emotionless mask, but a dangerous light glinted in his right eye. Refusal is not an option. His voice was ice. I'm in no mood to bargain with you right now. Lei Genzi saw darkness shroud Javiem's face, leaving only the piercing glow of his eyes. His cold voice echoed with authority. As the warden of the great abyss, I command this prison. Summoning you is my right. He slowly ascended the steps into the cell, one eye blazing with raw power. Furthermore, I hold the power of execution over every single prisoner. He closed in on the chained Lei Genzi, watching him in cold silence. The beast's expression sharpened, its eyes filled with careful calculation. Such a mighty beast, held by nothing more than a simple, loose chain. Its sharp, eagle-like eyes locked onto Haviem as it thought. His aura today is completely overwhelming, a crushing pressure. He's not here to negotiate. This is either submission or death. At last, Lei Genzi broke the silence. In the face of such absolute power, the colossal beast dared not resist. It knew that obedience was its only path forward. I await the warden's decree. Outside, the blood moon sank lower, swelling to an enormous size and painting the sky a grotesque crimson. It was clear the city was on the brink of collapse. Down below, the human-faced tree sensed a familiar demonic aura and thrilled with excitement. It never imagined Lord Orochi would descend so soon. Heh. But for a being that has waited 1,000 years, what's the difference of a few hours? Suddenly, its eyes shot wide open. It felt a strange, alien power stirring from within. In the next instant, bolts of lightning tore its wooden form apart. It panicked, unable to comprehend the assault. Then, in a blinding flash, its entire body erupted. Lei Genzi burst forth from the wreckage as the human-faced tree shrieked in unending agony. Lei Genzi hovered in the sky, with Haviem standing upon its shoulder, an image of absolute authority. Staring at the colossal beast, the human-faced tree was struck with terror, stammering, "Wait a minute." Javiem's brow furrowed with annoyance. His patience had run out. He gave the order to end it. Instantly, Lei Genzi gathered a massive bolt of lightning, ready to strike. The tree below was still stunned. What? But there was no time to devise a plan. With chilling indifference, Lei Genzi hurled the bolt of lightning downwards amidst the monster's desperate screams. Wait! The lightning tore through the air, striking with devastating force and splitting the human-faced tree clean in two. Acrid smoke filled the air. The human-faced tree was utterly annihilated. Its charred remains, like a burnt-out husk, lay smoldering on the pavement. Confirming the demon tree was truly destroyed, Haviem gave the cold, emotionless command. Go! In a flash, Lei Genzi shot into the heavens. Its speed was so incredible, it left nothing but a streak of light across the night sky. Leaving the ruined cityscape behind, among the smoldering ashes of monsters and fallen citizens, A suspicious group dressed in black emerged from the shadows. Reba had been watching, for some time. Its soul was completely obliterated, she mused. Not even a fragment of its power remains. That lightning is truly terrifying. Just then, a guard beside her finished a call and reported, "Ma'am, there's a situation at Chunhua Hospital." Hearing this, she turned to leave, but not without adding, "A shame about that wood soul. It would have been of great use to me." Let's move. To Chunhua Hospital. Still, she couldn't resist a lingering backward glance. To think someone beat me to the kill, again. He'd stolen her prize more than once, and her curiosity about his identity was growing. Who in the world is he? The rain began to fall harder, as the gate of the old city zoo loomed like a dark omen. The lion enclosure's fence had been torn wide open, the clear result of a devastatingly powerful attack. In the downpour, a lion with glowing red eyes held a small, spotted wolf in its jaws. Fresh blood streamed from its mouth, a horrifying sight. Not far away, the ground was littered with the bodies of dozens of wolves it had already slaughtered. Suddenly, Orochi's silhouette appeared behind the lion. Sensing the new demonic aura, the beast turned its head, ready to confront the intruder in its territory. His crimson pupils locked onto the lion, unblinking. The beast was now his target, and a sinister demonic energy began to build in the air. It hurtled forward, completely unaware of the approaching danger. But Baki didn't even have to lift a finger. A single glance was enough. Instantly, the lion was crushed from the inside out, blood pouring from its mouth and eyes. In the next moment, its entire body was ripped to shreds, limbs were flung in every direction. A sickly yellow bile splattered across the cliffside, oozing down the rock face. Drawn by the scent, swarms of snakes slithered in, feasting on the remains as if enjoying a delicacy. A thick, demonic aura saturated the entire zoo. Wherever Baki passed, the animals were suffocated by his malevolent presence and died. The heavy rain continued to fall. The young snakes, now full, followed his dark energy toward the main headquarters. Every animal in the zoo was now dead. The ground was littered with pools of blood that hadn't yet dried, and more snakes were converging on the area. Bachi's bare chest revealed a strange red cross symbol at its center. He smiled, his long, forked tongue darting out to taste the blood in the air. Just then, Nan appeared, desperately using his emerald shield to protect the headquarters from the vicious serpent encirclement. A young snake, apparently still hungry, flicked its red tongue, eyeing the old tortoise with a ravenous gaze. Without a second thought, it lunged forward to attack. But it had gravely underestimated Nan's power and was instantly sent flying. Its head was split in two, killing it on the spot. Seeing this, the rest of the snakes, following their master's command, rushed forward to strike all at once. Although Nan could hold his ground, the enemy's numbers were overwhelming. Cracks began to form on his ancient carapace. A section of his shield-like dome shattered, and drops of blood trickled out, causing Nan to groan in pain. Bachi was surprised he could endure this much. He couldn't help but marvel. To think a creature this stubborn existed in the lower realm. The challenge sparked a cruel amusement and a desire to win. He bared his fangs, letting out a horrifying sound. Little tortoise, if you had shed your shell and fled, you might have actually had a chance to escape with your life. But by standing your ground here today, haven't you just made yourself my primary target? Deep wounds now covered Nan's body, blood staining his form. But he replied with solemn dignity, "Though this old man may be ancient, I am not useless. If I were to fail, I fear the prison master would hold me accountable." As they spoke, Baki slowly slithered closer, his approach silent, but his words dripped with mockery. The lower realm has been sealed for 1,000 years, its spiritual energy severed. There's no way to cultivate power here. All the god-level generals and great demons were wiped out by the 5 heavenly paths long ago. Just how powerful could that master of yours possibly be? In truth, Nan had long since recognized his true form. Haha. This old one has heard that the great serpent Yamada no Orochi is a retainer of Lord Susanoo. Hearing this, Baki whipped his head around, his face twisting in annoyance. So what if I am? Nan looked up, fearlessly taunting him directly. In front of my prison master, your Lord Susanoo isn't even worthy to carry his shoes. That single sentence seemed to enrage someone. An overwhelming wave of demonic power crashed down from above, aimed directly at Nan. With a deafening boom, the immense force shattered his defensive dome into tiny fragments. He tried to withstand it, his feet cracking the tiles beneath him. The blow's devastating force caused Nan to instantly cough up blood. His body was slammed down onto the headquarters, shaking Xia Yan, who was hiding inside. She cried out in shock, clutching her head. "Ah, he's been seriously wounded." His eyes were filled with bloodshot hatred. Of course, that it was him. The one who had just struck was the very name that was mentioned. the martial class god, Susanoo. His towering figure appeared, making Nan mock himself internally. To think he would intervene personally. Is my great land of Yangxia truly held in such high regard? Humph. I suppose it's not surprising. Though his strength was fading, he continued to provoke them, trying to buy time until Xia Yan arrived. After all, this place holds a legend that makes even you of the 5 paths lose sleep at night. Baki's face soured, confused for a moment. Nan began to summon the rainwater ring. Water swirled into a massive vortex as he roared with confidence. Serpent Lord, don't think that my Yangxia is without defenders. In the next instant, a torrential flood of water rushed in, its pressure capable of sweeping everything away. Accompanied by a great thunderstorm, the current bent to his will, twisting into a massive waterspout. He flew into the air, standing atop the churning pillar of water, and began to chant an incantation. Ancient Sanskrit characters flowed from his mouth. More and more characters appeared, until blinding strips of golden light filled the sky. Below, Bachi looked up at the spectacle, stunned and confused by what was happening. A second later, the entire area erupted in a massive explosion. Earth and rock were thrown into the air as dust and smoke filled the sky. The blast was so immense that space itself seemed to burn, incinerating all plant life. The aftershock slammed into the headquarters, shaking it to its core. Fragments of the walls and glass shattered and flew inward. Xia Yan, huddled in a corner, clutched her head in terror. Through a hole in the wall, she peered outside, her eyes filled with worry. As Xia Yan looked out through the broken glass, she saw a gigantic snake's mouth opening wide, rows of razor-sharp fangs exposed, and she froze in absolute terror. It seemed the tables had turned. The Serpent Lord now lay amidst a pile of rubble, shattered and grievously wounded. He could no longer hold his half-human form and reverted to his true serpentine state. The cracks on Nan's turtle shell widened, blood flowing freely from the wounds. He struggled to speak, but before he could finish his sentence, he felt a murderous gust of wind behind him. From out of nowhere, Orochi stood there, surrounded by the swaying heads of 7 massive serpents. Nan stared in utter shock. The beast's power was truly monstrous. To have recovered his full strength so quickly, the serpent hissed in fury. "How dare you wound me?" But Nan's injuries were too severe. He had no strength left to face him. A 7-headed snake. Does that mean it has 7 lives left? What a shame. Even after burning my own soul for one final, desperate strike, I couldn't take more of your heads. Those words struck a nerve, shattering Orochi's pride. He lunged forward, cloaked in a dense demonic aura. Does this little Xia Yan demon think he can stop me? Nan was truly at his limit, his eyes growing dim as he was about to lose consciousness. Of course I can. Fortunately, in the distance, Lei Zhen arrived, flying with Xia Yan. The moment Nan saw their figures, relief washed over him. Not a single drop left, but the serpent heads were already slithering closer, flicking their tongues and baring their fangs. This time, Nan spoke with calm assurance. The cavalry has arrived. As the words left his lips, a storm of lightning crashed down from the sky, striking the writhing serpent heads. Orochi immediately abandoned the snake's body, leaping back to dodge the attack. He stared in disbelief at the smoldering, charred remains of his serpent form. How is this possible? He looked up, his body trembling at the sight of Lei Zhen's immense form and sharp, eagle-like eyes. A general-class warrior, the powerful being looked down from above and spoke with arrogance. "So you're the worm from the eastern lands. I am the reincarnation of the heavenly thunder general, the 3rd-generation disciple of the Jade Void, Lei Zhen Zi." At the same time, he began gathering his power, summoning a sphere of lightning energy. "By this thunder, I shall incinerate all evil, and cleanse Xia Yan of your filth." The energy sphere grew larger and larger. Lei Zhen roared a single final word. "Go." Orochi couldn't react in time, stammering out a desperate plea. "Wait." But before he could finish, Lei Zhen struck with a single punch. The sound of thunder ripped the very sky apart. Orochi's body was bleached white by the blast. Only a shimmering silhouette remained. His form coiled like the eye of a vortex, wrapping around him in a circle. Lei Zhen hovered in the air, looking down with a cold expression. So, this is the extent of a pathetic foreign god. Xia Yan, standing on Lei Zhen's shoulder, quickly noticed something was wrong. There's still a life force below. I can feel its heat, its power. He spoke to the exhausted Nan on the ground. "You've done well, old turtle. Go to the tower and heal." Inside the great prison, Nan collapsed onto the floor to meditate and mend his wounds, crying out in agony. "Ow! Ow! It hurts. The great serpent Orochi has 8 heads, 8 lives. He can't die that easily. Don't underestimate him." Outside, Lei Zhen and Xia Yan kept a close watch on Orochi's remains, their guards still raised. Where he once stood, a thick, dark purple demonic energy suddenly erupted. The ground twisted into a deep, endless vortex, aimed directly at them. From within the vortex, a pair of snake eyes stared back, radiating a heavy, murderous intent. Slowly, more and more of those sinister eyes appeared, eerily surrounding Lei Zhen. Seconds later, two serpent heads shot out from behind to attack. With lightning-fast reflexes, Lei Zhen flapped his wings, soaring higher into the sky. But the serpent heads relentlessly gave chase, their mouths gaping wide, ready to swallow them whole. Lei Zhen merely glanced back, his face a mask of utter contempt. "You want to swallow me?" His arrogant nature, now fueled by this insult, flared into rage. "Are you even worthy?" He unleashed his divine lightning power in all directions, striking the serpent heads and making them scream in pain. What? But the heads were resilient, opening their jaws to spray a toxic gas. Lei Zhen's hawk-like eyes instantly caught the stream of poison, and he flinched slightly. Unsure of the danger, he cautiously asked Xia Yan, "This mist, is it poisonous?" The moment he realized something was wrong, Lei Zhen beat his wings, dodging the toxic cloud just in time. But the enemy pressed on, relentlessly spraying poison everywhere. Lei Zhen had no way to counter it. Wounds were already appearing on his body. He glanced back worriedly, awaiting orders. "Warden, Warden, what do we do now?" Xia Yan looked at the ambushing snakes, then at the serpent lord commanding them from afar, and spoke with clear irritation. The great serpent Orochi was controlling the battle from a distance, a grotesque smile spreading across his face. Kekekekeke. The poisonous mist continued to pour in, accompanied by the serpent lord's dark voice. "So you're the warden that old turtle was talking about, aren't you? You're nothing more than a low-level human who's learned a few shallow cultivation tricks. You dare compare yourself to Susanoo, the one who defeated me? Hilarious. Truly, utterly hilarious. Ha ha ha." Jiangkai heard the contempt in his opponent's voice. He glanced at him and said softly, "It seems you're not very convinced. In that case, care for a real fight?" The swirling, murderous aura grew thicker, trapping Lei Zhenzi in its center. Hearing Xia Yan's challenge, the great serpent Orochi sneered. "A real fight? Do you truly believe you are worthy of facing me?" With that, Xia Yan began to negotiate with the serpent lord. "Serpent lord, what if my companion and I manage to defeat you? Then just like when you bowed to Susanoo, you will serve me as your new master. How about it?" The eight-headed serpent reacted as if it had heard the world's greatest joke, letting out a guttural laugh. "Ha ha 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 ha. Serve you as my master? Serve a mere human? Ha ha ha. Do you even hear the nonsense spilling from your mouth? A pathetic mortal like Rylan dares to dream of taming me? The legendary great serpent of the rising sun?" The violet hue of its murderous aura thickened, swirling like a violent storm, as the serpent lord's voice echoed menacingly in Rylan's mind. "You've finally done it. You have succeeded in truly angering me. I'm going to make you experience a suffering so absolute that even death will be a luxury you can't afford." Huh. But the serpent lord's fury didn't intimidate Rylan. In fact, it only fueled his excitement. A golden flame ignited in his right eye. "Since you didn't refuse, I'll take that as your acceptance." The colossal serpent heads began to converge on Rylan and Thunderclap's position. Jaws gaped open, revealing rows of razor-sharp fangs. Forked tongues flickered in the air as the great serpent roared with laughter. "Ha ha ha! Very well. Let's see what you can do. With just one general-class subordinate far weaker than myself, let's see you try to escape." Rylan's lips curled into a smirk, as the flames in his eyes began to blaze. This little serpent is smarter than it looks. The situation grew tense as four heads closed in on Thunderclap, forming a deadly circle. Thunderclap stood at the ready, arcs of lightning crackling around him. Rylan saw right through the Serpent Lord's strategy. "You're splitting your power into 5. Those 4 heads are just a distraction. 12 waiting for your prey to flee downwards. Meanwhile, your main head is hiding nearby, charging up for one devastating blow." Rylan pointed directly into a dark corner shrouded in a thick, murderous aura, his voice like ice. "Stop hiding." Its main head exposed, the great serpent flinched. "Impossible! How could you know? Are you trying to bluff me?" Rylan ignored its shock, his voice sharp. "You've already shown your hand." Rylan found the serpent's doubt amusing. "Bluffing? If that's what you think, then whatever you do, don't look behind you, because another one of my companions has already crept up on you." The serpent lord's eyes widened in fury, and it ground its fangs together. "Behind me?" The serpent was already short-tempered. But being underestimated by Rylan after having its strategy exposed was the final straw. Ridiculous. For a second, I actually fell for it. Not to mention a general class demon and a god that were erased 1,000 years ago. This bird's appearance is nothing but a coincidence. Not even the great Susanoo could penetrate this poisonous miasma. So how could a mere human possibly pinpoint my location? It has to be a coincidence. Yes, nothing more than a coincidence. Humans are truly despicable creatures, masters of psychological warfare. With that, it roared at its other heads. Now, send him to the afterlife. The serpent head's eyes gleamed with vicious excitement. But just as one of them lunged forward to attack, a massive bear paw slammed down on its head, out of nowhere. It was the paw of the great bear. The great bear praised, "Nice try, little snake." The serpent froze, unable to process what was happening. Somehow, the great bear was already standing on its head, his hand pressed down, pinning the creature in place. The great bear looked down at his prize with glee. This old bear's kidneys have been acting up, and the warden said snake gall is the perfect remedy. How about you spare one for an old-timer like me? As he spoke, the great bear's grip tightened immensely. The serpent head beneath him couldn't budge, its tongue lolling out as it struggled for breath, breaking out in a cold sweat. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, the heavy rain continued to fall. Below an apartment complex, a group of survivors urged each other to flee. The city is crawling with zombies. We have to run. Among the fleeing crowd was a mother, desperately clutching her young daughter. The little girl held up her hand, which was starting to turn a sickening purple. "Mommy, look at my hand," she whimpered. The mother stared at her daughter's hand, her own voice trembling with disbelief. How? How is this possible? She stopped running and knelt carefully, taking the discolored hand in hers. The rain. It's poisoned. Pure terror filled the little girl's eyes. She buried her face in her mother's chest, sobbing uncontrollably. "Mommy, I'm so scared." The mother tried to comfort her daughter, fighting to steady her own nerves. "It's all right, sweetie. Everything's going to be all right." But the girl's cries only grew more frantic. Wah! Seeing her child in such a state was like a knife to the mother's heart. She hugged her child tight and looked to the heavens, her voice a desperate plea. "It's okay. Mommy's here. We'll pray together to the gods, to our ancestors. Someone, please save us." Beneath the downpour, the panicked crowd rushed past, and not a single person spared a glance for the mother and child, kneeling and crying in the middle of the street. Back on the battlefield, having received Ryland's permission, the great bear began his assault on the serpent's head. The brown collar around his neck began to glow intensely. The chains binding him rattled and clanked with his every move. The great bear unleashed a flurry of punches, slaps, and kicks, shouting out the name of each technique as he struck. "Behold my iron arm. Witness my twin phoenix strike. Taste my 5 thunder whip." The serpent head could only shriek in pain, completely unable to retaliate. It growled in fury, its eyes bulging as a single thought echoed in its mind. This damn bear is also a general class? Impossible. How can that demon was just a hair's breadth from reaching general rank. For so many powerhouses to appear on the human side at once, just who was he? Finally, the serpent couldn't hold back and demanded of Haven, "Who in the world are you?" Haven didn't answer right away. Instead, a playful smirk spread across his face. "Take a guess." The cunning serpent general thought. "This Haven is definitely part of some world-shaking conspiracy. I must report this to the higher-ups." Without hesitation, it unleashed a smokescreen, spewing a massive cloud of toxic gas toward Thunderclap and Haven. Seeing the serpent act so brazenly, Thunderclap's hot-blooded nature flared up instantly. Thunderclap summoned his storm lance, aimed it straight at the serpent's heads, and roared, "You eyesore, golden storm annihilation." In an instant, all 3 heads were struck, frozen by the lightning, their scales turning stark white as their jaws hung agape. It was a pathetic sight. A bolt of lightning then zigzagged, striking the serpent general's main body. Its entire serpentine form convulsed, eyes bulging and tongue lolling out as flames erupted around it. Amidst the chaos, the great bear's roar could be heard. "How dare you bite me?" The true Orochi, standing outside the battle, commanded its heads from afar. It summoned wind and dust, obscuring the battlefield. Alongside its one remaining serpent head, it watched the fight unfold with a wicked smile on its face. Observing the 2 general-class fighters clashing in its domain, Orochi spoke, "This is getting serious. A real emergency. Getting intelligence to the top is the priority. There's no need to be this stubborn." Meanwhile, in the headquarters building, Hazel was still hiding inside. She peeked out, assessing the situation. But Orochi caught the scent of a human and immediately dashed toward Hazel's building. The dense demonic aura, that familiar hateful energy from the Culling village, was aimed right at her. It would be over in seconds, an easy kill. But before the demon could even get close, the tip of a boot suddenly blocked its path. It looked up, startled. Haven was sitting nonchalantly on the edge of a flower bed, looking down at Orochi with a slight smirk. "What took you so long?" Haven's appearance left Orochi utterly stunned. Frozen to the spot, it stammered, "You, how are you here? You knew I was coming for this place." Haven remained casually seated, his eyes flashing with spiritual power, as if in utter contempt. "Of course. I saw everything quite clearly." In truth, none of Orochi's movements had escaped Haven's flame-wreathed eyes. While the other serpent heads were busy surrounding Thunderclap, he had already noticed something was wrong. From the moment you attacked Thunderclap, one of your heads secretly slipped away to hide. This little trick of sacrificing a piece to save the whole didn't fool him in the slightest. In fact, he almost couldn't be bothered to care. "Heh, if you old monster had actually managed to escape, I would have been too lazy to chase you. Taking 6 of your heads was already a pretty good haul." He hadn't planned to pursue the matter, but then the blind fool Orochi dared to target the most important person in Haven's life. And yet, you just had to come here. In an instant, Haven shot to his feet, his entire body erupting in a golden, fiery aura. A sacred sword materialized in his hand, and he slowly advanced on Orochi with an intensity that promised to tear the demon limb from limb. "You dare try to lay a hand on my little sister." Closing the distance, Haven leveled the point of his sword right at the demon's still shocked face. "You're courting death." Hearing this, Orochi showed no fear, but instead sneered with contempt. "Truly, I wonder if you overestimate yourself, human." It then let out a crazed, maddened roar. Venomous saliva sprayed everywhere. "Even if I only have one head here, I am more than enough for a pathetic little cultivator like you." It then lunged toward Haven, its massive maw wide open, revealing rows of terrifying fangs. "They call you the Warden, don't they? If I devour you, the battle for my other 6 heads will be over instantly." Orochi's eyes grew darker and more vicious, clearly relishing its own wicked plan. "And as for that little girl behind you, I will take my time and enjoy her thoroughly." But Haven paid no mind to the demon's threats. He simply snapped his fingers, summoning a colossal flame that coalesced into the head of a dragon. "Then come." Given permission, the fire dragon shot toward Orochi with absolutely terrifying power. Everywhere the flame passed, the air crackled with thunderous explosions. Despite the ferocious attack, the demon forced its way out of the blazing inferno. Its face was pale with fury as it sought revenge. With jagged fangs and a flickering tongue, Orochi prepared to greet Haven. In a flash, it easily clamped down on Haven's arm. A thought of triumph shot through its mind. "I got him." And yet, Haven showed no reaction whatsoever, his offensive stance remaining completely unchanged. As Orochi bit down with all its might, grinding its teeth, the arm that should have been flesh and bone suddenly became ethereal. There was no meat to tear, only a skeletal form made of pure, golden light. This sight sent a wave of utter confusion through Orochi. Seizing the opportunity, Haven pulled his arm back and offered a charming smile. In that same instant, while the demon was still stunned, he delivered a decisive slash to its neck. Thick, purple blood sprayed everywhere as Haven's total domination left Orochi. How could he be so unscathed, casually resting his weapon on his shoulder? A chill ran down Baki's spine. Was his opponent really that powerful? Back in the fray with the serpent heads, Kodiak entered a berserker state, fighting with pure, unrestrained fury. One hand clawed while the other crushed their throats. He brutalized the beasts with terrifying force, leaving them inches from death. He was actually enjoying this relentless assault. Another serpent arrived, only to freeze in place, breaking out in a cold sweat as it witnessed its brethren being torn to shreds. But things weren't looking good elsewhere. Volt was grievously injured, a gaping hole torn through his chest, yet his grip on his weapon remained firm. A brilliant light began to pulse from the wound. He pressed a sphere of lightning against it, and the glow intensified with every passing moment. At last, the wound sealed shut. Volt slammed his foot onto a serpent's head and took a moment to assess his condition. The bleeding has stopped. With his energy restored, the fire of battle reignited within him. It was time to continue. After his devastating rampage, Volt had nearly secured victory. Hopefully, this last head could withstand more than a single blow. Outside the main conflict, Baki watched his serpent heads get slaughtered, and a sense of dread began to creep in. Damn that Kodiak and the Birdman. He was down to his last 4 lives. He had to end this, and fast. He turned his attention to Kalen, whose breathing was completely stable. The man's body was too solid to ensnare in a direct fight. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Baki's mind, his pupils glowing with a new strategy. That's it. The ultimate weakness of mortals. Baki lunged toward him, a wicked grin spreading across his face. The soul, their eyes locked. Tendrils of Baki's spirit pierced through Kalen's body, finally locating the very core he intended to crush. He could even roam freely within this subconscious world, a fact that filled him with immense arrogance. I'm in. Baki was impressed with his own genius plan. It was just as simple as he'd imagined. It's no surprise I could invade your consciousness. You've only lived a few decades. Against a demigod like me, who's lived for millennia, your spiritual barrier is nothing but flimsy paper. And just like that, it was time for the next step. Excellent. Now, let's have a look at your memories. Where did you get a general class demon? And how did you acquire this power? Once I know, I'll turn you into my forbidden puppet. The more Baki thought about it, the more he laughed with wild arrogance. Haha. But his laughter quickly died as he realized something was terribly wrong. Even his serpentine eyes narrowed to slits. Humph. He stared in astonishment at the colossal structure before him. Why is there a tower inside this human's consciousness? Stranger still, he could sense the imprisoned souls of demonic beasts locked within it. Before he could even process the situation, an immense surge of power erupted from the tower, striking him and making him scream in agony. Arr! No matter how much Baki struggled, he couldn't escape this relentless energy. All he could do was endure it. The pain, writhing in torment, he desperately searched for a place he thought would be safe. At the base of the tower, there was a cave. With no time to think, Baki made a desperate decision to save his tattered form. I'm going in! The moment he entered, he collapsed onto the wooden floor, gasping for air. Finally, he had survived. Remnants of that spiritual lightning still crackled across his body. And suddenly, an alarm bell shrieked in his mind. This is tribulation lightning. I was only hit twice, and my soul is already heavily damaged. Thank goodness I found this cave. After composing himself, he finally had time to observe his surroundings, which only deepened his confusion. What is this place? Am I inside the tower? Why is it so dark? From within the oppressive gloom, hundreds of eyes stared out at him, accompanied by eerie laughter. A cold sweat trickled down Baki's back. Strange. I feel like I'm being watched, and by more than just one entity. He thought with growing dread, how can this possibly be? I am the great serpent Baki, a peak-level demigod general. Not even Susanoo himself could make me feel this kind of terror. He recalled the image of the tower and shuddered. Could it be that every single pair of eyes staring at me is even stronger than Susanoo? Could this tower be hiding countless gods? That's fundamentally impossible. As the full realization dawned on him, he was plunged into absolute terror, knowing he had willingly walked into his own grave. In an instant, a horrific pain exploded in his mind, causing Baki to roar in pure agony. In the outside world, Kalen stood coldly to the side, watching his foe convulse on the ground. Over on his side of the fight, Kodiak was in his element when he suddenly saw the serpent heads start bleeding and seizing on their own. The same thing was happening near Volt. Both serpents rapidly retreated back into Baki's body, while he continued to wrestle with the physical torment. Arr! Baki descended into chaos. What is this? What in the world is happening? I saw it, but now I've forgotten. A moment later, he began to laugh like a man possessed. Yes, I've forgotten. Haha, I've forgotten. What was that? Watching Baki tremble and curl into a ball on the ground, Kalen scratched his head, slightly confused. His face then showed his utter disbelief at his opponent's foolish actions. A moment ago, that damned snake just started staring at me intently, and I wondered what he was planning to do. In the end, he threw himself into my consciousness, clashing head-on with the demon suppression pagoda. Even Black Bear behind me was speechless. What an absolute catastrophe. This was going to end badly for him. Lei Zhen, standing beside me, chimed in, saying the intelligence of these outer gods is truly worrying. Heaven has a path, yet you refuse to walk it. Hell has no door, yet you charge right in. I stood there, utterly at a loss for words. Watching this, even Dan Chi couldn't help but tremble for Yamoto. He'd crawled up from the sewers, through a filthy passage, directly to the 4th floor. That's a place even I have never set foot in. It's hard to imagine what kind of super criminals are imprisoned on the 4th floor of the underworld prison. What fate awaited him when they all stared him down? Based on his reaction, she could easily guess the outcome. The result? He'd gone completely insane, just as she predicted. While Yamoto knelt on the ground, blood streaming from his eyes, Javiem stood tall before him. In his hand, he held a sacred sword, ready to deliver the final blow. But just then, he sensed something was wrong, his eyes darting in a new direction. The moon was slowly being eclipsed, as a suffocating killing intent flooded the air. Within a crack in the sky, Susanoo slowly opened a colossal eye and gazed down. His eyes widened in fury. A murderous aura instantly enveloped Javiem's towering figure. In the city, the rain continued to fall heavily. A mother and child sat in the middle of the street. The child whispered, "Mommy." A strange phenomenon appeared, startling the little girl. She quickly pointed it out. "Mommy, look, the moonlight is gone." Just as she finished speaking, the moon was completely devoured by the shadow. All who witnessed this spectacle were visibly terrified. Susanoo's power unfurled across the vast sky, as streams of demonic energy began to pour down onto the streets. Javiem and his group were frozen in place. He struggled to stay upright, barely managing to speak. Susanoo. Under Susanoo's cold gaze, Yamoto clutched his head and tried to plead. "Susanoo, I have a great secret." Realizing he was about to flee, Lei Zhen roared, "Stop right there." But before he could act, Susanoo's wrath descended. His entire body was instantly slammed into the ground. Ugh, faced with such power, even Lei Zhen had to admit, a commander-level god is truly on another level. Over here, Black Bear ground his teeth in frustration. Are we just going to stand here and let him watch us like this? He's just going to be saved. But Dan Chi beside him stated with conviction, "Of course not." Just as she said, Javiem would never let Yamoto escape. He raised his sword and let out a mighty yell. Ha! A burst of flame instantly severed the demon's head, giving him no time for last words. Javiem coldly reached out and extracted Yamoto's snake-like soul. Then, he casually tossed the soul into the demon suppression pagoda, where Yamoto's spirit was trapped in a separate cage. He looked around but saw nothing, his mind filled with countless question marks. After finishing the job, Javiem dusted off his hands. As if brushing away some filthy residue, he spoke with indifference. "Just a small matter. It's already done." Witnessing this, Black Bear, Lei Zhen, and Dan Chi were filled with awe and admiration. The prison master's power was truly majestic. With the might of the great underworld prison, blocking the gaze of a commander-level god was indeed a simple task. Just as the words were spoken, a terrifying pressure bore down on the four of them. Susanoo, staring down from space through the rift, glared with absolute fury. Javiem's entire body trembled under his power, raw fear showing in his eyes. Susanoo couldn't believe a mere mortal like him would dare do such a thing. His rage was so immense, his eyes turned bloodshot. A majestic voice echoed from the heavens. "How dare you deceive me?" Even the demon suppression pagoda sensed the danger and began crackling with lightning. He immediately plunged toward the city below, targeting Javiem at an impossible speed. At the same time, a colossal force struck the demon suppression pagoda. All the evil energy trapped inside erupted at once. While Javiem was suspended in the air, he suddenly felt his body go limp and shouted an urgent warning. "My spirit power is being completely drained. We need to retreat first." But he didn't know the others were in the same predicament. Lei Zhen sensed the imminent danger and yelled to Javiem, "Prison Master, this is an emergency. We have to think of something, now." Without hesitation, Javiem began to run. As he moved, he started to analyze the situation. In my previous life, before I was reborn, the strongest I'd ever seen were only general-level demigods who had descended. 12 a.m. So that was when the great serpent Yamoto was meant to arrive. I never imagined that this time, he would descend early because he was summoned by Song Tian. As he realized how scrambled the timeline had become, a look of dread washed over his face. This would cause an unknown delay for Susanoo's own descent, enraging him further. The entire world barrier has been destroyed. Do all those terrifying gods, who were supposed to descend one by one, now have to arrive ahead of schedule? What am I supposed to do now? Below, he too was being crushed by Susanoo's pressure, struggling to breathe. According to the divine prophecy, humanity was supposed to have time to awaken their powers, to level up, to evolve enough to fight back against the gods. Thinking of the coming cataclysm filled him with dread. But now, has it all been pushed forward? Once the dimensional barrier shatters completely, under the slaughter of god-level generals, Yang Xia is doomed. Yan Xia, who had been running, suddenly froze. He looked to the sky in shock, just in time to take a massive blow from Susanoo, descending from above. The immense force instantly pulverized the ground beneath him. Even so, he tried desperately to hold back the ever-increasing pressure with his bare hands. The glass windows of nearby buildings couldn't withstand the aftershock, shattering in unison. Inside, Yun Xia was thrown against a wall by the force, letting out a sharp cry. "Ah!" She instantly coughed up blood, clutching her ears in agony. Realizing the danger, she quickly took out an acupressure needle, and without hesitation, plunged it into her own skin, sealing the pressure points around her ears. Yun Xia continued. striking vital points on her body, her throat, her heart. The moment her senses cleared, her thoughts flew to Yan Xia, her brother, who took the full force of the sonic wave head on. What happened to him? Yun Xia stared down from the upper floor. The distance was great, and the air was thick with smoke and dust. All she could see was the outline of Yan Xia's body lying in the courtyard. Her eyes froze. Pure terror was written all over her face. Down below, he lay motionless, a pool of blood spreading around him. A wave of panic washed over her, and she screamed out his name. Brother! On the city's edge, the sonic wave crashed down like a hurricane. Everywhere it passed, it left horrifying devastation. All the ordinary citizens were hit hard. They screamed in agony. My ears! What is that thing? High above, Susanoo's face twisted into a look of sheer delight at humanity's suffering and terror. Even the moonlight has vanished. The end. The end is here. We can't be saved. We're all going to die. Arr! The sonic waves continued their assault, ripping a tear across the very sky. In a nearby apartment, a girl pressed against the window, watching the scene unfold outside, her face a mask of absolute horror. Her gaze fell upon a horde of zombies tearing a corpse apart below, then drifted up to the cruel face and razor-sharp teeth of Susanoo. She squeezed her eyes shut, unable to watch the nightmare any longer. 2 streams of tears rolled down her cheeks as she whispered her regrets. If I'd known this was the end, I would have had extra pork belly with my late-night snack yesterday. Now I'll never get to eat it again. A flower pot on the balcony swayed in the harsh wind. Its red petals broke free, fluttering down into the chaos below. It drifted over streets filled with fire, where zombies and blood mixed into a scene of utter ruin. It flew past a mother and child clinging to each other, as if they'd already accepted their tragic fate. It then floated by a helpless man sitting alone, 2 cats curled together near his feet, and finally, it landed gently in the palm of Yan Xia's hand. As his blood soaked into the petals, a command token materialized, beginning to pulse with a terrifying demonic power. The moment Susanoo saw the token, he let out a heaven-shaking roar. That's the one! It seemed that every single god, from the highest to the lowest, coveted the very thing he held. The City King. Yan Huang. The gods. So treacherous. But I saw through your plan. He glared down at Yan Xia's broken form and snarled again. Yan Xia, you piece of trash. Yan Xia finally regained consciousness. He heard every last one of Susanoo's mocking words, but remained silent, offering no reply. Let me humiliate you. As the red jewel on his forehead pulsed with spiritual energy, Susanoo's contorted face filled with sadistic glee. Ha ha ha. The arm Yan Xia had used to block the immense pressure slowly rose into the air, trembling uncontrollably. Then, he decisively shot up his middle finger right at Susanoo's face, a gesture of pure, undiluted contempt. Now it was Yan Xia's turn to speak. Go back to where you came from. You bastard. A pissant from a minor kingdom dares to laugh at me? You whore. In that instant, he threw the token into the air and let out a piercing scream. Ah! It immediately began to spin, erupting in a blinding golden light as the red characters on its surface glowed ever brighter. A moment later, a pillar of pure gold energy shot straight into the heavens. Susanoo, now on high alert, released a dense wave of his own demonic aura. From within the sacred light, a pair of white-booted feet emerged, hovering in midair. The figure wore a white robe, cinched with a black, jade-studded belt. He had a chiseled jawline and long hair, neatly tied up with a jade-green band. This was none other than Yan Huang. He radiated a divine and powerful beauty, graceful but not delicate, brimming with a captivating otherworldly charm. Seeing him, Susanoo was so shocked his eyes went wide and his jaw dropped. Impossible! This is absolutely impossible! Fear was now evident in his voice as he frantically tried to command a retreat. We have to get out of here. But Yan Huang simply reached out and touched the token before him. Too late. Instantly, a golden, divine weapon known as the Sunset Bow materialized from the token, now resting firmly in his hands. His calm, steady voice echoed through the air. The archer Hu Yi once used this bow to shoot down the 9 suns, and then to slay the great demon beasts that plagued the land, like Tao Ti, Feng Kun, the serpent of Shou, and the Fanged Tooth. And reflected in Yan Huang's solemn eyes was the terrified face of Susanoo. This bow is the perfect tool to bring down a worthless god like you. The instant Susanoo saw the sunfall bow, his face twisted. A dark, demonic energy began to pour from his body. Flames erupted around the arrowhead as the man in white spoke with a voice as sharp as steel. Next time you trespass in someone else's home, remember your manners. Like a storm given form, the arrow tore through the air with overwhelming power. The sunfall bow screamed through the sky, aimed directly at Susanoo's heart. He was stunned for only a moment, before his divine arrogance returned. After all, he was a god of immense power. His abilities were certainly nothing to scoff at. Gathering his power, he let out a deafening roar. In your dreams, a massive sonic wave erupted from him, forming a protective barrier. I am a god. The two forces collided head-on, his violet demonic aura against the hero's righteous flame. The impact was enormous. But the sunfall bow shattered the sonic barrier with terrifying ease. It continued its deadly trajectory, piercing straight through one of Susanoo's eyes. The god screamed in agony. With the arrow fired, the man in white scoffed at his opponent's pathetic claim to godhood. He then drew 3 more arrows, his stance perfectly ready. He didn't even forget to add a final taunt. He aimed his words straight at Susanoo's pride. Of all the gods I've slain, you're by far the weakest. And the loudest. With that, he released the string. His eyes, cold and sharp, delivered the final verdict. Now, die in peace. Before the god could even recover from the first strike, another vicious assault from the white-robed warrior was upon him. His majestic aura was gone. All that remained was a pathetic god, writhing and screaming in agony. He staggered backward, blood pouring from his ruined eye. He struggled just to stay on his feet. A part of him felt lucky he'd moved just in time to survive. Now, Susanoo's empty socket looked like a bottomless, black pit. Blood streamed down his face, but a delirious smile spread across his lips. I'm still alive. Ha ha ha. He glanced at the rift in the sky, then down at the city below. He sneered. The realm barrier is right behind me. You can't possibly break through it to kill me, can you? Caught between worlds, facing Susanoo's monstrous visage, the man in white seemed almost insignificant. Yet, just by standing there, he radiated a brilliant golden light, a divine aura, highlighted by the crimson token on his chest. He calmly drew his divine sword from the very air. As he did, a mighty storm began to brew around him. Flames billowed and roared along the blade, creating an invisible pressure so immense it left Susanoo completely stunned. This crushing presence. It's the vast heaven sword. The moment he recognized the blade, he finally understood who he was facing. So, it was you all along, human emperor. Yan. The sight brought back ancient memories of a bitter war. Millennia ago, I led the gods of Yan in a bloody war against your 5 divine factions. In the end, I sealed you all away in the outer realms of the 9 heavens. I also erected the realm barrier to protect this world. I warned you then that when the barrier finally falls. But Yan had no time for his pointless monologue. He raised his sword, his voice cold as ice. You brought this destruction upon yourselves. With those words, the vast heaven sword fell. With the force of a raging typhoon, it split Susanoo's body in 2. The single strike was so powerful, it unleashed a violent shockwave. From afar, it looked like a vortex of pure fire erupting in the sky. After the blast, the city's sky seemed a bit clearer. From a distance, all anyone could see was a blinding light piercing through the lingering clouds of smoke. The intense light forced the people below to shield their eyes. Moments later, drops of liquid began to fall from the heavens. Caught completely off guard, everyone scrambled for cover. They were bewildered. Is it raining? But when they looked at the liquid pooling in their hands, they saw it was a pale blue. A wave of disbelief washed over them. This is blue blood. Instantly, every head tilted upwards towards the strange rift. Blood was still raining down from it, leading them all to one terrifying conclusion. That giant, God, is it dead? On the street below, a woman slowly regained consciousness. Utterly exhausted, she pushed herself up, a mother's instinct driving her to find her child. My daughter, my daughter. She saw the small figure of her daughter, walking straight towards a horde of zombies. She desperately reached out, trying to stop her, but the child didn't seem to hear her mother's cries. She just carefully drank the blue drops from her hand, drawing closer to their ravenous faces. Watching her child walk into mortal danger, the mother had no strength left to stand. All she could do was let out a hopeless scream. Sweetheart, no! Just then, the little girl turned her head. Her eyes were glowing with a faint blue light. And then, she smiled. She tried to soothe her mother. Mom, it's okay, I'm fine. Suddenly, massive tentacles ripped through the back of her shirt, growing at an alarming rate. But his voice and expression remained eerily calm. Leave this to me now. Her entire body began to float into the air. Her impossibly long tentacles pierced through the zombies below, one by one. She stared at the horde as if they were a mouth-watering feast. I'm so hungry. The zombie army continued its relentless charge toward the lone ability user, who was struggling to fend them off. After being soaked by the strange rain, Hao Ge felt his power surge, a change that even he couldn't comprehend. How? How did my abilities get this much stronger? He glanced down at the wounds covering his arm. A look of pure joy spread across his face. The injuries had completely vanished. Wielding this newfound power, Hao Ge immediately launched a counterattack. He enthusiastically threw the filthy zombies off of him. Even the heavens are on my side. Haha, he scoffed, feeling a rush of confidence. All right then, let's keep this going. By the time I, Hao Ge, become a 9-headed dragon, you pathetic zombies won't have even been born. With those words, he charged forward, his eyes locked on the grotesque zombies standing in his way. Bring it on. The rain seemed to carry a miraculous energy, empowering everyone it touched. A wave of excited shouts erupted from the crowd. We're stronger! This is amazing! It's a miracle! The survivors below suddenly noticed something strange high above them. The sky. In the vast expanse of the sky, a massive rift had torn open. It was as if something had punctured the very fabric of reality. A swirling blue-purple energy pulsed around the crack, stunning everyone. It's ripping open, and at that moment, from within the void, Xia departed after finishing off Susanoo, but not without sighing at the mess. I didn't think we'd make such a scene. But whatever. He cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted, You 5 gods in there, listen up. Inside, the divine beings glared back with ferocious expressions. Their eyes were fixed on the small human figure at the center who was delivering a message. I don't care about other places, but I worked my ass off to build the barrier around the Yansha continent. You are not to break it with brute force again. Just wait patiently until the barrier disappears on its own. Got it? His lips curled into a smirk. Anyone who disobeys. Yansha flashed a friendly smile that didn't reach his murderous eyes. Will be cut down instantly. Immediately after, his tone shifted to a warm welcome. Of course, any lesser demons who can cross the border without destroying it, using their own skills, are more than welcome here. Please come visit any time. He gauged their reactions and felt satisfied. Not bad. Looks like we won't have any problems. Yansha looked at the giant rift torn open by their battle and couldn't help but sigh. Man, I really did a number on this place. He pulled something from his belt, muttering, This is such a pain. Then, he tossed a crystal into the air. It was a grayish-gold, diamond-shaped object. The crystal seemed to possess a healing power, gathering the spiritual energy of the world, and began mending the massive fissure in the sky. Once everything was settled, he gently descended as the rift slowly sealed itself shut. Watching the stone repair the sky, Yan Huang noted, Still, it looks like the sky-mending stone is a little insufficient. In just a few moments, the enormous rift was gone, and the sky returned to a pristine blue, as if no battle had ever occurred. Brilliant sunlight shone down on the devastated city, chasing away the gloomy, oppressive atmosphere. Yan Xia leisurely enjoyed the view. Is the dawn really still this beautiful? Why is life so full of shortcomings? But before him now wasn't the city skyline, but the demon-suppressing pagoda. He suddenly heard footsteps approaching and turned slightly. I did as you asked. I used lightning to sever Susanoo's head, but it consumed far more of my power than I anticipated. Aren't you afraid those lesser gods would have actually gotten angry? That they'd rush forward and tear apart this phantom of mine, this borrowed power? The one who approached was none other than Xia Yan. Yanxia continued his thought. If they had all attacked at once, the entire Yanxia continent would have been annihilated. Xia Yan offered his own perspective. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong is human nature. I don't see the gods as being much different. He continued to explain his thinking. With you suppressing them this time, at least for a short while, the commander-level gods won't dare to act recklessly. After all, they have the example of Susanoo's failure, and the stronger someone is, the more they cherish their own life. The being looked at the human, with new appreciation. Ha ha, so this was your plan, a show of force. To kill the chicken to warn the monkey. You're quite an interesting one. In that moment of utter despair, I suddenly took over your body, yet you didn't scream in terror. On the contrary, you started giving me orders. But then, Yanxia's expression turned sharp. What made you so certain I would actually step in to help you? Xia Yan calmly met his overwhelming presence and replied, In the great prison that suppresses demons and gods, even the very first floor holds general-class beasts, and that 5-story pagoda, a deity far beyond the martial class, must hold dominion over this floor. Xia Yan's expression softened slightly. For whatever reason these things are sealed, I'm willing to bet on it. Standing before the colossal tower, he declared with absolute certainty that a being strong enough to suppress this entire great prison exists within. Someone who couldn't be controlled by a mere Susanoo. Hearing this, Yanxia couldn't help but let out a laugh. Haha, you're absolutely right. No matter what, We can't let this prison fall into the hands of those eastern dogs. A gentle, ethereal light radiated from his body as he smiled in amusement. If I were more than just this fading echo of a soul, I would tear through the dimensional barrier and slaughter them all. Making them cry for their mothers would be so satisfying. Yanxia extended his hand, passing a shimmering golden object to Xia Yan. You still have many questions. These are fragments of my memory. They should help you find some answers. Look at them when you have the time. My spirit has almost completely dissipated. He stood between heaven and earth, his gaze firm and filled with unwavering trust. What happens next is in your hands now. Xia Yan stared silently at the memory fragment in the other man's palm. After a moment, as if gathering all his courage, Xia Yan grasped his hand, his voice heavy with resolve. I, Xia Yan, swear that I will not fail you. Having passed on his sacred duty, Yanxia offered a brilliant smile, as radiant as the morning sun. Finally, his lingering spirit dissolved into the void, leaving behind nothing but shimmering golden embers and the boy's solitary figure. Xia Yan narrowed his eyes, watching the spirit fade, before his own strength gave out and he collapsed from exhaustion. Just as Xia Yan fell limply toward the ground, Xia Yun appeared from nowhere, shouting in a panic, "Brother!" She rushed forward to catch him, her face pale with fright as she desperately tried to wake him. The token Xia Yan had been holding fell to the ground. It lay there on the dirt, completely unnoticed. The inscriptions carved upon it seemed to flash with a faint crimson light. Meanwhile, in the chaotic outer world, beneath a great ancient tree pulsing with intense golden light, a host of other gods had gathered. In the space before them, faint images of Susanoo and Yanxia appeared, clear enough for everyone to understand what had just happened. Susanoo really has been dead for 3,000 years, and Yanxia is still as domineering as ever. Even as an afterimage, his form still radiated its inherent grace and gentle power. The other gods stared at the image with pure hatred. If it wasn't for him, why would we be sealed outside the barrier? Murderous intent poured from them as they glared at his form, the shame of their defeat driving them to want to tear him apart. But one of them, the most majestic of the group, sat calmly on a throne. Why the rush? Chu Ye rested his chin on his hand and explained slowly. The barrier over the Xia kingdom is about to shatter. It cannot hold for much longer. Luo Bing, sitting on a swing, agreed with his assessment. That's right. A direct assault would cost us far too much. It would be better to first descend upon our own divine domains, rule over the mortals, and absorb their power. The gods gathered around the tiny planet Earth, discussing their plans. He's right. The area Yanxia currently protects cannot possibly reach our domains. Shi stared down at the Earth, his entire being shrouded in a thick, black aura. We will feast on the humans in our domains first, to restore our strength. Then, we will expand our territories and join forces to crush Yanxia's lands. As he spoke, he swung his hand with furious rage, shattering the lingering image of his ancient enemy at the barrier. The lands of Xia will undoubtedly be torn apart and divided amongst us. All the gods began to transform into different corporeal forms, their faces filled with triumphant glee. Indeed, it is inevitable. Ha ha ha. Immediately after, streams of multicolored energy pierced through the planet's protective layer, heading toward their own divine domains. Each god descended upon their own territory. One appeared at the Temple of Athena, another at the Taj Mahal, and a third manifested at the Great Pyramids of Egypt. With the descent of the gods, the earth was racked by a powerful seismic shock, and catastrophic disasters erupted in countless locations. News outlets around the world broadcasted non-stop reports of people transforming into monsters. A doomsday plague was sweeping the entire globe. On every television screen, the same horrific scenes played out on a loop. Endless waves of evolving zombies slaughtering ordinary people. A harrowing question was on everyone's mind. The zombie movies had become real. Who would save humanity now? Military helicopters patrolled the skies over cities, constantly updating the latest information on the disaster. The Los Angeles area has already seen 10 million deaths. Next, there are reports of monsters appearing in North Africa, while riots are breaking out in other regions. Faith is our last hope. The gods will save humanity. But even now, the Saad region had already been turned into a sea of flames. Because of that one decision, the world collapsed. Communications between nations were severed, and the Xia kingdom became an isolated island. Amidst the chaos, however, there was one piece of good news. In Jade City, a divine rain of blood fell from the sky, causing a large number of humans to awaken superpowers. And, as is always the case with human nature, the awakened began to form factions, and in the chaos, new powers rose from the ashes. Among them, the Wild Wolf Gang, led by the utterly ruthless Chen Gu, reigned supreme. They swept through Jade City, hunting any rogue awakened who refused to bend the knee. In the middle of an empty square, Chen Gu's men had 2 more awakened cornered. He gave a simple order to his surrounding pack: kill them. His wolves instantly charged, forcing the 2 into a desperate battle for their lives. The woman unleashed her ability, throwing a volley of ice daggers, while the young man beside her fought with all his might. He leaped high with a massive shield, aiming to crush Chen Gu. "You're the ones who are going to die." But Chen Gu just stood there, his monstrous wolf hand twitching in anticipation. The moment the man landed, a single swipe of Chen Gu's claws shattered the massive shield, leaving its wielder gravely injured. At the same time, the woman was brutally taken down by the rest of the gang. One of them grabbed her bag and sneered, "Did you 2 fools really think you could escape the grasp of Boss Chen?" After dealing with the 2 stragglers, Lao Hong quickly ran to Chen Go to report, "Boss Chen, this sector is completely sanitized. The men are fired up. Should we strike while the iron is hot and take down Wan Hao's crew in the West District?" Chen Go let out a disdainful laugh, his contempt clear. "Haha, Wan Hao is nothing but a muscle-bound idiot. Let him gather up all the awakened and scavenge for supplies. We'll just sit back and claim the rewards." A bootlicker named Lao Liu immediately flattered him. "Boss Chen is right. After all, they don't possess the most crucial resource, the Supreme Clarity Pill." Hearing this, Lao Hong remembered to ask, "Boss Chen, when is the next distribution of the Supreme Clarity Pills?" The mere mention of that miraculous item filled both of their eyes with a deep, obsessive greed. "With that divine elixir, our brothers can safely absorb crystal cores without fear of mutation." Being praised by his men was music to Chen Go's ears. "Haha, whoever controls the Supreme Clarity Pill controls the future. Don't worry, just follow my orders, and I promise I'll make you the strongest awakened in this city." Their worship only made him more arrogant, not just in Jade City, but in the entire Xia Nation. "Do you understand me?" His words sent a wave of excitement through his underlings. "Yes, yes, don't worry, Boss Chen, we will gladly die for you. Boss Chen is the greatest." Just as the men were caught up in the moment, Lao Hong came rushing back, breathless and panicked. "Boss Chen, we found a small outpost in the suburbs." Lao Liu turned to grumble at him. "So just kill them and take their things. Wipe them out. Why are you bothering Boss Chen with something so trivial?" Lao Hong was so winded he could barely speak, but the memory alone made his face turn pale. But everyone who went inside never came back out. Out in the suburbs, the building where Xia Yan hid stood in an eerie, deathly silence. The Wild Wolf Gang's vehicles screeched to a halt at the scene. Chen Go looked to his man for confirmation. "This is the place?" Lao Hong stammered, "Yes, Boss Chen. That building is strange. It's like it swallows people whole. Anyone who enters vanishes, and sometimes you can hear blood-curdling screams. It's terrifying." Chen Gu calmly stepped out of the car with a condescending smirk, completely unfazed. "Haha, we're in a zombie apocalypse and now we have ghosts? It's obviously just some awakened pulling a trick." He turned to face the building and bellowed his command. "Listen up in there. I am Chen Gu of the Wild Wolf Gang. I'm sure you've heard of me. You have 5 minutes to hand over every last one of your supplies." Chen Gu's arrogant rant echoed in the silence. "I might consider letting you join the Wild Wolf Gang. But if you don't know what's good for you, then don't blame me for being impolite." Inside the building, Xia Yan and Shi Ren were watching from a window. Xia Yan turned to her, her voice laced with fear. "There are so many of them." Shi Ren's expression was grim. It seemed a battle was now inevitable. Her gaze then shifted to Xia Yan, who was still unconscious. Seeing him lying there so still, with no sign of waking, made Xia Yun's heart twist with worry. "When are you going to wake up?" Shi Ren knew that just waiting around was not an option, so she quickly split the duties. "Xia Yun, you stay here and watch over him." To prevent a sneak attack, she would go downstairs to face the enemy head-on. Hearing this, Xia Yun grew even more anxious, but could only plead, "Shi Ren, you must be incredibly careful." Before opening the door to leave, she looked back to reassure her student. "Don't worry, I'm much stronger now. Remember how I took down all those guys before?" Xia Yun's spirits lifted a little. "I'll provide support from up here." Shi Ren gave her student a serious look. "No matter what happens, we have to hold them off until Xia Yan wakes up." He had saved her life, even planting a flame insignia deep inside her. Because of that, she could feel that he was undergoing a critical transformation. He lay on the bed, his eyes shut tight, with the iron command token that never left his side resting beside him. She walked slowly to his bedside, picked up the token, and looked at him with newfound determination. "Now, it's time to use your beasts. The others aren't here, but even if I have to risk my life, I will keep him safe." Back in the present, Shi Ren slams the hospital door, locking it tight. As she moves down the stairs, her mind flashes back to how she survived her last battle. That day at Xuanhua Hospital, I was facing certain death. But then, a group of ability users appeared and cornered the monster. Suddenly, a downpour began. Pushing my own powers to level, she quickly pieced it together. With my invisibility, I finally killed the beast and claimed its spirit core. And that's when everything changed. After Xia Yan branded me with his flame sigil, I gained the ability to sense his location in return. With the spirit core in hand, I immediately raced back to find him. I found Xia Yun holding an unconscious Xia Yan in the street. I decided then and there to stay with them and protect him. Shi Ren snaps back to the challenge right in front of her. In this dog-eat-dog apocalypse, Xia Yan and Xia Yun are the only people left that I can trust. A steely resolve hardens in her eyes. I will never let anyone harm them. Outside, Chen Gu sees that his deadline has passed. He signals his men. 5 minutes are up, he sneers. It seems you've chosen to do this the hard way. Brothers, surround them. At his command, his underlings swarm the building. Tear this whole place down for me. Inside, Shi Ren readies a sharpened iron bar, prepared to face them at any moment. Her eyes, cold as ice, are locked on the door. The second the door bursts open, the mob storms inside. One of the thugs gathers blue energy, forming a swirling, vicious vortex. Humph, you dare defy me? Die! He unleashes his power into the building, but the scene before him leaves him completely stunned. The empty fort strategy. A classic and effective way to confuse an enemy when they find no one inside. But while he's still gaping in confusion, Shi Ren materializes and plunges the iron bar straight through his skull, giving him no time to react. His massive body immediately collapses, lifeless. Bai Shi Ren, now completely invisible, watches as the rest of the Wild Wolf gang rushes in, assessing the situation. They charge forward like madmen, only to see their comrades sprawled on the ground. What the hell is going on? Realizing the danger, a bald man shouts a warning. Be careful, it's a sneak attack. Another thug arrogantly retorts, there are so many of us, why should we be afraid? After his outburst, he dramatically brandishes a knife in one hand and shears in the other, taunting the air. Come on out, you coward. When I catch you, I'm gonna roast you alive. Ha ha ha. Before he can even finish his laugh, Shi Ren is upon him. A fatal blow slices his carotid artery. The doomed man can't even scream, as his eyes widen in shock, his knife hand. To deliver the fatal strike, she had to reveal herself for a split second. The Wild Wolf gang roars with fury. Ag, damn it, it's a woman. Immediately, thugs charge from 3 directions to cut her off. Get her. But just as they close in, Shi Ren vanishes once again. Not knowing which way she went, their frustration boils over. This person moves like a ghost. Everyone, get back to back. Don't give her an opening. Another man snaps back in anger. But we can't kill her like this. The bald man, the craftiest of the bunch, seems to have already cooked up a plan. He calmly pulls out a lighter and slowly lights a cigarette. Watch me. The tip ignites, and he exhales a thick cloud of smoke. Using his ability, that small wisp of smoke rapidly expands, quote, until it practically fills the entire room. Breathe deep for your big brother. Yes, the smoke has filled every corner. The bald man turns to his friends with a cruel smirk. This special poison smoke of mine is especially effective on women. One whiff, and their whole body goes limp. Ha ha ha. A crony holds his nose and chimes in excitedly. Ha ha, cigarette bro, you really are the best. Your power is incredible. After waiting a few seconds for the poison to take effect, he gives a wicked grin and orders. In a fog this thick, that little lady must be down by now, right? Where is she? Go find her for me. He. But Shi Ren reacts with lightning speed. She covers her mouth and nose to avoid the fumes, and dashes toward the building's exit. Yes. She runs right where Chen Go and his men are waiting. A clear plan forms in her mind. To defeat an army, first strike down its general. I have to take down their leader first. At this moment, his guard is completely down as he stares into the building, totally oblivious to the presence closing in on him. In an instant, Shi Ren is standing silently behind Chen Gu. She raises her dagger, aiming for his neck. Die! But, just as the blade strikes his neck, a small protective shield appears, blocking the lethal damage from the dagger. At the same time, the force of the blow sends her flying backward. Chen Go rubs his neck, glancing at Shi Ren with a mocking sneer. Little girl, you've got guts. Did you really think I wouldn't have a protective artifact? She crashes helplessly to the ground, her body racked with pain. A wave of pain hit her. Her invisibility power was still too weak. He gave her no time to recover, lunging forward instantly. He plunged the knife deep into Shiren's shoulder without hesitation. Blood instantly gushed from the wound as a horrified scream tore from her lips. Seeing her writhing in agony, Chengu's face twisted with sick pleasure. Her pain only fueled his delight. "Since you're here, you're not going anywhere." His cronies slowly closed in, encircling the scene. A thrill of excitement ran through them. "Hey, when did she get out here? What kind of power is this? Easy, boys. Take your time." "Ha ha ha ha." Just then, the bald leader inside the house yelled out, "There's someone else upstairs. Sounds like another girl. Let's all go up." Hearing this, the thugs' faces lit up with wicked glee. "Ha ha ha. Now we've got some real entertainment." Shiren lay on the ground, her face draining of all color. A chilling dread filled her heart. "Xia Yun, be careful." Watching from the second-floor window, Xia Yun panicked, seeing her friend injured. But at that very moment, the bald leader and his gang smashed the door open. Facing the doorway, she began to summon her metal ability. She screamed at the intruders, "Don't you dare come any closer." But the bald leader completely ignored Xia Yun's threat. He tilted his chin, a vile smirk spreading across his face. "Well now, aren't you just adorable?" She had an ability, yes. But aside from her one encounter with Zhong Tianjia, she had never been in a real fight. Their cruel taunts sent a wave of anger and fear through her. Just then, glass shattered as another thug smashed through the window. Gripping a trident, he advanced on Xia Yun with a booming laugh. "Ha ha ha, I've waited long enough." The thugs then noticed the figure of Xia Yan lying on the bed. "Well, look at that. There's someone else on the bed. Looks like he's half dead already. Just a useless cripple." Realizing they had targeted her brother, she immediately moved to shield him. "Stay back, you will not harm my brother." Hearing Xia Yun's desperate threat, the bald leader roared with laughter. Oh, her dear older brother. All right. Don't you worry, little girl. We won't harm your brother." The moment he finished speaking, he lunged at her like a starving wolf. Vile words spilled from his mouth. "We're going to harm you," right in front of him. Ha 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 ha. Outside, despite the searing pain from her wound, Shiren instinctively tried to summon her stealth ability. She couldn't stop a curse from escaping her lips. Damn it. Chengo was startled for a moment as she began to fade. "Oh?" He reacted on pure instinct, brutally twisting the knife still lodged in her shoulder, sending a fresh wave of agony through her. Chengu didn't let up. He pressed down hard on the handle of the knife in Bai Shiren's shoulder, speaking to her with pure contempt. "Trying to use your power, are you? I'll make sure you're in so much pain, you'll never be able to focus your spiritual energy. It's the most effective way to deal with an invisible rat like you." He finally released his grip on the knife, but a twisted, evil smile crept onto his face as he stared at her. "Ha ha ha. Now, you just watch closely as your little friend gets played with." Shiren was grievously injured, but seeing her rage at the suffering of others only made Chengu even more ecstatic. "And what about the man on the bed? You want to protect him? Ha. Later, I'll have my men chop off his limbs and feed him to the dogs like meat sticks." He pinned Shiren's hand to the ground with his foot, tormenting her. "But I have to admit, your power is pretty useful. If you agree to join us and become my dog, maybe I'll let you live. I'll give you 10 seconds to decide." She glared daggers at the madman before her, her face a mask of pure fury. She gritted her teeth as he began the countdown. 10, 9. Across the room, Xia Yun was pinned by a hulking brute. 2 more thugs closed in on her with lecherous grins. 8. These thugs from the Wild Wolf gang were completely unhinged. They were like a pack of starving wolves who had just cornered their helpless prey. 7, 6. The situation was spiraling into utter desperation. And on the bed, Xia Yan still showed no signs of waking, his brows knitted together as if in terrible pain. 5. In that small room, a strange purple energy began to seep in from an unknown source. It slowly gathered around Xia Yan's body. He was unconsciously absorbing this mysterious energy, but his eyes remained tightly shut. Inside his mindscape, a great and terrible prison rumbled. Storm clouds churned violently as lightning crashed down without end. And at its center, Xia Yan's consciousness was enveloped in a golden cocoon, pulsing with a brilliant, swirling light. From the ground below, a figure named Dan Qi looked up at the halo of light. "Yan Jia, is this truly the only way?" She watched him with a complicated expression, thinking to herself, "The reason all of us are trapped here is because of the voice that echoes from the highest floor of the demon suppression tower." It was a voice filled with seething hatred. "Yan Xia, you brat. Let me out of here. To think you would use me as a pawn. I will have my revenge." Having witnessed so much, she understood. Hearing those hateful ramblings, a faint smile touched her lips. Yes, Many great demons and demigods were imprisoned here for heinous crimes, but others were locked away for thousands of years for the smallest of transgressions. How could they ever accept such a fate? Now, Yan Xia has appeared, and the outer gods have arrived. Even a fool could see what is about to unfold. The master of this place sacrificed himself to create these bindings. The demon suppression tower is the very seed that Yan Xia and the ancient gods of the 9 provinces left behind, a seed planted to fight back against the outer gods. A war that began countless millennia ago. All were prepared as a final, secret weapon. No one imprisoned here was ever ordinary. We, the great demons and fallen gods, are the trump cards left behind by the divines, hidden away from prying eyes, all gathered within the demon suppression tower. And now, as Xia Yan absorbed enough energy, he awakened the tower's most powerful entities from their slumber. Inside their cells, Nan Heishong and Lei Zhenzi felt the violent tremors. They couldn't help but ask, "The tower isn't going to collapse, is it?" Then, Nan Heishong lay back down on the floor, musing with a cynical sigh. Truly, not just anyone can accept the plans of the gods. Once again, they used the demon races as sacrifices. He breathed out, exhausted. The prison lord's path, I fear, will only grow more difficult. Across from him, Lei Zhenzi listened in silence. The radiant light grew, its influence on the tower intensifying with every second. The entire prison trembled without end. Dan Qi had been watching Xia Yan's cocoon this whole time, growing suspicious when he didn't awaken. Hasn't the prison lord woken up yet? At that same moment, Chen Gu's countdown echoed from the world outside. 4. Hearing this, she rested her chin on her hand, a teasing smirk on her face. Did you hear that? There's a real problem brewing outside. This immense power of yours is pinning us down. We can't even leave the tower to deal with the enemy. Prison lord, don't you dare take it out on us later. Inside the cocoon of light, Xia Yan seemed to sense something was terribly wrong. The protective barrier vibrated violently, sending waves of noise throughout the structure. Then, the entire demon suppression tower fell deathly silent. In the void of consciousness, the golden cocoon that had sealed Xia Yan for so long suddenly shattered. At the same time, by a window in the dreaded prison, 2 dragon-like beasts began to stir. The source of golden energy spun like a furious storm. Xia Yan remained suspended in midair. He was enveloped not only in golden light, but also in a swirling, dense, violet demonic aura. The countdown from outside showed no signs of stopping. 2. Within his consciousness, a tempest of purple-green death energy raged. Just as the count reached 1, Xia Yan's eyes snapped open. From his right eye, a brilliant flame began to pour forth. As awareness flooded his mind, he kicked off, launching himself out of his own inner world. The moment the countdown ended, the entire space became strangely dark. 1. Chen Go turned his head, laughing maniacally at his underlings. Haha, go! Awaiting their commander's signal, the mob of thugs split into 2 fronts, swarming towards the 2 brothers. Haha, here I come, ha ha ha. The swarm of gnats was so dense, there wasn't a single gap between them. Suddenly, a henchman who was a step too slow felt something shift. But before he could even form a thought, a massive blast of light exploded outwards. It sent all of them flying. The entire second floor of the headquarters was instantly obliterated by that powerful burst of light. Outside, Chen Go saw the building suddenly explode and whipped his head around in total confusion. What's going on? And far in the distance, Xia Yan was standing defiantly atop the ruined building. The henchman, seared by the sacred flames, writhed on the ground in agony. It hurt so much, and from the rooftop, Xia Yan stood beside Xia Yun, looking down at Chen Gu. His voice was cold as ice. Are you the one who wants to take my life? Hearing his arrogant tone, Chen Gu pressed the blade he held against the poetess, forcing a pained cry from her. Ah! Then, he looked up at Xia Yan and screamed, Don't you dare come over here, or I swear I'll kill her. Seeing Gu Bai held hostage, Xia Yun couldn't hide her worry. But Xia Yan wasted no more words. He made his move. With a simple flick of his finger, the sacred flames surged closer, its every move directed by him from above. An intense heat immediately invaded Chen Gu's body, ravaging him from the inside out through his eyes and mouth, causing him unimaginable pain. His entire body was engulfed in fiery energy, as an iron bell hanging in the air began to ring incessantly. From above, Xia Yan's brow furrowed, his expression ice cold as he clenched his fist. At that exact moment, the iron bell below began to crack. A powerful golden light burst forth from within it. The fire on Chen Go's body instantly erupted, turning him into a human torch from head to toe. A few lucky henchmen on the second floor watched in utter terror. Brother Go, what's happening to you? Who is this guy? Brother Gu is dead. He killed Brother Gu. Get him. If I kill him, I can take Chen Gu's place and get countless Shangqing pills. He's right, kill him. And just like that, they turned their blades on him. Fueled by some unknown courage, they rushed forward to surround Xia Yan, preparing to attack. To these mere grunts, Xia Yan didn't even give them a second glance. He stated calmly, noisy. With a wave of his hand, an arc of fire swept out from him. Instantly, every single person who approached him was incinerated by the overwhelming flames. The blaze painted the entire sky a deep crimson. Terrified of the fire, none of them dared to fight Xia Yan anymore, scrambling for their lives in every direction. Ah, run! How can he be this strong? What level is he? Help me! The ones closest to the exit escaped the main blaze, laughing with relief. We made it! We got away! But it was never going to be that easy. The sacred flames had already licked their bodies, leaving small embers. Before his words of relief could even finish, the man burst into a raging inferno. The entire headquarters was burned to a blackened husk. He finally had a moment to process what was happening inside his own body. After the primogenitor human emperor, Yan Xia, used my body to slay the great Susanoo, I had absorbed all of that creature's immense soul power, combined with Yan Xia's memories and lingering energy. Even though it wasn't fully refined, my own power had blasted past level 4, skyrocketing straight to level 5. He glanced down at his palm, a smirk playing on his lips. A level 12 ability user, taken down in a single blow, and his own soul power had already reached level 6. Beyond new techniques and skills, his control over his flames had expanded, and their destructive force was on another level entirely. Down below, Chen Gu's body was charred to a blackened crisp, yet he still let out a deranged and triumphant laugh. Haha, I'm not dead yet. His hands clutched the cracked bell. I have the Yuan family's protective treasure, my treasure. He then held the bell out, shaking it frantically. Chen Gu roared with laughter and screamed, "Save me!" But in that instant, before the enchanted bell could even activate, a sharp blade sliced clean through his wrist, severing it completely. Shi Ren had seized her chance while Chen Gu was distracted. Enduring the pain, she ripped the knife from her own shoulder, and with a single, swift strike, took his hand. Staring at him, writhing in agony, she spoke with ice in her voice. She picked up the bell, examining it. The artifact was still emitting a faint golden glow. So this is the thing that blocked several fatal attacks? Just then, Xia Yan and Xia Yun leaped down from the second floor. She rushed over to Shi Ren to check on her injuries, her voice filled with worry. Miss Bai, you're seriously hurt. Let me heal you. Shi Ren winced, fighting back the pain, but was touched by her kindness. Thank you, little Yun. She turned to face him, breathing a sigh of relief. Xia Yan, you're finally awake. Xia Yan took the bell from Shi Ren's hand as he asked, how long was I out? She answered honestly. After your battle with that snake-tailed monster, you were asleep for 7 days and 7 nights. The situation outside has changed drastically. Many more people have started awakening abilities. Her eyes drifted toward Chen Gu on the floor as she continued her report. The powerful ones at the top, like him, can pay other ability users with supreme purity pills. It's highly suspicious. There's definitely someone pulling the strings from the shadows, plotting something big. After listening to Shi Ren, he quickly grasped the new reality. I see. In that case, we'll just have to get some answers from him. Chen Gu was tough. Despite his blood loss, he still had the strength to shout at Xia Yan. Ha! If you've got the guts, then kill me. Damn it, who the hell do you think you are? You're only slightly stronger than me. The family head will never let you get away with this. Shi Ren immediately frowned and asked, who is this family head you speak of? He used his good hand to stanch the bleeding from his severed arm, a look of triumphant defiance on his face. You think I would tell you? That's hilarious. I, Chen Gu, may not be much, but my loyalty is absolute. Even if I die, I won't say a single word. But he had no idea that Danji had already appeared behind him, a sinister smile spreading across her face. He. Moments later, Chen Gu's agonizing screams echoed through the headquarters. In the main room, Danji stood beside Xia Yan, giggling. He. Guildmaster, he sang like a canary. He responded with a few cold, hard words. Stroking his chin, he processed the intel. The power behind Chen Gu was the Yuan family. Like the Song family, they were a great clan, but their influence was several times stronger. They were deeply rooted in the neighboring Black Jade City, and had begun stockpiling supreme purity pills days before the apocalypse even began. Oh, so just like the Song family, it seems they could predict the apocalypse. Danji continued, revealing that the Yuan family had already seized control of every ability user in Black Jade City and were now extending their reach into their own Jade City. According to Chen Gu, the Yuan family possessed numerous magic artifacts. The ancient bronze bell he wore was just one of them. Hearing this, Xia Yan couldn't help but marvel. In just 7 short days, they had controlled ability users and distributed pills and artifacts. The Yuan family's foundation truly ran deep. Danji then adopted a mysterious tone, ready to reveal a secret. Hee. Besides all that, I managed to uncover a piece of intel that changes everything. The story intrigued him. They had discovered an ability or vein, and deep within it, an ancient god was said to make frequent appearances. Xia Yan fell into deep thought. An ability or vein. And an ancient god? Ability or veins contained raw power that could level up skills. After Yanxia's battle drove away the outer gods, his own source of soul power had vanished. An ancient god? After a moment of thought, he stood up and declared to the others, "It looks like we're paying a visit to Black Jade City." Outside the walls of Black Jade City, the roar of a massive crowd echoed. Countless survivors had gathered, protesting against the soldiers on the walls. Let me in! Let me in! I'm begging you. Let us inside to hide. The outside is swarming with zombies, but no one on the walls paid them any mind. They even began firing down into the desperate crowd. The one in command was none other than Qiang Li. "Silence," he bellowed. Putting on a show of official procedure, he laid down the terms. Entry into the Yuan family's shelter required a toll, high-grade elixirs, or zombie cores. Instantly, a voice of dissent cried out from the desperate crowd. "But we're just ordinary people. We don't have any abilities. Where are we supposed to find treasures like that?" But their pleas were met with nothing but arrogant contempt from Leon. "You said it yourself," he sneered. "You're just ordinary people. Besides consuming our food, what other value do you possibly have? Why should my Yuan family protect a pile of useless garbage like you?" His outrageous words immediately ignited the fury of the crowd below. The tension in the air thickened, crackling with fear. "This is bad. The zombies are here." A horde of both common and mutated, infected swarmed into view, sending the entire populace into a frenzy of terrified screams. "Help! Help us! Please, open the gates and save us!" Yet, Leon remained completely unmoved, without a shred of pity. In fact, a twisted excitement glinted in his eyes. "Ha ha ha. Once the zombies finish feasting on you worthless fools, they'll evolve into higher-level threats, and their ability cores will become that much more valuable." The powerless common folk could only cry out in agony and utter despair. "Ah, somebody save me." But Leon felt no fear, only a surge of manic excitement. That one. It's about to evolve. Leo, standing behind him, showed a flicker of caution. It was already a level 3. If it evolves into a level 4, can we even take it down? But his boss remained utterly self-assured. "What are you scared of? This is Yuan family territory. Besides us, there are countless other masters inside these walls. Not to mention the old ancestor and that person standing guard. Discovering a level 4 zombie is just an opportunity for us to earn merit." Hearing this, Leo's worries vanished, replaced by fawning admiration. "You're right. Brother Leon, you always see the bigger picture. That's not just some zombie out there. That's our ticket to glory, and a handsome reward." Ha ha ha. Meanwhile, far beyond the city walls, Haven closed in on his motorcycle. He didn't swerve. He charged straight into the horde, blocking his path. His eyes were locked on a single target, the massive level 3 zombie at the center of the chaos. In an instant, his front wheel delivered a spectacular impact. Watching from the wall, Leon was completely stunned. What the? Of course, a level 3 zombie wouldn't be taken down so easily. Its eyes blazed with fury as it smashed the motorcycle to pieces. But to its surprise, Haven landed perfectly, completely unharmed. Haven didn't waste a second. He pointed his blade at the beast, and with a single, fluid motion, sent its head spinning a full 180 degrees in a sickening twist. Gurgling sounds echoed. But strangely, a cluster of new faces with vacant white eyes sprouted from its body. Haven withdrew his sword, only to plunge it into each new head, one by one. Truly disgusting. After a few more strikes, the level 3's entire body began to combust. Piercing screams of agony filled the air. A few seconds later, Haven calmly walked away, not even glancing back at his defeated foe. The remaining common zombies froze for a moment before swarming toward him in a unified wave. But he showed no hint of fear, only annoyance as he controlled his weapon. How troublesome. Instantly, his sword split into 5 separate blades, shooting forward like arrows. They moved in concert, a whirlwind of steel that sliced through the mindless horde. The blades flashed so quickly they were almost invisible. Nothing more than streaks of deadly light. The terrified survivors dropped to the ground, fearing they would be caught in the devastating aftermath. In a flash, the entire area outside the walls was engulfed in a sea of flames. Witnessing this incredible display, The survivors' terror finally began to subside. We're saved! They stared at the figure of Haven, standing defiantly amidst the smoke, and a single question arose. Who is that man? He's unbelievably powerful. Then, from the chest of the fallen level 3 zombie, a brilliant light began to glow. The sight of it caught even him by surprise. A level 4 core. Suddenly, a Yuan family guard dropped down from the wall. Not bad, kid, not bad at all. Are you one of our new recruits? Leon strode over as if he were on a fashion runway. Taking on a level 4 equivalent zombie solo. You've got a little bit of skill. I'll be sure to put in a request for your merits later. Then, with utter shamelessness, he reached out to claim Haven's prize as his own. Excellent, excellent. Just in the nick of time. This level 4 core is quite the prize, but his hand was stopped in its tracks. This core. It would be better if you didn't touch it. Those words instantly enraged the arrogant guard. What did you just say? Leo, who had been silent, hurriedly reported. Brother Leon, I just ran a check. He's not one of our people. It's not just our team. The entire Yuan family has no one with a fire-based ability. Hearing this, Leon's demeanor shifted 180 degrees. What? Someone who's not with us? Is killing our zombies? You must have a death wish. The bizarre statement made even Haven pause. Your zombies? The man declared with righteous fury. Of course. We raised this zombie all the way from a low level. Do you have any idea how many human lives that took? I suggest you obediently hand over the core and get lost. If you do, I might just let you leave here alive. He was met with a contemptuous smirk. And what if I refuse? This time, Leo stepped forward to express his outrage and suck up to his superior. Hey, you must be from out of town, huh? Is it possible you don't know? Our Yuan family has hundreds of ability users guarding this fortress, you know. And our young master, Yuan Rui, has already reached the 4th stage. Besides, the Yuan family possesses an imperial aura you can't possibly imagine. Qianglei declared this with the collective pride of his clan. In this apocalypse, the Yuan family is the last bastion of humanity. We are the next step on the evolutionary ladder for all ability users. The Yuan family's power draws countless users from far and wide, all hoping to earn the right to join us. His face twisted into a vicious snarl as he gave his ultimatum. Now, if you don't get lost today, you'll be leaving your life behind. Just as a smug sneer crossed his lips, thinking his foe was scared, Xia Yan snatched him up in an iron grip. Like a helpless little toy, aren't you? Let's find out. Fierce, crackling flames erupted from Xia Yan's entire body. If I kill you right outside the Yuan family's gates, will anyone even come to save you? Qianglei's face went deathly pale with terror. No, please don't, he panicked, trying to struggle free, but it was useless. Seeing this, his underlings, led by Liu Ye, drew their firearms. They opened fire, completely disregarding their superior's safety. Let him go. Hey, are you trying to die? But everything they did only caused the flames around Xia Yan to burn even more violently. Qianglei's arrogance was completely gone, replaced by desperate pleas. Save me. Someone save me. The Yuan family's lackeys could only stand there and comment in shock. That fire, not even the captain can resist it. It's a spiritual burn, not simple fire. My attacks are just being absorbed by the flames. Despite this, Liu Ye kept trying relentlessly. Get away. But the moment the bullets got close, they melted into liquid metal, terrifying him. How is that possible? That heat can even melt bullets. The purple stone fell into Xia Yan's hand. Now then, who do you think this crystal core belongs to? Qianglei's body was already charred, his mind going blank from the pain. I was wrong. Suddenly, another figure appeared, stepping into the conflict. Heh. Whether it's crystal cores or elixirs, power and wealth have always belonged to the strong. Yuan Ying looked down on them with pure arrogance. Am I wrong? Liu Ye and the others rushed over to tattle. It's the third miss. Third miss. Please save Brother Qiang. This outsider is too arrogant. He's stealing our things right on our territory. He has no respect for the Yuan family. Annoyed by their pathetic whining, she cracked a whip at them. Her voice dripped with disdain. A bunch of useless trash. So many of you can't even handle one outsider. Did the Yuan family feed you all the best resources just for you to behave like a pack of dogs? Even that single whip crack was enough to make the man tremble in fear. But we didn't expect him to be this powerful. Only then did Yuan Ying finally pay attention to Xia Yan. Such intense flames, and he's so handsome. Her loyal subordinate, Qianglei, could only let out a pathetic whimper, but his third miss, Yuan Ying, was already feeling the stirrings of a girlish crush. Such cold eyes. Oh my, what a man. Just as the burning man cried out, "Third miss, save me," She ended his life herself. Her eyes were now filled with nothing but ice, devoid of any other emotion. Useless trash. Don't interrupt me while I'm admiring a handsome man. Her swift, ruthless action left her subordinates completely stunned. As Qianglei's ashes scattered, Xia Yan turned to her and asked, "Who are you?" The third miss eagerly introduced herself. "Handsome, my name is Yuan Ying, ranked third among the Yuan family's younger generation. You can call me Third Miss, or you could just call me Yinger." Without waiting for an answer, she began to eagerly pull him along. "Please, this way. Come, have a cup of tea. Let's have a nice chat." Of course, Xia Yan wasn't about to give her any face. My flames don't always distinguish between friend and foe. I suggest the third miss keep her distance. But she didn't seem bothered at all. "Ayo, don't be so hostile. Come now, this way." The great gates of the Yuan family fortress finally swung open. Meanwhile, only Liu Ye and the others mourned their loss. "So, Brother Qiang is just gone." Xia Yan and Yuan Ying walked slowly between the fortified walls. Even he had to praise the scene before him. "The security here is impressive." She just laughed, happy to explain. "Heh, this is the apocalypse. Besides the terrifying monsters, there are also people with unpredictable hearts. You can never be too prepared." At last, they arrived at a grand building. Yuan Ying gestured gracefully. "Please, have some tea." Xia Yan didn't waste any time with pleasantries and got straight to the point. "Did your Yuan family know the apocalypse was coming?" Naturally, she dodged the question. "That is an internal matter of the Yuan family." "Handsome, what is your name?" His face grew serious as he posed his own question. "Xia Yan. Is the Yuan family trying to recruit me?" Yuan Ying answered with the heart of a smitten girl. "Of course, you're so powerful, and you kill so cleanly and efficiently. I like it a lot. You must need more cultivation resources, right? The Yuan family can provide you with anything you want." Before she could finish, Xia Yan cut her off. "Anything I want? I'm just afraid that after you give it to me, your family will. But that's all." She remained completely confident. "Heh. The Yuan family's power runs deeper than you could ever imagine," she bragged, starting her arrogant display. "Look here, this is a cyan pill. I can pull out this many whenever I want." Little did she know, Xia Yan had hundreds of crates of these things gathering dust back in his warehouse. Next, Yuan Ying laid out her terms. "As for zombie cores, we lend them out based on a power user's rank and contributions. Your current rank is probably level 4, right? Join us, and you'll immediately be promoted to captain, leading your own squad. An elite team of 5. Every member is a level 3 veteran, completely at your command." She had no idea how badly she'd misjudged him. A level 5 powerhouse with general-level subordinates. Yet, Yuan Ying still thought her offer was more than generous. And more importantly, our stockpiles of supplies and drinking water are incredibly vast. Join us, and you can eat a whole pack of instant noodles every day. You'll even get half a bottle of clean water. This offer left the truly wealthy Xia Yan absolutely speechless. He possessed tens of thousands of tons of supplies, not to mention his own farms and fields. Yet, she continued to act like she was the beacon of a prestigious family. "See? My offer has moved you, hasn't it? You're so stunned you don't even know what to feel." Then, she shamelessly grabbed onto his arm. "So, just agree to join us and start building your contribution points. The more you contribute, the more resources you'll be allocated. Soon, you won't have to worry about food, clothes, or even leveling up. Plus, you'll have me by your side. Imagine how happy we'll be." Seeing her acting like a rich sugar mama, Xia Yan tried to politely refuse, but before he could speak, Yuan Ying grabbed him by the throat. "But, if you're thinking of refusing me..." A thrill of excitement flashed across her face. It was the look of a twisted predator. "Then I'll just have to turn you into my personal specimen. I'll hang you in my closet. Don't worry, I'll put your body to good use. After all, I've taken quite a liking to you." She let out a scornful laugh. "Ha, realized you can't move yet?" Yuan Ying was brimming with confidence as she continued her monologue. "I added a special toxin to your tea. One designed specifically for power users. For a strong man like you, I had to give you the best treatment, of course." She struck her most seductive pose. "Now, tell me your answer." Suddenly, blaring alarms echoed through the area, interrupting her twisted game. Yuan Ying clicked her tongue in annoyance. "Ugh, they're here again." A subordinate rushed in to report. "Third Miss, the young master demands your immediate presence." She snarled back. "I know," but she didn't forget to give him an intimate farewell. "Darling, take your time and think it over. When I return, you'd better have an answer that satisfies me." Then, her voice dropped to a low command. "Watch him. He's a master. If he tries anything, kill him on the spot. The subordinate bowed. Understood. And with that, the door slammed shut, trapping Xia Yan inside. With her gone, Sudanchi appeared, sneering. Warden, you sure are lucky. That disgusting woman actually got to feel you up. Even I haven't had that chance yet. The black bear spirit jumped out too. Yeah, I want to try too. But Xia Yan just calmly ordered. Silence. This stunned the creature. Warden, aren't you poisoned? It was immediately met with a punch from Denki. You idiot. You can tell the Yuan family is bad news just by looking at them. She continued her lecture in disgust. Would the warden really drink tea from a stranger? But it seemed the lesson was lost on the black bear spirit. It smells so good. Let me have a taste. This poison is strong. So spicy. I love it. Her words failed her. This idiot was truly a lost cause. Ignoring his bickering subordinates, Xia Yan entered the great prison. He then went to check in with Senior Gui about the situation. Senior Gui, how are things with Xiao Yun? The old turtle slowly reported. Rest assured, Warden. With me here, Xiao Yun is perfectly safe. Right now, she and Miss Bai are working on something special. When you return to Jade City, a surprise will surely be waiting for you. Hearing this, a fond smile crept onto his face. A surprise, huh? That kid is getting more independent every day. Suddenly, the snake soul cried out. Abba, Abba, hungry, hungry. But Senior Gui quickly shut it down. No, you are not hungry. He then turned to Xia Yan with a satisfied laugh. Ha ha ha. Thank you, Warden, for gifting me this snake soul. I am currently using my own life force to refine it. Once the process is complete, the turtle and snake will merge as one. I will transform into the legendary black tortoise and ascend to the martial rank. Xia Yan praised him. Excellent. Next, he went to explore a new area. Ever since he'd awakened, a new staircase had appeared on the first floor of the great prison. This meant the second floor of the prison was now unlocked. It was time to open a new cell. A brilliant smile lit up his face as he thought of the future. The first floor held general rank beasts, which were already formidable. So what kind of powerful, monstrous sinners would be waiting on the second floor? He was filled with excitement for the world that awaited him above. He had to go see it for himself. Xia Yan ascended the steps into the demon-suppressing tower. The dense, dark aura surrounding him made him frown in discomfort. The path ahead was shrouded in impenetrable darkness. So, this is the second floor of the demon-suppressing tower? A sinister laugh echoed from the depths of hell. Heh heh heh. The monster was a massive shadow, 10 times the size of a man. So, you've finally arrived. This seat has waited a long time for you. You've finally grown strong enough to earn an audience. But, behind the imposing shadow, was just a brat with a funny haircut. This is your honor, he declared, playfully juggling spiritual energy in his palm. I shall bestow upon you a decree. You will carry out 3 tasks for me. Now, kneel and receive your orders. First, I command you to. Haviem felt a headache coming on. He pointed directly at the pipsqueak and scoffed. This little brat is supposed to be the master of the second floor of the demon suppression tower? The sudden confrontation made the kid break out in a sweat. How dare you be so insolent? This seat has not finished speaking. Haviem stroked his chin, sizing up the little demon. Just what is this kid's deal? He wondered. Ah, I think I know. The kid puffed up his chest, thinking he'd been recognized. So you're not a total fool. But Javiem's next words sent him spiraling. You're a ginseng baby, aren't you? The little demon exploded in rage. You're the ginseng baby. Are you blind? Can't you feel my aura, my divine robes, and these flames? Still don't get it? Ha! VM guessed again. Then, are you a gourd spirit? The kid shot to his feet, stomping furiously. This seat is the great sage infant king of the fire cloud cave. Haviem froze for a full 5 seconds. The great sage infant king was then hit with another fatal verbal blow. Oh, so you're that brat named Red Boy. His words sent the kid into a full-blown tantrum. This seat is not a brat. I'm not. A furious aura erupted from Tongxi. How dare you misunderstand this great one? He denied being a child, but his transformation was unmistakably the legendary Red Boy, his entire body engulfed in raging flames. This seat will slaughter every living thing and turn this world into a scorched wasteland of eternal silence. Ha ha ha. Below him, Tongxi summoned an army of grotesque demons. But outside, a massive bolt of lightning struck the demon suppression tower. It surged through the tower, striking Tongxi directly. A blinding flash of divine lightning filled Javiem's vision. Tongxi was left smoking, his body charred like it had been grilled. But he hadn't learned his lesson. In fact, he looked thrilled. as if he were some kind of masochist. This seat will destroy the Buddhas, the immortals, and the entire world. Damn it. Punish me again. Ha ha. If that heavenly lightning has any guts, then bring it on. Famous last words. The divine lightning struck again, hammering his very soul in a free X-ray session, courtesy of the prison. Unable to endure it, Tongxi reverted to his childlike form. Looking at the scene, Ha-VM realized everyone here was completely insane. The very first prisoner he met was screaming about world destruction. Imprisoning him was definitely the right call. He took a moment to reflect. My spiritual power has reached the 6th stage now. I should be able to proceed. Ahead, a dark and ominous energy awaited Ha-VM. Monstrous shadows swarmed forward, ready to threaten him. But their threats were like water off a duck's back. He wasn't fazed in the slightest. Instead, he unleashed the pent-up killing intent within him, and his eyes blazed with a murderous aura that sent them all scattering in terror. Standing his ground, he ordered the monsters to get lost with a single move. The sheer force radiating from his body pushed the horde back, and they fled in a panic. Ahem. Ha-VM regained his composure and addressed the cowering spirits. I know you were all legendary experts, imprisoned here for ages. With a chance to escape, it's inevitable you'd lose your minds. Just then, the figure of a fox-tailed woman materialized behind him. This humble servant greets the prison master. Ha-VM didn't even pay attention to the beauty behind him. Losing your minds is no excuse for me to coddle you. Daji, he said, turning to leave. When someone on this second floor is sane enough for a serious conversation, inform me. Otherwise, just let the heavenly lightning punish them for a few more days to clear their heads. Daji accepted the order, bowing. Farewell, prison master. The little demon, Tongxi, had finally sobered up. He was just a little kitten whose curiosity was piqued, fortunate enough to witness Ha-VM's power. Why should this great one listen to him? Daji shot him a sharp glance. Great sage, infant king. And all of you, I suggest you watch your words. For now, do not underestimate the new prison master. You must accept reality and begin to serve him with sincerity, because losing face is a small matter. When your very lives are at stake. From the demon suppression tower, it seemed Daji had already punished him with a powerful blow. Damn it all,